The young man's life was unremarkable. In the middle of July, our hero would never have thought he would live such a life. He used to work in Tokyo, but returned to his hometown after his parents died. It was hot outside, and our hero was walking through a grape field in a small, unremarkable town where nothing was happening. He concluded that this summer was extremely hot by looking at the sun and the grapes. Our hero, 32-year-old Shiki Kanji, quit his job. After constant rains, Kanji was expecting dry days. Overall, rainfall was minimal. In this mountainous area, temperature and precipitation favor the rapid growth of vegetables in summer. According to our hero, there were many more problems this time than in a normal year. Watching the fields that stretched out in front of him, lighting a cigarette, he decided to cook dinner before leaving for home. So it went on day after day. Heating up the bathtub to wash off the sweat, our hero went home, checked the time and grabbed a can of beer from the fridge to relax. However, on this day, everything went wrong and he heard a knock on the door. The mechanism of his so-called daily life made a loud noise at that moment, and our hero was shocked to hear such a request for help. He opened the door and saw a girl in armor who was panting and wanted to ask him for help. The girl turned to our hero and apologized fervently, but she wanted to spend the night with him. The girl added that she didn't mind sleeping even in the barn before asking if our hero, who then looked at her with surprise, agreed. Kanji tried to find out why the girl was in this middle of nowhere and asked her to explain herself, suggesting that she must have missed the last bus. The young man just thought to himself that maybe it was cosplay, that she was blonde, and that she might be a foreigner. She could hail a cab if she was walking down the street. The girl didn't understand what the young man was talking about when he mentioned buses and cabs. Naturally, he thought it made no sense and asked the girl what her name was. She introduced herself as Christina Brunhilde von Melvis, the first daughter of the Melvis couple, from the kingdom of Everid. Naturally, our hero could not remember the name due to its length. The girl standing in the doorway looked at our hero, and he looked at her, and a silence hung between them. Naturally, he concluded that it was rude of him to ask, but he also decided to inquire about the girl's age. The girl explained that since she had turned 18, everything was fine. Although our hero recognized the girl's youth, he was puzzled by her actions in the middle of the outback. The girl explained that their army had been defeated. Perhaps our hero had heard of a battle taking place near MANHWA. At the end of the battle, she managed to get away from them because they couldn't handle the relentless attacks of the orcs. After listening to her story and concluding that the battle must have been terrible, our hero turned to Christina-san, a young man at the time, who smiled and stopped to take her seriously. Listening to what he called himself, the girl came to the conclusion that the young man might have just called her Chris. Then our hero made the decision to let Chris know that it would just be the two of them because he lives here alone. She was better off dismissing the idea of staying here since she was old enough to realize that, in his opinion, she should have been afraid to spend the night with a man she had just met. Naturally, he knew that it was considered shameful for a man to refuse a woman in distress, but it would be problematic if he started spreading negative rumors about Japan when he got home. He couldn't let that happen because he was Japanese. Naturally, the girl was very grateful for his attention, but just as she was about to fall, her legs gave out and our hero grabbed her. She explained that she couldn't move because she was so exhausted. She made the decision that she would rather sleep with a strange man than let the orcs defile her. Eventually, she had no strength left to fight. When our hero looked at her and heard what the girl had said, he was stunned. He had no idea what she was talking about. The girl was standing on his doorstep, gulping air with her mouth and trying to catch her breath. Since he was at a loss as to what to do, our hero naturally agreed to let her stay here. Upon learning that the young man had agreed, she thanked him and promised to repay him for his generosity. Naturally, Kanji brushed off her worries and told her that the house was a bit dirty, so he asked her to be patient. Naturally, the girl already had plenty of places to spend the night, so she had no reason to complain. She took off her armor and left it by the door. Our hero was struck by the girl's beauty, especially her figure, as soon as she entered the room. He tried not to pay too much attention to the girl. He thought she should take a bath before he escorted her to her room. She was shocked to learn that there was a restroom in here. Naturally, our hero explained why this was so. However, the water was heated by a boiler in an old bathtub. He gave the girl body soap and hair shampoo and led her into the bathroom, hoping she would know how to use them. The needed shampoo would then appear from these cans when she pressed the top. The young man added that she had to be patient because there was no hair conditioner in there. Looking closely at the jar, she saw that it was some kind of fragrance oil, something she had never seen before. Meanwhile, our hero left the girl alone before returning to offer her a yukata to put on. Our hero had to explain that she needed to position her left side over her right side and then secure it with a belt, because Chris didn't know what that was. He left her alone in the tub and told her that she should tell him if the water was too hot or barely warm, and that he would be outside watching the fire. Chris was left alone to enjoy the tub while our hero stoked her, realizing how well our hero was taking care of her. As it melted, Kanji made the decision that this bath would heat up soon. Since he was sitting close to the window, he hoped the girl would hear him and ask about the temperature. It was quite normal for her to do so, and Chris breathed a sigh of relief even though the water was still a little warm. Then, thinking that maybe everything she said was true, the young man made the decision to ask her about it. He wanted to know what country the girl was from. The girl realized that he didn't believe she was the daughter of Count Melvis of the Kingdom of Isekai'd after hearing him ask it that way. Naturally, our hero had his doubts. Then she spoke to him as a master. The girl apologized for the indelicacy, but she did not yet know his name and asked him to give it. Our hero was even a little embarrassed to hear this. He didn't realize what kind of master he was because he wasn't such a grandiose figure. Shiki Kanji was what our hero called himself. Shiki is a surname and Kanji is a first name. She thought it was extremely impolite of her to know that he had a last name. She was unaware of his noble background and even jumped out of the bathtub to tell our hero what was on her mind as loudly as possible. Our hero explained that it was just a common surname and didn't understand why she was so worried about it. However, the girl objected, saying that it couldn't be like that. Our hero only agreed. He made the decision to smoke a cigarette while she cleaned up. He turned to face Chris's son and hoped that the temperature had normalized by now. However, the girl did not answer, and our hero was very frightened. He immediately ran to the bathhouse after he started calling her. The young man explained that he opened the door, but the bathhouse was empty when he hoped she had finished. Startled, he made the decision to look around the house. Calling Chris over, he noticed that the girl had just dozed off in the bathtub. The girl started to slowly drain the water when he tried to turn away because she was naked. Kanji remembered that she would rather spend the night with a strange man than let the orcs defile her. Since it was shameful for a man to deny a woman in need, he concluded that he must save her. The sky at this moment was filled with a terrifying thunderstorm. The girl was running across the field at this very moment. The girl was considered a traitor, a loser, and a coward. However, she would never betray anyone, so she also thought that the voices informing her were wrong. She screamed as she ran through the forest when she noticed the orcs behind her. The girl tried to run as far away as she could when the orcs jumped out of the bushes and tried to attack her. She found herself on a cliff as she jumped through the forest at that very moment. She then realized that she was going to die standing upright on the rock and on the cliff. And that was it. Speaking of the orcs that were right in front of her, it was preferable to die than to be dishonored or turned into food for them. She made the decision to jump off the cliff because she would rather die. She apologized to her mother and father at that very moment as she was falling. She apologized a lot. She woke up in our hero's house the next moment. She tried to realize what had happened when she opened her eyes and noticed that she was wearing a yukata. Our hero, meanwhile, was preparing breakfast. The young man was delighted with his culinary masterpieces because they were delicious. Then our hero heard a woman's voice from behind the door and the girl greeted him. He was glad to see her when he turned around and hoped she had a good night's sleep. After she agreed, there was an awkward pause between our heroes, feeling a little embarrassed. Naturally, Kanji wanted to clarify the circumstances of yesterday. After all, I didn't do anything like that yesterday. Without seeing her naked body, he was sure the girl was still alive as she dozed off in the bathroom. Despite her, he then carried the girl to her room, wrapped her in a towel, put a yukata on her and let her sleep. He treated her with the utmost care. Though, truth be told, our hero still saw through the corner of his eye. He was currently dating a girl he didn't even know. Shiki Kanji, our hero, was a 32-year-old man who was unmarried. A few years ago, when he was still living in Tokyo, he had his last encounter with female sex, but it wouldn't hurt him to help a woman in need. He offered the girl some food, figuring she must be hungry. Our hero had prepared so much food that the girl, staring at the table, couldn't believe she actually had a chance to taste it all. Our hero just offered to eat, laughing. We had to eat because it was only morning. Lunch and dinner were no different. She accepted Kanji's offer to talk while eating. The girl was a little embarrassed in her yukata at this point, and our hero remembered that she wore knight's armor. And now she looked completely different, as she seemed like a completely different person than yesterday. She even had a slightly different voice. Our hero turned to Chris Sen, hoping she could use chopsticks or the young man would offer her a fork and spoon. The girl apologized to him after hearing about the chopsticks, but insisted on a better fork and spoon because she liked the latter. The clock struck, and our hero said bon appetit in Japanese. When the young man explained that they said it before eating, the girl realized that it was probably a prayer. At first she wasn't sure of the type of greeting. Our hero realized that she had apparently never heard of prayer after hearing about it. The girl confirmed what he had said. He wouldn't call it a prayer because, as Kanji explained, Japanese people are Buddhist by nature. Before eating, they would say itadakimasu, and after the food was cooked, they would say kecheso sama deshita. This indicates that one appreciates food and should not neglect one's duties. After hearing this wonderful story, the girl made a decision to follow the example of our hero. He did the same by saying itadakimasu, folding his hands in prayer, and wishing her a pleasant appetite. Our hero was stunned because he assumed that this foreigner loved Japan but was not familiar with its customs. However, she spoke fluent Japanese. The girl at that moment was looking at the plate and pointing at the rice, not realizing what it was. Talking to Kanji Dono, he expressed surprise that she did not know about it. According to the young man, she had white rice on her plate. It can be turned into flour and is comparable to wheat. The girl would realize how delicious it is if she just boiled it in a pot. The girl was delighted after tasting one spoonful because it was elegant and uncomplicated. After explaining that he cooked it, our hero encouraged her to eat it slowly and completely. The girl began to taste the omelet, fish, and other appetizers that were on the table. It all seemed delicious to her. Naturally, she was shocked to learn that our hero had made everything himself. Naturally, he confirmed her words. She didn't realize she had eaten such delicious food for breakfast. Chris couldn't put the feeling into words. In a way, our hero thought that Chris-san was just as wonderful. The girl apologized to him, saying that she was just a little surprised, and he suggested that they talk after breakfast. She then started eating the food prepared by our hero again. In any case, the girl seemed to be quite delighted with everything. Watching her joyful expression, Kanji decided to summarize the girl's story while she was sipping the delicious tea prepared for her by our hero. She didn't know how she had gotten to Japan, after all, nor, he was sure, did she have a passport. The young woman was not a European cosplayer. Furthermore, Kanji learned that she was a knight fighting orcs who had left the battlefield to buy time, send a message, and eventually end up here. The girl confirmed that everything she had told was true, realizing that the young man had retold it all. I wouldn't have believed all that. Kanji continued to pour more tea. Either way, our hero had been a great help to her, and she expressed her gratitude to him. She also explained that our hero had tried to stop her because she needed to report the battle situation to the capital immediately. Give her something, he said. The next second, the girl was wearing a tracksuit. In the end, it was the only article of clothing, the same one he had. Naturally, the girl thought that the road there might be dangerous, so she didn't think she could ask our hero to accompany her. She didn't seem to have any intention of getting on the ship, and the young man didn't understand what she was talking about, so he made the decision to accompany her. However, the girl made the decision to walk and fight any demons or orcs they would encounter. Pointing to a vehicle, our hero explained that there was no problem because they had this. The girl saw the vehicle and thought it might be a carriage or some other strange metal thing. Our hero encouraged everyone to jump in it without fear. He advised the girl to buckle up as she sat in the passenger seat next to him as he got behind the wheel. She couldn't believe what was happening when the next moment they pulled up next to Chris. Chris asked our hero to slow down and she grabbed her seatbelt because she couldn't understand why the car was going so fast. When she asked him not to laugh, our hero just apologized to her, realizing that the girl was uncomfortable. He was having a good time driving and laughing at Chris. As they hurried away, Chris grabbed her seatbelt, closed her eyes and drove next to our hero. At this time, the girl was talking about her white horse, so the young man asked her if she was okay, glancing at Chris. Chris added that she shouldn't have gotten discouraged, because that wasn't why she had trained so hard. Our hero immediately saw that her legs had gone completely under as he turned to Chris. When the girl realized he had noticed it, she described it as shaking with excitement. The young man thought the girl had a rich vocabulary, even though she didn't know Japanese culture. She spoke to him so easily that he understood. When they reached their destination, the young man looked around to see if this was it. Chris, however, pointed to the forest ahead and suggested they continue on, explaining that there could be no mistake here. The girl explained that she had been attacked by a group of orcs in the area. After making her way through these thickets, she jumped off the cliff. Hearing once again about the group of orcs, our hero was stunned at how long the girl would continue to talk about this absurdity. He went with her because he was intrigued. However, he had no idea what she was talking about if she mentioned the stone. They had just arrived here at that moment, but as our hero explained, the stone wasn't there. Looking ahead, Chris was stunned and tried to convince the young man that she had indeed passed through here. Kanji wanted to tell Chris that there was no rock in this place. Here the girl repeated that she was Christina Brunhilde von Melvis, the eldest daughter of Count Melvis, without exaggeration. She was annoyed and overreacted emotionally to everything. Realizing that they hadn't arrived at the places he expected, our hero decided to apologize to the girl. Realizing that she was afraid, she smirked, but she didn't really fully realize what had happened. She just sadly watched the scene. The young man didn't believe the whole story and didn't realize if she really had no idea what could happen. For example, that this world was not the same world she came from. Upon learning this, she suddenly remembered the teleportation scroll. Her friend the Archimage had given it to her. Chris was asked to come in by Kanji. Our hero was trying to find out if the magic the girl was talking about really existed. Upon hearing this, she explained that she had been speaking his language with magic since they first met. Upon hearing this, our hero realized that it was a translator of sorts because he realized that she had been speaking in flawless Japanese all along. It's all clear now. She is no longer a knight from the U-Raid kingdom or a messenger with a message. She couldn't even tell her parents that she was still alive. But she still has life, the girl pondered, gazing into the forest. Our hero, Chris-san, tried to calm her down by suggesting that they go back for a while. So they got into the car and drove in the opposite direction. And for the first time they drove in complete silence. Chris just sat there, staring at the road. The young man, who thought Chris was a very strong person, decided to speak first. Naturally, Chris was stunned by what he said. The young man then invited her to join him for a delicious lunch. Chris tried not to look at our hero and asked him to shut up as if he was sorry. The fact that she said it and heard it made her very sad. Looking at her, Kanji realized that his words were completely unnecessary, considering what an idiot he was. Another messenger had to be sent to give the latest news about the situation in Mozingat. In the eyes of her parents, knights, and the people of the kingdom, the girl was currently in Japan, on another planet. She believed that the knights were unable to use the forbidden teleportation magic while moving, and she didn't know what to do at this moment. When our hero noticed that the girl was completely depressed, he tried to somehow cheer her up, but realized that it was useless. After waiting a bit, he decided to apologize to the girl. He hoped she wouldn't mind, though, because he needed to spend some time in the field. Chris, of course, didn't mind. Our hero then explained that he was in a bit of a hurry and that it was his fault because he needed to deliver a load. Chris was right when he noticed that Kanji Dono was a farmer. They arrived at his farm, and as our hero stood in front of the vineyards putting on gloves and getting to work, he informed her that they would be leaving soon. All she had to do was wait a little while. Chris had no choice but to agree with our hero. When our hero wanted to warn her that this fence was electrified, she suddenly noticed the ropes in front of her and decided to touch them. However, the girl had already touched it and was electrocuted as she fell to the ground. Our hero realized it was too late to warn her about it. It was lightning magic, the girl believed. However, the young man explained that it was an electrically charged fence, not magic, and she should wait for him in the car to avoid further incidents. Chris was shocked to discover that she had made such a mistake until she found the car, but Kanji kept trying to reassure her. Our hero worked while the girl sat in the car looking at the sun. Noticing that he was picking eggplants, Chris came up behind him and startled him by using the French word for eggplant. Our hero went on to say that this vegetable is called eggplant. After looking at him, the girl explained that she had never seen purple eggplants before. According to our hero, they also come in white. Purple was a popular color in Japan, but green and white can be used in other countries. As our hero Chris explained, Japanese eggplants are not all purple like this one. Kanji held out an eggplant and explained that while white eggplants have thick skins, purple eggplants have thin skins that are immune to UV radiation. They are very tasty if you cook them with the skin on. Chris didn't quite understand when she looked at the eggplant, but she concluded that there was a reason it was that color. The next time he sat down across from our hero's beds, he noticed that Chris seemed interested. The girl was curious, but she could not express exactly what it was that interested her. In Violetta Lunga, Italy, our hero then asked permission to give him a detailed explanation. It absorbs oil well, but sometimes too much. They are not sold in supermarkets. Instead, they are reserved for restaurants and specialty stores, so Italian restaurants buy them in bulk. She mentioned the eggplant she had just seen, and now she realized it. She held one of the eggplants in her hands and thought they were delicious, even though she had no idea what Italian restaurants were like. Our hero, seeing that this information encouraged her, decided that they could eat them when they got back. He continued by showing her the remaining fruits and vegetables that grew in his garden. Chris called this vegetable a mart, noticing one and describing how tiny it was. Now our hero realized that even though they call it a tomato, they actually call it a mart. He was holding the Rosso Sicily variety. As he handed them to Chris, Kanji said that the tomatoes had a bit of an herbal flavor, but she could eat them raw, so she should try them. The girl found one of those vegetables quite tasty after tasting it. The fact that Chris liked it pleased our hero. However, he explained that eating them warm was preferable. He then pointed to the San Marzano variety. The same thing happened. They are often used in Mediterranean cuisine. The girl noticed that these tomatoes had a strange, oblong and unusual shape. Our hero explained that this was the last box, and loaded their boxes into the cart with the various crops after they had finished inspecting all the vegetables. They seemed to be traveling in the opposite direction when they returned to Chris, and our hero explained that he must deliver these vegetables. Yao Sen must receive them as there is a warehouse and his broker just beyond this road. Chris knew that they wouldn't spoil so quickly even if he took his time. The young man explained that once the vegetables are picked, their freshness starts to deteriorate. Therefore, it would be better if they do it as soon as possible. In addition, our hero remarked that he remained that adamant businessman. Yao Sen has helped many people, he said. When he first started farming, he was a kind of benefactor. The girl was shocked, trying to figure out what was in front of her, because she had never seen such strange buildings before. And Kanji wouldn't have succeeded if it wasn't for Yao. Meanwhile, our heroes headed into the city. Since the girl believed that the existence of another world was just a fantasy tale, everything seemed fantastic to her. But she couldn't help but believe after seeing these sceneries. Our hero then confirmed to her that he had previously informed her that they were not in the Isekai'd kingdom. And it turned out to be true. Without hesitation, our hero repeated it. When the young man spoke like that, Chris was stunned. When they finally got there, Kanji asked the girl to wait in the car, as he would finish soon and come back. However, Chris objected because she wanted to accompany him. Our hero simply asked her to stay in the car, saying that he would finish everything right now and come back. The girl thought she wanted to learn more about this world after seeing our hero leave. She then noticed Kanji carrying a cart towards the man. Chris discovered that it was apparently Yao Dono. She watched carefully as our hero began to take action. The next thing she realized was that the man in front of him had noticed her. Try unbuckling the seatbelt. She then remembered that she had been instructed to get into the car. Chris realized what she needed to do. While our hero was trying to figure out if Yao Dono needed anything else, he found it hard to believe that other worlds existed. However, when he saw Chris in front of him again, he wondered what if her story was true. That was how she looked at Yao Dono. And the only thing that haunted the girl was that bald spot on that man's face that she was staring at intently. Chris prepared to help him in the kitchen by rolling up his sleeves. Naturally, Kanji didn't think the girl knew how to cook, and he found it impolite to hear that. She had also helped with cooking, cleaning, and household chores when she was younger. She went to night school at the age of 12, but before that she had received strict instruction under the watchful eye of her mother. After our hero thought it sounded fantastic, Chris asked what they would be cooking, noticing how inspired the young man was. Kanji explained that they would be making pasta, pointing out that our hero had already prepared all the ingredients. The vegetables they had harvested earlier would be used. The girl decided to just follow our hero, though she obviously didn't understand what kind of pasta they were talking about. When Chris saw that Kanji was ready to start pouring water into the pot, he couldn't understand what was going on. Looking at the pot of water in the sink, there was most likely a magic circle attached to the tip where the water was flowing from. When he put the pot on the stove, Kanji only explained that it was a simple faucet. Chris assumed that the stove was a magical warming pot when she first saw it. It was also present here. It was just a stove, the young man explained. To make her understand, he decided to explain to Chris next time. After all, there was nothing in their world that used magic. There are disciplines that study the logic of such things and the basics of the universe. If you drop something, it will fall to the ground. Therefore, science can be used to create a multitude of things. Chris now realized that carrying water from the well and burning wood were not necessary. However, she usually only looked at her hands. Then the girl turned away from our hero, completely withdrawn into herself. Then he told her not to worry. Our hero suggested that it would be better to chop the vegetables before handing them to Chris. It didn't bother her when she saw the magnificent knife that Kanji was holding. That knife had cost him a lot, the young man explained. She could stare at that knife for hours, skillfully crafted by its creators. According to our hero, the girl was too interested in this knife. The next moment our hero was working on something else, so they cooked together while she carefully chopped vegetables. When they finally turned on the stove, the young man made the decision to throw spaghetti into it. He then added chopped garlic to the boiling spaghetti. After a while, he tasted them. Meanwhile, the girl hoped that she could help him in some other way. Our hero just ignored her and continued cooking. The pasta was ready with bacon, eggplant and tomatoes. Chris ended up just chopping vegetables. However, she was stunned at how quickly he got everything done when she smelled that wonderful smell. Wishing him dakimas, they began to eat. What he had done, in his opinion, was simply brilliant. And since the vegetables were growing so well, it wasn't surprising. Chris, on the other hand, looked at the plate in front of her with surprise before turning to our hero. Seeing how shocked Chris was, Kanji recommended her to eat while the dish was still hot. Chris wished him dakimas, realizing his mistake, and started eating. The girl couldn't speak when our hero saw her put the spoon in her mouth, and he hoped it was delicious. Then he noticed that she actually seemed to enjoy this quite ordinary everyday dish. The girl jumped up from her seat and walked over to our hero, saying that she hadn't eaten anything so delicious in a long time. She added that although breakfast was good, lunch was much better. The girl's reply even alarmed the young man, who explained that he liked Japanese food. However, he was exhausted and breakfast took too much energy. After Chris saw the smoked meat, Kanji explained that it was from a pig farm in the village. After eating, the two of them uttered the same phrase, Gecheso sama deshida. After all these unpleasant, depressing and cruel things are instantly forgotten when one eats a delicious meal. And even if briefly, one could look forward as soon as they were forgotten. As evening approached, our hero left the house to make a phone call. Chris remembered this and every other moment involving our hero. He realized they hadn't spoken in a while when he heard Hanami on the phone. After the man's wedding, he had asked Hanami if everything was okay, and they had talked about officiants who were hard to get along with. Since he immediately realized that she might seem strange, the young man also had one request. Chris couldn't sleep at the moment. Our hero decided it was time to make breakfast when the clock struck 1 o'clock. They wished him a good morning this time, and he realized that Chris-sen was up early today. He hoped she had gotten enough sleep. The girl, who seemed to be a zombie, claimed to have slept through the night until dawn. However, the bruises under her eyes were sure proof. Our hero was a bit stunned by the girl's eyes. She then came to the conclusion that Kanji probably wanted to socialize with her. When our hero saw that the girl was completely incapable of lying, he concluded that she should take the day off today. However, Chris decided that she wanted to reimburse him for food and lodging expenses if possible. She asked for permission to help her with a job to pay off her debt, even if she couldn't return to her home world. It was okay if it was only for a few days. After all, the girl didn't have to worry about anything because he had spoken to the official yesterday, and they had discussed some problems related to her circumstances. She was shocked to learn that a simple farmer had connections in the government. According to our hero, they had only been friends since college. She had never heard of farmers going to college, so she was shocked to learn that our hero was enrolled. Kanji explained that anyone in Japan can enroll. Anyone can enroll in a Japanese college. Naturally, the girl was stunned to hear this. As their cultural differences grew deeper, Kanji found himself losing faith in the power of translation. Chris was willing to help you during the field work. After putting on the helmet, the girl wanted to work in the field, but our hero replaced it with a hat. She put on the hat, and the girl noticed that it was quite light and very comfortable. Chris was wearing a tank top, straw hat, and rubber boots. Our hero thought that she seemed to be a schoolgirl who had come to the field for a field trip. Feeling the breeze, he concluded that Chris had to stop right then and there. He tied his hat so it wouldn't fall off because the wind could carry it away. The young man was so close to her that Chris felt a little uneasy. Our hero took so long to tie his hat that she hoped he would finish soon, and Kanji, noticing her embarrassment, tried to do it quickly. Chris thanked him, and our hero, who was also a little embarrassed, informed him that it was okay. Then there was silence between the two men again. Chris stepped away from our hero. After she walked away, a voice in her head told her that it was pretty funny. Chris thought that she could see her allies and the orcs that killed them if she looked straight in front of her. These memories reminded her of the horrors of another world. Our hero suggested that the girl stay home tonight as he saw Chris breathing heavily, and assumed that something had happened to her. She acted as if nothing was wrong and didn't understand why our hero was making the choice for her. She was animated. Although Kanji felt that the girl didn't look good, he reasoned that it could just be his imagination. They climbed into the car and headed for the field. Our hero was deep in his thoughts, and they were silent the whole time. He noticed that the girl had been cheerful earlier. After all, she had suddenly lost her temper, and he thought that this whole situation must be extremely difficult for the girl. Chris just looked at our hero as they drove, and thought that was probably very rude of her. They arrived at the field, got the containers, and started harvesting today. After our hero demonstrated the proper technique to Chris, he cut another eggplant and told her to carefully put it in the crate without even thinking of throwing it away. Chris pointed out that since our hero had put a lot of effort into growing these vegetables, she wouldn't do that. He was glad the girl was in a good mood again and thanked her. Her compliments somewhat embarrassed our hero, so they set to work. As they worked in the field and listened to Chris, the young man saw that she was diligent, and the girl confirmed his observations. The saying goes, food is where the help is. The young man thought that sounded honorable because she also helped with the farm work on her property. Chris explained that this was the first time. Nobles basically just owned the land. Kanji Dono replied that there are no classes in Japan when she asked if he had always been a farmer. A farm worker is just a profession. Chris's world was obviously very different from his own. She wanted to know everything. She now understood the official our hero had spoken of earlier. According to Kanji, he had 4 years of experience in agriculture. Before that, he was an ordinary clerk in Tokyo. He immediately noticed how big the city was. He added that he was getting a good salary. Now she thought the young man was a servant, but that wasn't true. Although it wasn't the Edo period, he had experienced something similar at the age of 20. Chris was shocked to hear this and tried to determine Kanji Dono's real age. And our hero clarified that he was 32 years old. Chris was shocked to hear that Kanji is much older than her. The next moment, she apologized for her rudeness. It seemed he was about her age. Our hero was even happier to hear this compliment and thanked her for it. She could not understand why a farmer who had had such a successful life was still unmarried. Women must have not accepted him as a husband for some reason. It was also strange. Then Chris saw that she was up to something, and our hero cast a curious glance at her. The girl went on to say that she thought it was a good idea for her to be his bride. The villagers would not question his honor or suspect her in this case. The girl knew that she was in this country illegally. Hearing all this, our hero didn't realize that she was just playing out her thoughts. An 18-year-old girl from another planet approached our hero and offered to marry him, and I wondered what he thought about this proposal, which made the 32-year-old man blush with shame. So our hero asked Christo to come in to see him. As far as he was concerned, she wouldn't choose someone like him, really. Even though it wasn't serious, the girl decided it was okay. And our hero thought she was just saying terrible things. Chris didn't understand what was so terrible about it when she heard it. After all, her personal preferences don't matter. The head of the family chooses her partner in her future marriage, and that's the cardinal rule in making a union. She will gladly marry him for the sake of her family, even if he is one of those men. Pointing to the horrible men in her posters. It could be a grandfather or a middle-aged man. Since that wasn't what she said, our hero couldn't imagine that the girl would put him on the same level as them. The girl was shocked to learn that things were different in Japan. Kanji had seen this happen before, but decided it didn't matter now and asked him to get to work. A humiliated Chris was left standing alone, tending to him as he went out to the field to work. Our heroes sat down to rest after finishing their work. Kanji was surprised to learn that the girl liked to talk. She added that it wasn't surprising. She felt that in order to understand her employer better, she needed to talk to him. Our hero thought that was very sensible of her. As Chris pointed out, our hero also had a knack for listening to others. But he wouldn't say that. He had a hard time getting along with talkative people. When Chris heard this, he thought that perhaps she was bothering our hero. He immediately apologized to her even though he didn't mean it. He felt his power increase as he spoke to her. It was a nice thing to do. Looking back, he didn't like loud people like girls who were always yelling cool or kawaii. Those people made him very tired and annoyed while working in the office. Now Chris can clearly see that it looks like he won't be able to marry the daughter of a nobleman. According to our hero, he would probably refuse. They fell silent, and when our hero noticed that Chris was upset, he assured her that he would look after her for a while. Naturally, Chris apologized to our hero and asked her to refrain from doing so. Kanji remembered that during their last conversation, Hanami had promised to check to see if anyone with the name Chris had come to the country. Then the steps outlined for that case would be followed. It would probably take a week or two, he concluded. After our heroes finished harvesting and delivered the vegetables to Yao-san, they headed home. Chris told Kanji Dono that if she needed additional help, she should ask him to give it to her. She didn't want him to treat her like a guest, even though she was a knight and any physical labor would be within her capabilities. Naturally, he knew this, but he felt obligated to refuse her, as she had suffered enough and Kanji would not give her any hard work other than harvesting. However, he would allow her to clean the house when the time came. Although it was a lie, Kanji explained that farming was not such a difficult task in this world. He claimed that they had already benefited greatly from the science. Chris concluded that it must be true after learning about science. Then the clock chimed and our hero suggested lunch and advised her to put the matter out of her mind. Chris was a little embarrassed even as he asked. Our hero advised him not to be shy. Chris then remembered the delicious tomato pasta he had yesterday. Our hero believed it was true, but other than that, she had no idea what else he could cook. He then made the decision that they would eat something cold because it was very hot today. Chris was stunned to hear that they would be eating something cold. The girl just shook her head from side to side, which made our hero assume that she might not like cold food. Then he couldn't understand the situation. Chris then clarified that, contrary to her initial assumption, it wasn't raw meat. Kanji assured her that it wasn't. Chris explained that the truth is that she doesn't like raw food, except for freshly picked vegetables. However, she is not a picky eater. Now our hero realized that she refused to join him for a fried meal. He thought it was taboo in their culture to eat raw eggs or sashimi. Having concluded that food satisfies hunger, the girl didn't eat anything else. But at worst, they could die. Naturally, the young man realized that since there were no refrigerators in Chris's son's world, there was a good chance that would happen if the food was not fried. Our hero then walked over to the refrigerator and asked her to take a look. When she opened the fridge, she felt that everything was frozen and cold, but she had no idea what it was. Our hero, who was looking at Chris, explained that it was the power of science and that she was probably surprised. She thought it might have been ice magic or winter magic. Having said that, there would be cold soup for lunch today. Naturally, Chris was stunned to learn that they would be eating cold soup. However, our hero assured her that it would be delicious, even though it was a country dish. Chris stood by the refrigerator, surprised, and looked at him. Yamagata, Saitama, and Miyazaki are well known for their cold soups. Yamagata style includes a variety of dried foods, udon noodles with Saitama style sauce. The base of the Miyazaki style is miso with vegetables. Each prefecture has its own specialty. Lately, our hero has been enjoying miso, a Miyazaki style soup. Chris, of course, wasn't paying attention to it. Meanwhile, Kanji was searching the fridge for a perilla. Chris noticed that the owner had a vegetable garden when they came to the garden. He pointed to the leaf in front of you and explained that this was his garden. It's just a perilla leaf, also known as saizo, according to our hero, and it would be the most important component of their soup. Chris, as usual, was shocked at what Kanji was doing. When he got to the house, he asked Chris to chop the leaves into small pieces. The girl asked him to give her the leaves after he placed them in front of him with the knife. After watching her from behind, our hero concluded that the girl was doing well when she started cutting the leaves. He made the decision to start cooking as well. Chris, meanwhile, had already finished. She then didn't realize what Kanji was doing when she saw him rolling the cucumber. According to Kanji, this method is known as itazuri. The bitter taste of the cucumber can be eliminated by rolling it up and adding salt. Chris wanted to try it because he found it intriguing. Kanji then recommended that we thinly slice this cucumber. The cold miso soup was ready as soon as all the ingredients were mixed together. Chris stared at it, trying to think of a way to eat it. Then our hero explained that the Japanese poured the cold soup over the hot rice, mixed everything together, and it was ready. This soup was first created by working farmers who wanted to eat something quick and easy to make. Saying bon appetit, our heroes started eating. Chris also liked the cold soup after he tasted it. The rice was hot just a minute ago, so it was unexpected. The flavor was amazing, and it went down the throat so smoothly and pleasantly. For the sweltering summer, it was perfect. They started eating the soup together after our hero expressed his joy that Chris liked it. When Chris finished it all and showed our hero the plate, she explained that she made it in a flash. He offered more soup, noticing that there was still plenty left in the rice cooker. Naturally, Chris wanted more, seeing our hero with a serene expression on his face. The girl was beyond excited as she started eating the soup again. She realized that she could eat this soup all the time and not overeat, so she decided to eat it again. When our hero saw how much the girl liked it, he just laughed at her. The phone rang in the room across from our hero, who was eating soup and talking when he received a letter from Izawa Hanami. Chris stayed at our hero's house for the third night. Our hero answered the phone after he received the call and made the decision to listen to what they had to say. He hoped the girl would have a moment to talk to him after they finished their conversation, so he rushed into Chris's room. As she was cleaning her helmet, she noticed that Kanji looked worried and confused. Kanji went on to say that his friend had just called him. The supervisor reprimanded them after reviewing the request and providing the necessary documents. This girl didn't understand what was going on or what it meant, so it was ordered to leave her alone. It was all strange and uncertain, so the girl hesitated. Our hero jumped up from her seat and was grabbed by Chris. The young man asked her to calm down. Considering that Chris herself had stated that she was an alien, he believed that the management had made the right choice. Unfortunately, they were unable to confirm this in any way. As a result, her story would be dismissed as nonsense and fiction. Therefore, it was the only option. First of all, it contradicted science. Chris was not happy to hear him discuss this science again. She was still an illegal immigrant in this country, so she didn't know what she should do. Trying to calm her down, our hero informed her that Hanami would be coming tomorrow at noon to meet the girl in person. To see if Chris herself could convince them otherwise, she offered to tell the whole story. Chris turned her back on our hero and stepped away from him. To be honest, he was only partially convinced that she was from another planet, he explained. The girl was shocked that Kanji didn't truly believe her. He explained that no one believed it and that it was normal. Naturally, the girl shouted that it was hard for her to believe in a foreign nation too. What aspect of her story did he not find believable? She couldn't figure it out. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at our hero. This, our hero explained, was his assumption. He didn't believe she was lying. She probably didn't know how to lie at all. When Chris heard this, she was confused. According to our hero, everything was immediately obvious from her face. The expression on her face conveyed everything she was thinking. Chris said it wrong again, but he thought it was just funny. Our hero even started laughing at this point. Chris explained that she was already 18 and asked that she not be treated like a child. Her parents also told her that she needed to be careful because she was too straightforward. It was also a warning from the older knights. She couldn't change that aspect of herself, and it seems she was still a child at that time. Having said that, she left and closed the door. Our hero had already asked her to calm down, but the girl said she had already gone to bed, making it clear that this conversation has already ended. As evening approached, Chris lay in her bed, unable to sleep. In addition to being awake, our hero was also smoking a cigarette while sitting on the porch. Sighing heavily, they both went to bed because they weren't happy with the way they were talking to each other. The next morning, our hero was yawning while sitting on the porch when he heard feet stomping past him. Our hero decided to defuse the situation by asking Chris how he slept. The girl asked if they were supposed to go to the field today and then had to get ready, to which the girl immediately replied that it was fine. Our hero was stunned by her own statement and agreed with her. They then went to the field to work under the scorching sun. They also worked in complete silence. Chris did not speak to him, and our hero explained that he could not understand other people's thoughts. As a result, he could sometimes hurt them. In addition, he explained that he had asked him to let her know if he ever did anything unpleasant to her. Upon hearing this, Chris was taken aback and began to examine the hero. He apologized sincerely. Watching the girl's response, the young man concluded that he had probably said something odd. When she returned, she continued her work, stating that she didn't want to talk and just looked at our hero, who was also working. Chris was hanging laundry outside when she came back into the house, and she told our hero when she was done. He was glad she did and breathed a sigh of relief that he had stopped insulting her. Afterward, they sat down on the veranda to relax and drink some water. Chris came to the conclusion that our hero's friend must have been a very nice person. He couldn't understand why she had started this conversation so suddenly. However, Chris realized that this person had come here on her own initiative. She also concluded that they were most likely close friends. According to Kanji, one incident during their college days made them best friends. Now he thinks they are just good friends. Our hero continued by saying that she won't have to worry too much when they talk to her because they're both women. Naturally, Chris was shocked to learn that Hanami Dona was a woman. A black car was parked not far from the house, and our hero explained that of course she was. A girl in a suit appeared and quickly made her way to the front of the house. Chris at this time was sulking at our hero offering her a pear, but he didn't understand why she was upset with him. After Chris explained in an apologetic tone that everything was fine and that our hero didn't know how to handle her again, the gears slowly began to turn. And a girl entered the room, stating that she and Kanji hadn't seen each other in a while. Her appearance made his so-called mechanism of daily life make a loud noise again. Our hero came to the conclusion that Kanami had come earlier when he saw her standing on the doorstep. Hanami was just trying to figure out where KX was, kill me, and asked our Chris to say it right there. At this point, Chris just threw a startled look at the girl before greeting her. Chris received an apology from our hero. Chris didn't understand that phrase that Hanami just repeated. A common fantasy cliche was "Ugh, kill me." The left-handed woman muttered, "KH, kill me," as she was being cornered by a knight. Hanami asked not to be disturbed when our hero asked her to calm down. He was well aware of her love for such things, but the girl suddenly claimed to be in front of him. Chris just threw a startled look at them. After clearing her throat, Hanami went back to her usual business. She introduced herself to Christine-san and said that she had heard about her from Shiki-san and had made the decision to meet her face to face. Naturally, our hero was stunned at how quickly the girl went into business mode and just sighed as he watched the two of them. He had never seen a girl like this before, so this was a huge change. Chris then apologized for her outfit as well. She already knew what had happened. "My name is Christina Brunhilde von Melvis," she said. She bowed to Hanami, explaining that she was the deputy commander of the second company and a member of the Western Order of Knights of the Kingdom of Ureta. Naturally, Hanami was delighted. Our hero, observing the smile on her face, assumed she had raised her eyebrows and begged her to just stay in her business mode. Upon entering the house, Chris proceeded to tell Hanami the whole story. The girl now realized that she was the same person Shiki-san had told her about. Just then, after bringing some pears, Shiki Kanji suggested taking a break. Chris repeated to our hero that everything was fine for the moment. Hanami then decided to return to the main topic. "I was asked to demonstrate my magic to her." Our hero was shocked that a girl could actually say that out loud, and Chris was shocked when she heard it. Chris claimed that she had already spoken using the magic she had just used. That, Hanami explained, wasn't enough to prove that she was an alien. Unsure if it was truly beyond the girl's capabilities, Hanami stated that it had to be something visible, similar to the teleportation scroll she had mentioned earlier. Chris went on to say that since she was a knight, she couldn't use magic like what was in the scroll. The magic circle of the scroll was drawn by her archmage friend using special magic, but it has since disappeared and is hidden inside her armor, so there are certain conditions and difficulties in using it. She was probably here because she unknowingly endowed it with magic when she was attacked by the orcs. Hanami blushed when she heard that she was attacked by orcs, since she used Hanami's favorite code word. Our neighbors realized that things were really bad. At that moment, I asked my friend to wait. "You're getting old," she said as she entered, and she felt like saying it again. After listening to Hanami's attempt to speak, Chris tried to determine if she had a problem. However, the girl asked permission to rephrase her question, and our hero was glad that Hanami was able to do so. Hanami then asked for a demonstration of the magic that a knight like her was capable of, which she could personally witness. Chris concluded that there was nothing wrong with this situation. However, she could only do it from the outside. They stepped out of our hero's house into the blazing sun. After all, she was a knight, not a mage, so Chris cautioned them not to have inflated expectations of her. However, Hanami clarified that they knew nothing about magic, and urged the girl not to worry. She explained that it was one of the most fundamental spells as they stood in front of Chris at that very moment expecting something incredible. As our heroes watched her intently, fire burst out of the girl's finger as they waved their hands. Like his friend, our hero stared in amazement at what she had done. When Chris finished demonstrating her magic, he explained that it was something like this and that it was nothing compared to other simple spells. Therefore, it was very easy to use something like this. He also mentioned that she could use some healing magic. After finishing her demonstration, she turned to our heroes and noticed that Hanami and Kanji were both in a stupor. She couldn't make sense of the expressions on the boys' faces, so she asked them to speak instead of keeping quiet. Hanami remembered how as a child she loved to read fantasy books and enjoyed stories about fantasy worlds where there was a lot of magic. The Harry Potter series of books was especially memorable. And now 10 years had passed. Now Hanami could see a girl from another world who had magic, and for that she didn't need to cast complicated and tricky spells at all. Christina explained that sometimes there was no time to cast a spell, and the boy confirmed it with a smile. Hanami decided to ask a few more important questions. Hanami decided to learn all the details about magic spells and started writing down important points in her notebook. The guy meanwhile was looking intently at his phone. The guy said that he had some important things to do and so he needed to go away for a while. Christina was very excited when the car left and she was left alone with Hanami. The brunette was happy to be alone with Hanami because now they would be able to communicate, and she asked for more details about the other world. Hanami promised to tell her everything she wanted to know about Kanji in return. Christine was interested in this and admitted that there was something really bothering her. The girl told about the moment when they first met and she couldn't handle her fatigue and fell asleep in the bathtub and the guy saw her naked. Hanami realized what the problem was and asked if she was scared at that moment. Christina answered that she was not afraid because the young man had let her into the house, and the next morning he was as kind and caring as he had been the night before. But for the women of the Melvis family to show their naked bodies to anyone but their husbands is unforgivable. Hanami was delighted and surprised at such strict rules from another world. The brunette thought of the young guy and decided that they were jealous of him because he had met such a young girl. only entered college and knew little about relationships with men. That's when they met Kaji, and he was a tactless, clumsy, and stubborn guy. He always showed unnecessary straightforwardness and seemed like an idiot, but now he showed himself to be a very kind and caring person. Suddenly the blonde said that she had no choice but to kill the guy. After all, he is a commoner and she is an aristocrat, so she has the right to kill. Hanami was surprised by such statements, but then Christine decided to pretend that nothing had happened. Especially during the conversation, she found out that this young man is a very kind person, and it would be stupid to take his life just because he sincerely wanted to help her. Hanami explained to the blonde that she had nothing to worry about, even though it was obvious that she felt lost in a completely different world and it was important to calm down and control herself. Hanami promised to get her superiors to help her solve this problem, but it would take some time. The brunette promised to do everything she could to make Christine a bride for Kaji, but the blonde was confused by this statement and asked not to joke about these topics anymore. Hanami explained that it would be easier for everyone to live with her partner than with just a friend, especially at night. Hanami admitted that she had also dated Kaji before, but that it had been a long time ago. Christina was immediately interested in this part of the story and asked for details. Hanami decided not to say it out loud and started whispering in her ear. Hanami was sure that she had seriously intrigued the blonde, although in fact she wanted to see the magical flame on video and send it to her boss as proof. Christine, meanwhile, was trying to comprehend everything her new friend had told her. The girls ended up laughing merrily and didn't even notice when the guy got home. Kedzi was glad that the two girls had found a common language and could talk normally. Kedzi asked his longtime friend if she had said anything unnecessary to the young girl, but Christina immediately asked about their previous relationship and Hanami explained that she had told her the whole truth. The guy felt awkward at that moment and explained that now they were just friends and there was no love relationship between them. Christina blushed with embarrassment and was happy about it, although the guy did not want to discuss this topic anymore. Then the young blonde began to discuss the topic of relationships, too emotionally reacted to the connection of a girl and a guy before their marriage, because for her it was unacceptable, and that's how she was brought up at home. Then all three of them went to the house and after a while Hanami admitted that she was very hungry. The guy decided to fix this problem, offered the blonde to eat too, but she did not react. Hanami advised her friend to cook something very tasty to cheer Christina up. Kedzi promised to do the right thing on his own and suggested that the girls rest in the room in the meantime. Kedzi still couldn't get rid of the attention of the brunette who wanted to help him in the kitchen, and then she offered Christina to join them and help cook. The blonde liked the offer and was instantly interested in it, but then Christina said that she would only get in the way, to which the brunette laughed and said that the three of them would be much better. The boy at this point was mentally regretting that Hanami was in his house, and then the girls started asking about the food they would be cooking. The guy answered that he wanted to make curry and that pleased the brunette who hadn't eaten this dish for a long time. Christina didn't know what she was talking about and Hanami continued to write down all the emotions and words of the young sorceress. Kedzi decided to quickly tell her that curry is usually associated with India, but in spite of this great dish has become a favorite of the Japanese, who really know how to cook it. Hanami of course agreed with this statement about Christina was very interested and already wanted very much to try this strange dish. The guy meanwhile suggested that the girls get busy and chop the vegetables. Both girls agreed to help, and the guy advised to cut them as big as possible, as curry is cooked with big pieces of vegetables. Kedzi did not forget to remind them that he had grown these vegetables himself and was proud of his work. The girls chopped the vegetables very skillfully and quickly and enjoyed the process, and Hanami complimented the blonde on her knife skills. Christina explained that she was able to rise to the high position of knight in her home country, rather than just marrying like an ordinary woman. After a while the girls reported that they had finished chopping the vegetables and the guy asked them to carry them to him. Soon the pot on the stove was boiling and the landlord decided to get busy making a sauce that smelled like butter. Kedzi explained that while the vegetables were boiling he decided to give this dish a certain specialty, because Christina would try it for the first time and needed to make everything unforgettable. The brunette praised her friend for being so courteous and resourceful. Soon everything was finished and the pleasant smell of great curry with rice was wafting through the house. Everyone was delighted with their work together and the brunette suggested not to waste time and to start eating immediately. Wishing each other a good appetite, the three of them began to taste the wonderful dish. Hanami said that it was reminiscent of the school lunch they had been given during their studies. Isekai'd was surprised that you had such an association and remembered those times too. After all, it was the flavor of the school curry that he took as the basis for his own dishes, especially it was the only thing he remembered from school. Such a sincere statement made Hanami laugh, but Christina looked at the two friends in bewilderment as she didn't know what she was talking about. Christina then carefully took a spoonful of the dish and decided to taste it for the first time in her life. After a short pause, the young blonde confessed that curry with rice is very tasty food and she just loves the flavor. And even though she's eating for the first time this dish, its flavor made her feel very nostalgic, even though she doesn't understand how that can be. Hanami and Isekai'd decided that it was curry that was just right for such occasions since it was a very homemade dish. The brunette then explained that she had already talked to Christina about the important topic and discussed that if people from another world belong to non-terrestrial life forms, it means that she is not a creature from this world. Therefore, unknown microbes and unknown organic cells and the like could be the source of a dangerous virus. The boy replied that he had long ago realized what the brunette wanted to talk to him about, since she always took such things seriously. But Hanami exclaimed that he should think about it seriously, because nothing had happened during the 3 days they had spent together, and maybe that was a good sign. The boy was surprised by the girl's calm reaction, as he had expected something different from his longtime friend. Hanami explained that her hobby and her important work are two different things. Therefore, if it became known that Christine was a threat to the country, she would not hesitate to take the necessary measures. But at this stage it is necessary to refrain from touching other people, and this applies even to the delivery of vegetables, because germs can spread in any way, and with incredible speed. The boy was shocked by this statement, as it jeopardized his entire farming business. Hanami explained that she wouldn't be in contact with people for a week either, and would have to make such sacrifices for the sake of safety. The brunette then decided to head home and asked where Christina was now. According to her boyfriend, she was still resentful because of their last conversation. Hanami advised her friend to learn more about the rules of the Melvis family. After that, the car took the brunette away, and the guy stayed at home thinking about further actions. When our hero returned home and said goodbye to business, he didn't know what to say to Yao-san. They were glad when he told Chris that Hanami had already gone home. Chris didn't understand why our hero didn't call her to say goodbye. "I wanted to apologize to her," the young man explained. After a brief pause, our hero decided to inquire about the rules of the Mavis family. Naturally, Chris was shocked to learn that our hero had asked the question. She then remembered that only her husband should see her naked, and she immediately thought of that. She also remembered Kanon, and I realized that the girl probably told him everything. After a while, our hero explained that Chris could use the bathtub to keep warm when he needed to call work. She logged into Han's cell phone and saw that he was going to call. She informed her that she knew about them because Juana had previously informed her about them. Our hero explained that he had a simple cell phone and only used it to make calls. Chris knew that people in this world could talk to each other over long distances, listen to music, and take pictures. The girl thought that science really does work wonders. Chris made a decision to go to the bathroom and relax in the tub after finishing her phone call. The next moment she was just thinking about different things that she didn't care about. She decided to make the young man explain everything today, so she jumped out of the bathtub and went to our hero's house to open the door after she got dressed. She heard our hero thinking about Yao-san. I can see why he was so pissed off. Chris turned to Kanji as he sat in the living room, and our hero assumed that since the girl was present, she was already done. Chris then made the decision to ask because our hero had previously informed her that he had no lovers, and the young man confirmed her statement. She then asked if the yukata she was currently wearing was meant for a woman, and Chris asked who had worn it originally. Our hero then clarified that no one wore it. Chris was stunned. He explained that he couldn't give it to his mother because he bought it for her. Naturally, our hero assumed that she would be happy as he snickered a bit. He informed her that she would soon die. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to put the yukata in the coffin. She was an old-fashioned and stubborn mother to the very end, and our hero was very happy that he could at least give her this yukata. She was clearly shocked to hear about this breakup with Chris, and after a brief period of silence, she apologized to Cuddy because he probably didn't want to tell her about it. You know, the character assured her that it was okay because people die in someone else's lives. Chris then decided that she was being childish in a tactless manner. The girl wanted to say something, but our hero got up from his seat and explained that he needed to teach her how to use the hairdryer. Despite Kanji Donna's strength and help, she was only thinking of herself. However, she was stunned when Chris told her about the hairdryer, and our hero escorted her into a room with a stunning mirror that invited her to sit in front of it. He showed me the device and explained that it was the same one he had mentioned earlier. Our hero asked if it would be okay if he touched the girl's hair as she sat in front of the mirror. Upon hearing about her hair, he was puzzled. Candy then immediately clarified that he could just teach her if she didn't want to. However, after a brief period of listening, Chris continued to agree, concluding that this was Japan and not her home country. Our hero then proceeded to dry Chris' hair, which left him puzzled. Our hero was taking care of her in every conceivable way. As he dried her hair, he hoped the girl wasn't hot or uncomfortable. Chris assured her that she was fine, but he thought our hero was touching her hair, so he turned around. Candy then stated that he thought the girl's fine, soft hair was very beautiful. They dried very easily. Then, using a blow dryer, our hero proceeded to style the girl's hair, who was quite puzzled by what he said. Lady number 2, who is single and violates Melville family etiquette by allowing a man to touch her hair, offers herself to him. I can see why she's considering it, but Chris was very puzzled and told himself that everything was fine in Japan. Our hero didn't understand why the girl said that. After they finished, Chris touched her hair and looked at her reflection in the mirror. As expected from science, she could feel how dry and smooth they were and that the young man was holding something very comfortable. Candy then informed me that he hadn't been feeling well for a day and couldn't use the hair dryer on his own. She was still afraid of the thing, so Chris couldn't do it. Since there was nothing else to do, Kanji made the decision to dry his hair the next day. Naturally, Candy was a little embarrassed to hear this and turned to Reese, who thanked our hero. Candy was also embarrassed by the confused look on the girl's face and the way she looked at him. With a heavy sigh, our hero went to the bathroom and remembered Chris, who I called by name, and looked at him spitefully. He looked so good as he explained that right after leaving the room he would go and take a bath so she could go to bed. I envisioned a room to decorate. Since the girl was a child and only 18, he concluded that it was not at all as he had imagined. Our hero was blowing bubbles in the water, trying to figure out why he was so anxious, because he needed to get ready. Our hero got dressed after his shower and walked into the living room to find Chris napping on the floor. He was puzzled as to why the girl was sleeping this way, assuming she was sick. Noticing how peacefully Chris was sleeping, our hero made the decision to call out to her, even though it was already evening. The very one, simply turning away from the young man, explained that she had overeaten and that her room was empty. Naturally, our hero had a great time hearing this from Chris and thought that the girl was still a child because he laughed at her. When morning finally came, a beautiful dawn illuminated the small village where our hero's house was located, and it was a magnificent landscape worthy of an artist. The heroes themselves were sleeping peacefully on the floor next to each other, enjoying the peace and magnificent joyful dreams that only happy people have. When Kanji opened his eyes on the floor of his house the next morning, he saw that he and Chris were lying in an embrace. He remembered that he had laid down next to her yesterday, and based on her perception of male-female relationships, it would have led to a misunderstanding, but nothing had actually happened. When Kanji looked more closely at Chris, he saw that the girl's yukata had already moved out and her shoulders were bare. Everything was horrible, so he made the decision to quietly get out from under her without waking her up. He clutched at Chris' yukata when he thought the task was done, at which point she turned around. The yukata was then taken away from her and the girl woke up. When our hero saw that Chris was about to get up, he made the decision to leave before she realized what was happening. Chris woke up from her nap and called our hero to wish him good morning. Since the girl was almost naked and not wearing a yukata, our hero tried not to look at her and wished her good morning too. When Chris realized that something was wrong, she screamed all over the house, staring at herself, not understanding what was going on. They then decided to sit down and talk, and Chris was very serious when talking to Kanji Dono. At this point, our hero was only giving her thoughtful answers, wanting to know what the girl wanted to tell him. The young man might even have something to say to her, she hoped. He explained that it was a mistake and that he wouldn't hurt her in any way. She thought it was just idle chatter when she heard the sword next to the girl, which she opened and used to try and kill our hero. It was more like an inevitable coincidence of events. The very same one just asked the girl to stop and ran away from her. Chris was furious and called for Kanji to stop making excuses, as she would now tear him to shreds. He then called Hanami, and the girl heard our hero on the phone and realized that he had survived. Our hero explained that he had to beg her for a long time to clear up the misunderstanding because it was a matter of life and death. Hanami didn't realize at the time if the young man had only called for that reason. He clarified that it wasn't. Feeling a bit ashamed, Hanami realized that he needed underwear after hearing our hero's request. Eventually, our hero realized that as far as he was concerned, Chris's world was devoid of bras and underwear. Our hero explained that he had given her a tracksuit so that she would have something to wear while walking down the street, despite his best efforts not to pay too much attention to Chris. However, he was a man and was quite out of place when something like this happened, which it did that morning. After thinking for a bit, Hanami took a deep breath and suggested that our hero order underwear online, which he thought was a wise choice. The young man didn't know what to do when he suddenly realized that they were different sizes, talking about cups. Upon hearing about the B cup, Hanami was flabbergasted and asked our hero to stop asking her about it. Our hero hoped Chris would have a moment after talking to Hanami. He hoped the girl wouldn't be upset at him anymore when he approached her. "I'm not here anymore," she explained. It was a misunderstanding, she realized. Unable to hear her mumbling, our hero was glad she was no longer upset. "Show her your laptop." After looking at the images on her laptop, our hero invited her to look at something for a while. But Chris was puzzled and couldn't figure out what it was. Looking at the model in the picture, she added that the girl's hair color matched her own. At the time, the girl thought he was a very bad person, believing he was collecting U-ride women. Our hero tried to explain to her that this was not true and that the girl was wrong, because the internet was in front of her and she could order there. Chris also didn't like her lewd appearance. Our hero asked Chris-san to stop because it was a model from another country. Chris told him that she would not tolerate his excuses and that she wanted to attack our hero again, and this time she would definitely deal with him. Our hero didn't understand how this could happen after seeing an angry Chris. When Hanami realized that everything was ready to send the letter, she took a deep breath and lay down on the bed, reasoning that she was in no position to say such a thing. However, these officials were moving very slowly. Even stubborn bosses like them probably believed in Chris' situation after watching that video. Ducking her face into her pillow, Hanami concluded that there was nowhere to rush if it would lead to a trial. She paid for the vacation because she felt she had enough time to deal with it. Also, food was not an issue and she did not want the circumstances to cause her stress, so she came to the conclusion that playing computer games would be a feasible way to spend her time in a way that gave her pleasure and relaxation. When Hanami asked her to show her flame again, she turned on a video of Chris demonstrating her magic. Hoping that it was appropriate, Chris agreed and demonstrated how she summoned the flame. Apologizing to Chris, Hanami explained that while it was convincing, some might consider it a trick. To make her believe that her flames were real magic, I asked her to make it more impressive. Chris decided that Hanami should show it to him after hearing her request, so he asked her to do so. She then asked everyone to pay close attention as she demonstrated the amazing fireball. Hanami was shocked when she saw the girl's hands separated and the ball she was holding broke. Chris saw that the girl was able to move freely despite the 3-piece restriction because she demonstrated that everything should go smoothly and asked her not to worry. Hanami couldn't understand the girl's freedom as she watched the balls move chaotically through the air. The girl was juggling fire when the balloons started spinning one by one. Chris apologized for the incident, saying she had been too careless and hoped the girl was okay. Seconds later, one of the balloons flew straight at Hanami, nearly hitting her. Naturally, Hanami's video, Kasumi Geisuki Tokyo, also captured this. Meanwhile, they were scrutinizing Chris' video at the immigration office in Tokyo. While Hanami was looking at Chris, it occurred to him that she could have brought them an unidentified virus from another planet, and it could have been a huge danger. Back in her room, Hanami sat and pondered. The girl went through a number of documents regarding the outbreaks of foot and mouth disease in Miyazaki, dengue fever, and other diseases. She only remembered the events that had occurred during that period. Because of Hanami, the suburban institution remained quarantined to this day. The girl's apartment was a mess, dishes unwashed, and she lay on her bed wondering when she would be contacted. The end of July was approaching as the truck rushed down the road. Exactly a week had passed since the night girl from another planet had shown up at our hero's house. Meanwhile, the truck pulled into the village where Shikakanji lives. It was 11 o'clock in the morning and it wasn't too hot yet. Chris, meanwhile, was reading a book and studying a map of the world when the sun was shining brightly. Looking at it, the girl realized that she had never seen such a detailed map, and wondered how a simple farmer could have such an interest. Our hero thought the girl was repeating these strange statements, so he went up to her and pointed to Japan, telling her they were there. The girl thought Japan was very small. Our hero then showed her Europe and told her that people like her lived there. Kanji made the decision to tell them that their ancestors are known in this world as Homo sapiens. Genetics and genome research had taught them a lot. Chris, of course, didn't understand anything about it, but she thought that was the whole point of science. That's exactly what our hero saw. Someone rang the doorbell at that very moment. Our hero decided to figure out who might have approached them, but Chris couldn't identify the type of sound. Kanji went on to say that it could have been the alarm or their neighbor Ido-san. Chris then noticed that there were no houses in the area, and our hero explained that it was actually less than a kilometer separating them. Then, with a man waiting for him, he made the decision to go to the doorstep. When the man asked if Kanji-sama lived here, our hero informed us that he did. The courier went on to say that he was bringing a package. Kanji was excited to hear that it was undoubtedly her, and informed Chris that the package had finally arrived. The girl was waiting for our hero, but she had no idea what he was talking about. When he handed her the package, Kanji explained that the girls had to connect the hooks on both ends of the bra to fasten it. Chris finally understood everything after hearing our heroine's story. The lingerie ordered online was in the box in front of her. Our hero wondered why he had taught the girl to wear a bra when he himself considered it indecent. Afterward, Chris struggled to stand up and wondered if she really needed to do it with her hands behind her back. She tried to button her sweater without removing her underwear, which she demonstrated to Kanji. When our hero realized there was nothing Chris could do, he offered to give the item to her so she could see how it should be done. He showed her how to button it up in the front, unfold it, and put it on. The girl said she hadn't even thought about it. Our hero, a little embarrassed, stood in the center of the room in the woman's bra and silently looked at Chris, who laughed. Chris realized that this was worth going to college for, as one would expect from Kanji Dono. The young man was extremely embarrassed, but he assumed she was laughing at him. Chris didn't understand why she was laughing at that moment, because on the contrary, she was very grateful to him. Chris explained that the young man had even bought new clothes for a freeloader like her, so she concluded that it had probably hit his wallet again. Our hero, turning away and a little embarrassed, told her not to worry because clothes aren't that expensive in this world. Chris suggested he finally take off his bra with a glance at Kanji. Our hero apologized to her, forgetting everything. He then walked away from Chris. The girl was shocked when she put on her underwear. Watching the astonished Chris, our hero asked about her emotions. Since this bra keeps her back straight, the girl thought it was fantastic. Looking at Chris, our hero realized what kind of underwear he was wearing, which made her very happy. The girl was really inspired at that moment. Looking back, he should have bought Western-style clothes at the same time. However, our hero felt that since the main problem had been solved, everything should have been fine. He was glad that he no longer had to look away. With tears in his eyes, he concluded that, after all, he could see everything. Chris didn't know why our hero was crying at the time. Thus, it was another peaceful day for them. As our hero was watching Chris, he saw that the girl kept looking at the map. The girl hadn't called yet, but Hanami said that he needed to spend as much time at home as possible. Besides, our hero remembered that the courier who delivered his package remembered him. Kanji thought about sending a message to let him know about it, but he was afraid that Hanami would get angry. After Chris called him, our hero went over to her and noticed that she was reading on her computer about the strange gravity field incidents that had occurred in various parts of Europe at 11 p.m. Japanese time. Utilities were interrupted and the internet went down for 3 hours in several parts of Europe. Several days passed. August was a month away. Our hero remembered what Hanami had been up to lately since they had once discussed her important business. Hanami explained that although she had managed to convince her boss, he now needed to see his superior. Naturally, the girl was unhappy with this bureaucracy. In addition, Chris stated that she had already applied for Kanji to be paid for the time he was unable to work. All our hero had to do was wait a bit. Hanami in the meantime was playing her games and talking to him on the phone. Our hero was trying to recognize the sounds she was making in the background and explained that he was having a lot of difficulties. Although 2 weeks had passed, no noticeable progress had been made. Trust is crucial for small and medium-sized farms. The only consolation for our hero is that Chris-san is gradually adjusting to this world. He could only imagine how many problems Yao-san's sudden supply stop had caused, and he took a deep breath, thinking that he was lucky to have Hanami to explain the whole situation to him. At that moment, the girl called him, holding the tomatoes in her hands, hoping that they would be enough. After coaxing Chris, the girl decided that she should take them to the truck and the young man thanked her with a smile. She thought something was wrong when the next moment she saw Kanji doing something. After examining his plants, the same person explained that they had to remove those leaves because they had gone bad. Chris then concluded that it was a vegetable disease. And so it was. Disease can be caused by climate, the amount of sunlight, or heavy rains. Generally speaking, there are two types of vegetable diseases, mold and virus. While mold can cause powdery mildew, false powdery mildew, gray rot, wet rot and similar conditions, viruses can cause mosaic virus, jaundice, asters, bacterial leaf streak and necrotic mosaic. After considering all the options, our hero explained that agrochemicals can be used to partially remediate those that fall into the mold category. Even if they show the most minor symptoms of disease, they can be cut back. Removing them is preferable to spending time and effort on agrochemicals if the disease does not go away. Our hero explained that he did not believe the mold had reached the roots, contrary to Chris's assumption. The cause was jaundice, a condition characterized by irregularly spreading yellowish-brown spots. According to Kanji, they wouldn't have been able to catch them if it was really a virus. Now seeing our hero, I realized what that meant. There was nothing that could be done to help them. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered that a girl had once told him that she was capable of using healing magic. Kanji Dono had told her about it, and she had explained that it was just magic. I was hoping that it could be applied to plants, not just humans and animals. Our hero realized that it could cure the disease after Chris explained that although their life cycle wouldn't change, it could be tried. He was very inspired after hearing this. Chris saw this and asked her to wait here. His dream of perfect, safe, organic vegetables could come true if she used healing magic. Chris asked him to listen, realizing he wasn't paying attention. While her magic wasn't very practical, it could be used to heal wounds quickly and relieve fatigue. But it's unlikely she'll be of much help anymore. Our hero calmed down upon hearing this, thinking that perhaps he had given up on his dreams too soon. She explained that nothing could be done if he lost an arm or leg in battle. Chris believed that a large number of soldiers in her country could return to the front lines after losing a limb. However, most of them would be working in the temple. Krishard informed him that many children attend the temple. They still have legs even if they lose an arm. They have eyes and ears even if they lose arms and legs. They can make copies of books or read them to the children in the temple. Chris stated that there will be jobs for everyone after our hero listens to her and thinks it is like school. However, they won't be able to make a decision. However, it doesn't matter if you have made a choice. He won't be able to choose a career or social position that he likes, even if his health is perfect. Chris apologized fervently to Kanji, explaining that her magic was useless in this situation. Listening to her, Kanji thought that in his opinion, Chris was still a child. However, he was wrong. He remembered how she had appeared at his door and told him that she had to return to the capital and report the situation immediately. The girl had lived there for 18 years, Kanji realized. When they got home, it was dinner time, and Chris was excited. She asked our hero what they would be cooking tonight, saying that she would help him, of course. Kanji laughed, thinking that the girl was acting like a child when it came to cooking. Now she was pondering what they could do. Our hero decided that something could be made from the bell peppers they were picking for us today. Chris was happy to hear that, and Kanji explained that he hadn't made them in a while. Stuffed peppers are the menu item for tonight. Naturally, Chris couldn't recognize the name upon hearing it. Bring whatever you need to cook. Our hero offered to get things started and explained that Chris would be seeing everything again soon. When he asked Chris to chop the onions, Kanji noticed that the girl was doing a better job. However, the girl's face when she peeled it the first time was hilarious because she was screaming that her eyes hurt so much. Deciding it was okay to start, our hero picked up some ground meat and spices. After Chris finished her portion, she hoped our hero would explain to her what to do next. After examining her, the same man concluded that she could stuff the peppers and put the minced meat in front of her, leaving no gaps. The girl agreed and proceeded to stuff the peppers until they were ready. When frying them in a pan with the meat side down, you have to be careful not to burn them. Kanji was watching them closely at this time. Chris, who was watching next to him, could hardly explain, but it smelled delicious. Our hero agreed since the flavor of the meat was so enticing. They added a few ingredients and were ready when he flipped the stuffed peppers from side to side and stirred them. The meal could begin. Chris decided that the table in front of them was a riot of colors and everything looked delicious. In addition, our hero wished everyone a good appetite and offered to eat. The food was delicious as they started munching on it. Looking at our hero, the girl pretended that it was very delicious to her. Our hero hoped that Chris would like it. Naturally, the young man saw through her and explained that Chris was completely incapable of lying. The same man asked not to be told that, explaining that while the okra was delicious and very pliable, the slight tingling was a bit odd. Kanji realized that he had made the yuzuko in his own way, and that he needed to be more careful. Okra was an expensive vegetable that emphasized the beauty of her skin. However, she couldn't help it if she didn't like it. Tasting it again after that, the girl started chewing. Surprisingly, they didn't seem that bad to her. The young man explained that stuffed peppers were very nutritious and good for the skin. A very expensive 10-year-old Yuzuko was added to the stuffing. Our hero recognized the girl's naivety. When she heard this, she naturally started eating again, realizing how delicious it was. Seeing that the girl still had a lot to learn about this world, our hero felt like a teacher looking at Chris. Everything has a beginning and an end. Our hero's day began with these thoughts as he closely watched Chris standing in the kitchen. Kanji went about his daily business as usual, and when evening finally came, he lit a cigarette. Sitting beside him, Chris watched the night sky and for a while pondered the multitude of stars that could be seen above. She asked, turning to face Kanji Dawn, adding that she had noticed that there was also a moon in this world. Then it came to him that she was here. Chris also warned me that it would be difficult at night without moonlight. Kanji agreed with her statement since Luna-sama performs excellently. Chris didn't know what our hero was talking about when he said it was the moon itself tonight. The moon itself, according to Kanji, is indeed so, and today is the day of the moon's growth. Chris found it mysterious, so they stood on the veranda and looked at the night sky. Our hero looking at Chris was a bit confused, as was the girl looking at the night sky. After all, there are many legends about the moon in Japan, although he didn't remember many of them. Kanji then suggested setting off fireworks to lighten the mood and hide his embarrassment. Chris, of course, had never heard of fireworks before. He left her alone for a while, then went looking for fireworks. Since he had a lot of them, he wanted to use them when Hanami arrived, so Chris asked him to give her the definition of fireworks. After that, our hero showed them to Chris by taking them out of the package. The girl just looked at them in surprise. Kanji made a decision to depict her in action. He invited Chris to watch closely as he lit one of the fireworks and demonstrated his work. The girl meanwhile sat down closer to the fire with the fireworks and watched intently. She shuddered and jumped up from her seat when she saw the fireworks begin to crackle and sparkle. According to our hero, it was amazing. He lit a Bengal fire and showed it to her. Chris thought it was really beautiful, but after a moment it disappeared. Kanji then said that he had a lot more and invited her to try it. Our hero explained that it was risky when the girl pointed them upwards after lighting them. Chris assured him that those flames meant nothing to her. Chris began to spin around, completely ignoring our hero's fears, and explained that it would look even more beautiful if she did it. Everything was amazing, almost magical. Our hero explained that she was now burning the yukata while looking at Chris. The very one turned around with Bengal lights and ignored him. They spent a lot of time lighting Bengal lights after dancing and enjoying each other. Chris got a little confused and at one point fell silent, just as our hero, who was watching her, got a little confused and just stared at the girl. As Chris looked at the fireworks that Kanji had given him, he realized it was the last one. They sat there looking at it after lighting it. Joy. Everyone didn't realize what happiness was until they lost it. A middle-aged farmer, retired as a wage earner, and a night wench who came from another planet. Turns out, two people whose paths would never have crossed meet, and they shone like these fireworks as a result of this fateful meeting. Looking back, our hero spent his last quiet evening with Chris-san under the stunning night sky. The next morning, a heavy downpour began. It had not been for a long time, and it was clear that the weather was gradually changing, as well as the seasons. Because in nature, few things can remain constant. They reached Hanami when it started, and the girl thanked them for waiting after she was relieved of important business. Meanwhile, Kanji's house 3 hours ago. He concluded that the weather was just awful by looking out the window, while Chris thought the rain was a boon for the farmers. According to Kanji, if it went on too long, the opposite happened. Since the amount of crops depended on the weather, profits naturally suffered greatly. If it rained a lot, the harvest was small. Moreover, as Kanji explained, it would rain for a whole week. Naturally, the girl was stunned upon hearing this. Our hero at the same time was discussing the weather forecast that was displayed on the computer screen. Chris didn't know what the weather forecast was when she heard that. Kanji went on to say that they were able to get a general idea of the weather conditions thanks to satellites. She thought the science was amazing, but Chris didn't understand any of it. Upon examining the laptop, our hero friend discovered that the north was missing and there was no connection. He thought this was extremely odd. Since there was no exact date, our hero friend didn't understand how Chris-chan's case could develop. At that moment, our hero received a phone call, and he heard Hanami calling him so early. She explained that the point was that the case had progressed. Since a similar decision was made in haste during the meeting with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Hanami apologized to him. Hanami agreed with our hero that the officials were completely misunderstood. She took a deep breath as she described how she thought they had confirmed that she was an alien, and that half of them didn't believe it until they actually saw her. Besides, they wanted to confirm something else. She was portrayed as European in appearance. As a result, they demanded hard evidence that she was not malicious. When our hero found out about this, he only looked at Chris fearfully, and she also looked at him, not understanding the negative intentions the girl was talking about. Hanami said she would come and tell you everything in detail, but shortly after that our hero's signal stopped working altogether. At that point, the connection broke and the phone informed our hero that he was out of range. Chris hoped that nothing had happened, looking at the young man who didn't understand why everything ended so suddenly. Since her body is from another world, perhaps she is a carrier of a virus or other unknown germs. So our hero decided to explain everything to her in chronological order. Before Kanji realized that it was just a possibility, the girl had already talked about the virus inside her body and understood. Chris came to the conclusion that she looked like Ricardo the adventurer, so he jumped up from his seat. When our hero heard that expression, he had no idea what she was talking about. It was a tale from the kingdom of Isekai'd. The adventurer Ricardo and his group had long ago found an island that wasn't listed on any nautical chart. They befriended the locals by meeting them there. However, a few days later, one of his other allies suddenly began to die. Ricardo and the group fled to the mainland out of fear for their lives, but the deaths continued there. Chris then wanted to add something more, but our hero offered to buy tea and asked not to continue as he knew it was undoubtedly a pandemic. In complete silence they drank their tea. Eventually, our hero carefully watched a slumped Chris sitting across from him. Kanji tried to convince her that nothing had happened in the 2 weeks they had been together, that she would get a medical examination and tell her story. That should have been the end of it. Our hero thought this was typical of this country. He visited her whenever he could, hoping to get a warm welcome. Perhaps they would get her an apartment within the city limits. After telling her that he would let her work here, Chris tried to stop him by talking to Kanji Dono. She was crying as she turned to our hero at that very moment. Chris immediately smiled and told her that she was joking and she had nothing to worry about, even though he wanted to explain something to her. Nights like this are useless in this world. They are like death, in a way. Our hero thought it wasn't like her to hear the girl's reasoning, but she didn't understand what he was talking about. Kanji concluded that the stories of knights and lost limbs were lies because she continued to live in such a world. He felt that he really thought that was amazing, so she gritted her teeth and continued. He asked her not to speak so nonchalantly, as if she felt lifeless, because he respected her. Naturally, Chris was stunned by our hero's emotional reaction to this. Then the young man sat down and Chris just laughed. She apologized because she was just curious and he was trying to comfort her that way. And Kanji didn't understand why she was laughing at that moment. Naturally, she did. Kanji laughed, saying that his lack of tact really surprised him. Chris thought that she couldn't compete with him. The two of them then laughed. They both fell silent as they looked at their watches, and assured the girl that everything would be alright and that it would soon be over. Then they heard the clatter of wheels and realized that Hanami seemed to have arrived. Chris hadn't seen Hanami-san in a long time. He wanted to talk to her again, but this time it was going to be completely different and it would take less than a minute to realize it. As they moved forward, they noticed a group of people in chemical protective suits standing in front of them. Naturally, both Chris and our hero were stunned. Hanami then turned to Kanji-kun and said that she had come for him. When something happens that they can't understand, people freeze in place. However, the cruel hands of time will never stop. The whole place was fenced in. The place was inspected and prepared for preventive maintenance. There were many employees in protective suits everywhere. Our hero just looked on in shock at what was happening, with Chris standing behind him as the roads to Mitsuyama were blocked off, and the people in chemical suits asked for communications to be jammed until the facility was turned over to their supervision. As the men had repeatedly stated, they were now taking the facility under additional supervision. It is now 1 hour to 11 minutes past the hour. Kanji reads something so unexpected that he didn't realize what was going on. Hanami apologized to our hero, but said she was also stunned. According to the girl, Japan has historically been a bit slow to take such action, as evidenced by the bird flu, Miyazaki's foot and mouth outbreak, or dengue fever. But she said not to worry. All losses, including Yao-san's, would be covered by the government. Hearing that, our hero thanked me. Chris was talking to Kanji Dono at the time she noticed those people. Despite their strange clothes, she assumed that these people were government employees. She concluded that she would have to accompany them. Our hero tried to assure her that he hadn't fully grasped the situation yet after learning that Chris was so reserved. Our hero realized that Hanami had mentioned that they needed to make sure of something else when she stated that they weren't just here for prevention. Hanami clarified that he might find what she was about to say incomprehensible. However, recent years had seen a recurring case of anomalous phenomena that defied scientific explanation, with countless reports of unusual weather, natural disasters, and generally mysterious events occurring around the world. The latest incident occurred in Europe. The cause is unknown, but utilities stopped working due to exposure to electromagnetic waves. At this point, our hero remembered an article he had read about it. Hanami approached him and explained that although the video she had sent had piqued the interest of an international organization, she would not go into details because it was confidential information. Our hero looked at her with surprise and realized it was magic when she wanted to add something. It was, Hanami explained, but the fact that the girl was from another world opened up a whole world of possibilities. Right now, however, the first priority was to prevent an epidemic. The girl, who blushed a little, remarked, "They're like a science fiction movie, or it might seem like everything going on is just an illusion." Hanami noted that now they have to take Chris to the Japanese Self-Defense Forces hospital for a checkup. But this is reality. She assured me that Chris would be safe, that she would be taken care of, and that nothing negative would happen. Our hero asked us to stop and talk about everything first, but Chris assured him that everything was fine and asked her to take her with her. Our hero was shocked by the girl's reaction because he was very worried, but she explained that it was Japan and that she had to do as the officials of the country said. She doesn't have to worry about anything because that's what Hanami Dono said. After that, Hanami thanked Chris for trusting her and bowed to her. Naturally, she clarified that Kanji-kun would be examined as well. She even laughed a little at this moment to our hero. The young man was shocked to learn that he would have to be examined as well. Chris knew that she would have an easier time with Kanji Dono. Since they were male and female, Hanami explained in detail that they would be placed in separate rooms. They would be left alone. Naturally, upon hearing about the inspection, our hero suspected that this would be the case and that they would have to leave immediately. For this, Hanami expressed regret over the matter. Although our hero thanked Hanami for the compensation, he could not leave the world in such a state, at least not for a short time. Is there any way to delay this matter? Kanji asked. However, Hanami clarified that it was impossible. Since the national arrangements had already been made, she apologized to him. Furthermore, Yao-san and the courier who brought him the laundry would be hospitalized. However, after hearing all this, our hero explained that their meeting was short-lived. Hanami then asked how many people he had encountered. She also informed him that he had met 236 people. He had had many encounters up to this point. All of them were now quarantined at home. Kanji should have now realized the importance of planning and implementing anti-epidemic measures. Our hero expressed regret to her. Now he understood everything. He only said that he couldn't stay in the same room with her and Chris. However, they would be studied and interrogated. I think he clarified that she's from another planet. It's going to be very difficult for her because she only knows them. Chris was flattered to know that he was so fiercely protective of her. Hanami was the only one our hero asked to solve this problem. He genuinely thought she was amazing. He respected her, but asked her not to speak so nonchalantly as if she felt lifeless. With all that in mind, Chris clarified that she was a knight and that she had no problem taking care of herself. Besides, Chris really wanted to visit a Japanese city. She thought that there was nothing here and that it was boring to help with chores. She turned to Kanji and said that it was okay with her because she also wanted to try the cuisine of the city. When he looked at her, it was clear to me that Chris-san really didn't know how to lie. He looked at the girl who was smiling at him at the time. There was nothing else from him. The three of them then turned to dear Kanji Dono at the Japanese Self-Defense Force Hospital. When he had told her that the city wasn't really a city, she had been taken aback. But now she finally realized what he meant, and its world was truly amazing. Even though it had only been half a day since they had been apart, this world was incredible. The whole time all I could think about was him. She was taken to an institution while Chris was driving around town at the time. She, on the other hand, was fine and had no problems. She realized that now that she was in this facility, she didn't need to complain. Therefore, the girl was in the A25 detention center, so all that was left to do was to wait and be patient. And since she still had the pride of the knights from the Isekai'd kingdom, she didn't need to complain. After all, it was necessary to show resilience and confidence in her abilities. There was a knock on the door as Chris entered the isolation room and turned to face the chamber in front of her. Standing in front of him were three girls dressed in suits. They exchanged greetings and expressed their joy at seeing Chris-san. Chris expressed her gratitude to the girls for taking care of her during her stay here, but she decided to take care of herself by bowing. The girls were sorry, but she wasn't allowed to do so by the rules. When the girl noticed them bowing, she asked them to raise their heads and apologize to them. The same people immediately stood up and said they were available for Chris. As far as the girl should have known, Kanji Dono and the others were also in this hospital at the moment. The nurses acknowledged that, but they were in a different isolation ward at the time, and Chris didn't understand why they were being brought here in different cars, smirking. They told you they couldn't explain how it violated the rules. After learning about the rules, Chris realized that they were talking exclusively about them and that it would be difficult to connect with these girls. They apologized, admitting that the girl must be tired from the trip, but she needed to get a medical checkup immediately. She then remembered Kanji's statement that he too had a checkup once a year, and Chris realized what they were talking about. She also remembered that Kanji had warned her that she might feel discomfort when they used the syringe to draw blood. Chris thought about it, and the nurses thought there might be a problem, but there wasn't, so Chris agreed. They then informed her that they would bring her dinner as soon as they were done. Naturally, the girl couldn't wait to eat the city food that awaited her. The nurses placed a glass in front of her and explained that the first step Chris had to take was a urine test. Chris was shocked to see that she had to have it done right in her, not understanding why it was necessary when the girls asked her to fill the jar to the red line. They then informed her that they needed to assess her health and condition before they could offer help if she so desired. Naturally, Chris figured she could handle it alone, so the girls waited until she used the restroom. As Chris looked at that jar, he thought there was something wrong with her, and that she was ashamed that she had to do this. Hospitalization. Day 3, somewhere in Tokyo, there was also a meeting of people, and the focus of the case of Chris San from Mitsuyama village was brought to their attention through a report. The girl claims that the family consists of an older brother, mother, and father. This is all the information that is known about the kingdom of Isekai'd. They have also collected blood and urine 3 times a day in accordance with the Protection Act during anti-epidemic measures. No abnormalities have been detected so far. Investigation of the mysterious phenomenon known as magic includes the following. Since approved subjects have shown differences in the names of some items, the magic of translation is in question. The investigation will continue. Regarding the phenomenon of fire, a test using 3D thermography was conducted, and the results obtained using the scientific method demonstrated that the phenomenon is currently beyond reasonable explanation and violates the law of conservation of mass. The imaginary people in the audience were alarmed when they realized that the real magic was in front of them, believing that the girl was really from another world. The presenter explained that he felt that further testing was required as there were still many unknown factors. In addition, an experiment on mice had yielded positive results regarding her healing magic. However, a final decision has not yet been made and the findings have yet to be processed. This case could develop into a global problem. It was assumed that someone in the audience would notify the international organization in advance. Another suggested that stricter medical supervision might be required. Finally, during their conversation, the man who had read the report said that the girl's statement about the adventurer Ricardo contained something intriguing. Chris, meanwhile, sat in her bed in isolation ward 25. Speaking of the explorer Ricardo, his team had encountered indigenous peoples after landing in unexplored territory. His team members died one by one after contracting a certain disease. Ricardo escaped to his homeland. However, he too became infected, and the country eventually collapsed. Many people in the audience immediately thought of the plague, since it could be a carrier of unidentified germs, and anti-epidemic measures could require extra caution. It could have been just a fairy tale. Then someone knocked on Chris's door and she saw the 3 girls who always visited her. They served her pasta for lunch as she had requested. The girl had been waiting for this for a very long time, so she was thrilled to hear it. Her appetite was definitely whetted by the indescribable smell coming from this pasta. The only enjoyable aspect of this place was the food, so there was nothing to do because it was so boring. She wished a pleasant appetite in Japanese, deciding it was time to start eating. Everyone waited to see what the girl would say after tasting this food, and she talked about how delicious it was. The pasta is made from tomatoes and ground beef and is called spaghetti with meat sauce. She immediately remembered Martha's tomatoes after tasting it. The seasonings in this pasta are a little different than the ones Kanji Dono used to add without realizing what she was doing. They have cooked together many times since then. Our hero claimed that the girl ate 3 servings because she ate too much, which he thought was too much. Chris then told him that it was really good for her, and she remembered that it was one dish she had cooked with him. Chris felt a nice sense of nostalgia remembering those happy times. She also remembered going to the harvest and eating a variety of vegetables. Since the fresh vegetables were so sweet, our hero was delighted to watch Chris's happiness. She remembered that he had to take responsibility for seeing her naked. Since he thought he only had to follow her instructions, our hero just agreed with her. He would take responsibility. At that moment, Chris was even a little embarrassed to hear this. She started to mumble and the phone rang, interrupting them. Of course, maybe he didn't see her as a woman. Chris was clearly upset that our hero hadn't listened to her to the end. Chris thought back on all of this and wondered about the identity of Kanji Dono. The girls were watching her intently at the time, but they were interrupted by someone else entering the room. They had to talk. Chris didn't mind at all when the girls told her that they would have to leave for a while. Until they came back, she would eat. Then came the 4th day of hospitalization. The next day the girls hung curtains in the room and Chris, standing behind them, looked at them and touched them, not realizing what they were. After explaining to the girl that she had to be in that part of the room on orders from her superiors, they proceeded with the usual blood and urine tests. Verification tests were run, healing magic was used, and Chris was currently treating the mice. She then realized that these mice were different from the ones that came in yesterday. Looking at Chris, the doctors were stunned at her ability to recognize her. She explained that they were different mice. The girl was then puzzled as to why the other mice were not used. They did not respond to her. The girl was then placed in MRI machines and subjected to numerous examinations. Then dinner was finally waiting for her. However, she skipped dinner tonight as she was informed that a gastrointestinal exam was scheduled for tomorrow. Day 5, hospitalization. After Chris was examined again, her hospital stay continued for a 6th day, during which she was photographed, her magic was filmed, and she worked with mice again. On the 7th day, food was brought to her and the nurses hoped that the girl had finished eating, but Chris just stared out the window without answering. As the days went by, Chris clarified that she wasn't here to entertain them. It was another day of being in this facility as she sat in the dark. Chris realized that it was already the 10th day of his stay in the hospital. The same girls met with her again in the morning, and when they noticed that Chris didn't look well, they assumed he was having trouble sleeping. One of them assured her that everything was fine and asked her to ignore it, and they offered to draw blood from the girl. When they noticed that her whole arm was already pierced, they took another look at her and saw that the girl was very scared on the first day. As she discussed the syringe in the nurse's hands, she began to question whether they were really going to draw blood from her with this device. She was told to relax and not to worry on the first day. Chris was screaming in pain that day. Chris screamed in pain and begged for help when they asked her to relax her arm. Even though it was only the first few days, she was already taking the injections calmly. As lunchtime approached, they noticed that the little girl had not even touched her food. She thanked them for the food and said she wasn't hungry at all, but drank orange juice. Afterwards, the girl at the center asked Chris-san to listen. What they did was different from a standard hospitalization. According to their examination, she was in good health, so when she wanted to continue, Chris said she understood because they had discussed it many times. But the girl said she didn't understand. The tests will go on if this continues. Of course I wouldn't want that, Chris. The girls then advised her to eat healthy and try to get enough sleep. They could bring her a cozy pillow to sleep on if she wished. Chris explained that her fear stemmed from a dream she had had. 2 days had passed since then. She felt terrible when she saw Kanji Dono and Hanami Dono, who were sick and suffering because of her. Chris was very concerned about the girls, so she turned to them and asked them to let her know if they were okay. She asked them to give her a brief overview of themselves, but they were unable to do so because of the rules. Chris, who was flabbergasted, started to get annoyed because she couldn't understand why they were always discussing these rules. She leaves, stating that she's had enough. She was so flustered when the girls tried to stop her that she pushed one of them, fell and dropped all the food. Chris was horrified by this. The girl then assured her that she was fine and that she shouldn't worry. Chris only needed to stay in her room and apologize. Then, when she was in her room, the nurse told the people who had been watching Chris the whole time what had happened. After all, it was a great excuse to chat. That night, the girl tried to go to bed, but at 8 p.m., someone knocked on her door. And it turned out to be a complete surprise at such a late hour. Chris apologized to her when she saw the same girl. The nurse told her that the emergency call was more important to her and asked her not to think about it. She explained that she knew about them when she was shown the cell phone and that it was a call. Chris saw Hanami Dono using it. Chris then heard Kanji Dono, whose voice she hoped had been heard. The girl screamed so loudly into the receiver that he was surprised. When Chris heard him, she was so relieved that Kanji almost went deaf and told her to calm down and be quiet. The girl went on to say that she was feeling nostalgic because they hadn't spoken in a while. It had only been 10 days, our hero explained. That was still a long time for her, even though she knew, recognizing that he was referring to the small room. Chris looked at hers and explained that it was actually quite large and luxurious. Kanji concluded that time had indeed passed slowly while she sat idle in such a small space. When our hero noticed Chris discussing the room like that, he assumed he had another room and asked if everything was okay. Worrying about Chris explained that while she was fine, she felt she had reached her tipping point and wanted to leave the place. According to Chris, she was very comfortable and our hero was happy to hear from her. She ate 3 meals a day in peacetime. She no longer went to that room and begged to be rescued. That is exactly what she said. Our hero expressed regret to her. She was shocked to hear it and didn't understand Chris' apology because everything was fine. Kanji then asked if she had looked at the moon today. Chris knew he was a terrible liar, and it was a shame that she was the reason our hero was in the hospital too. The girl looked out the window and I heard about the moon. There was a beautiful full moon in the sky today, explained the nurse standing next to her bed. Chris stated that since it rained every day, she didn't look out. Our hero was stunned. She opened the curtains to reveal a stunning moon shining in the sky, stating that it was truly beautiful. Such a view acted as a real sedative. He realized that her curtains had been closed all along. After examining this moon, our hero asked if he could compare it to the moon in her world. The girl explained that since there were no stars in the sky, the moon probably seemed more beautiful. There are many explanations, including the fact that they were in the city. At this point, Chris made the decision to tell Kanji Dono about how great the restrooms here were. The girl next to him laughed at that very moment. The nurse was puzzled as to why Chris brought up this topic. Such a small thing didn't matter. Chris felt extremely embarrassed when he heard Chef Dono laughing and calling out to the girl, the nurse who was always looking after her. Kanji was also amused because she suddenly started discussing toilets. Chris sighed and pouted, describing how wonderful they were. It was nice, though Chris had already forgotten what they talked about afterward. That night she had another dream. She was an adventurer who was traveling the world with Kanji Dono. No one was in danger, only she knew of the adventurer Ricardo's happy ending. 3 weeks later, at the end of August, the exams were over and the village wrestling group was also disbanded. But he faced a discouraging image that seemed to explain why they were weeds in this serene and painfully familiar environment. Despite the fact that he had taken good care of it every day since he became a farmer, the foliage rose triumphantly toward the sky. This demonstrates exactly what would have happened if he had neglected his duties. The fact that the typhoon passed by made our hero believe that his field, which was in terrible condition, was even worse. Our hero couldn't believe it when she saw that its top was covered in embers, which were also bent. She had only put these pegs on the top in amber, but it was a complete mess everywhere. If our hero had known he was going to the hospital, he would have made the pegs thicker or at least cut the stem in the middle. Then he noticed that the root was still there, 60% or not, and he wondered if he would be able to harvest at least 50% of the crop. Topinamber, also called American potato, is native to North America and is a perennial plant of the genus sunflower, family Asteraceae. It blooms with yellow flowers in the summer and is harvested in November and December. Now it's time to harvest summer vegetables. But seeing all his land in a terrible state, he gave up for the first time. Kanji also went further and realized that it was the same here. Realizing that it could still be called a relief, our hero went back inside and lit a cigarette, noticing that about half of it was dead, since he wouldn't be able to grow for a few years if they were spraying chemicals that could harm the human body. He had no choice but to consider it a small act of mercy. As he walked towards the house, Kanji noticed that a long time had passed. Finally, he was home. He found that everything had been completely destroyed by looking around at what had happened to his vegetable garden. As our hero fell to his knees, he thought that he was probably being bullied and that all the weeds were also present. Now he understood the meaning of the spirit of the weed. He discovered that the ginger was whole and happy while he was combing through the weeds. Our hero thought of his ginger while weeping. About his bountiful ginger. Nothing could be done, but he had his ginger. Our hero at this time was dancing joyfully. When Chris saw him, he would have concluded that his silly jokes today had given him a much more optimistic look. When our hero heard Chris apologizing to her, he realized that there was no one behind him. He also saw Chris in his field helping him pick tomatoes and realized there was nothing he could do. After all, there was no way he could influence a powerful government organization. Circumstances took an unexpected turn the next day. It is difficult to identify a virus that does not exist in this world. At that moment, our hero was in a cab, staring at his cell phone. To identify a pathogen that has not yet shown symptoms, a lot of research is needed. It was decided to include public universities, hospitals, and research centers in Japan in the study. While our hero on Hanami's call was riding in a cab, he noticed his familiar girlfriend from afar and hurried over to her. She turned around at our hero's call, greeted Kanji, and expressed her joy at seeing him. According to the same person, now was not the time to celebrate. The girl apologized for not being able to attend his discharge, and the results were in this morning. She had a lot of things to do, and our hero decided it would be best if you were there. They were supposed to discuss everything here. He didn't expect to have to go back to the hospital so soon. Then they went to the office, where they were able to discuss the important topic, sitting at a table across from each other. According to Hanami on the phone, they eventually came to the conclusion that Chris is just like everyone else in the world. In other words, Chris is also an intelligent being, and this can be considered as great news before further action. After our hero interrupted Hanami, who asked for permission to finish whatever would be discussed next, he came to the conclusion that she is not from another world. That's just a theory. Her residence is in another era and place. A parallel world is a world of another universe. He had heard of a parallel world. Our hero was just repeating what the girl said. She explained that he had the correct understanding and that while it could be called Earth, it was not. Naturally, in the mainstream of science fiction, this result was hard to accept. The possibility had been discussed for years, even among theoretical physicists, and Hanami, like everyone she had talked to, had come to this conclusion for 3 reasons. He began by confirming the existence of herpes viruses, which are responsible for shingles and chickenpox. The girl appeared to have had a similar illness as a child. Investigation confirmed the existence of the disease, which led them to their next conclusion: confirmed parasites. Our hero was horrified when he found out about the parasites, and Hanami was puzzled as to why. Most Japanese also had similar problems. He knew that manure could be used to fertilize crops, and our hero had the right attitude, as one would expect from a farmer. Vegetables became more nutritious when human waste began to be applied to crops as fertilizer. Parasites, on the other hand, were a problem. The parasites found in Chris's body were identical to those found on Earth, according to their examination. Then our hero remembered that, come to think of it, Chris had previously stated that she didn't like raw food, except for freshly picked vegetables. Hanami went on to say that she hadn't gotten a prescription for antibiotics yet. Finally, the existence of magical beasts and magic. At this point, they both fell silent and turned away from each other. Our hero breathed a sigh of relief when Hanami explained that they seemed to have given up. However, some scholars say that barbarians, goblins, and orcs disappeared 1,000 years ago. We're not discussing Denisovans and Neanderthals. According to Hanami, scientists simply gave up on magic because it ignores the law of conservation of mass. The magic of body enhancement was the most amazing. Magic trumped science. All the doctors were stunned when Chris showed it off, and Hanami thought Kanji felt well enough to live. Our hero was glad he hadn't done anything strange. As they walked through the hospital, Hanami stated that they couldn't predict the effectiveness of their countermeasures when dealing with pathogens from the magical world. While there were some theories, everyone eventually came to the conclusion that no country would be able to handle the situation in this case. Chris was discharged from the hospital for this reason. Our hero came to the conclusion that they probably overreacted because he didn't understand this country. However, it was wonderful to know him and to know that he was okay. Our hero was upset when he heard Hanami say that because he had to sit here for 3 weeks and she was discharged after a week. Although she asked him to calm down, she didn't believe that the actions taken were wrong because given the worst-case scenario, it was necessary to act quickly. She claimed that when she first started working at the Foreign Office 10 years ago, they were ridiculed at the station for taking SARS so seriously. However, she added that these measures were put in place specifically for such situations. At that point, they had just reached Isolation Ward 25A, where a nurse was waiting to escort them inside. As they did so, she looked calm and confident. Our hero hoped that all was well and that the girl looked fine, but the nurse explained that she was a little tired and might need specialist help. Our hero saw the double security doors as she led them inside, and Hanami thought they were fantastic. When they entered the room, our hero noticed Chris lying in bed. He also noticed that the room was much larger than the one he was in. She turned around, surprised to see our hero, who she recognized from hearing that voice. He greeted her happily, seeing Chris. Both our hero and Chris were beyond excited to see each other. It was a long-awaited moment for the 2 young people. Hanami, who was standing behind them, thought that seeing the prince and princess was so touching that she invited them to kiss. Hanami told me to hurry up. Our hero was confused by the girl's sudden lack of seriousness. Chris was just giggling at the cuties when he thought the examination was over because the boys were present. The nurse then explained that, like she said, they would be moved to the general ward tomorrow, but she could relax in the meantime. When Chris mentioned that she would prefer to do something other than relax, the nurse bowed and apologized, saying that she was aware of the rules. Chris explained that she was relieved to see the nurse without the mask when she realized she was standing in front of her. The nurse was shocked and blushed a little. Looking at Chris, our hero assumed that the girl was in a good mood, and she echoed his assessment. Chris reported that she felt fine and that the nutritious meal was good, but she wanted to stretch because she had lost her figure. Chris was a little confused the next moment, and Hanami, who ran out, explained that she was going to get tea. The nurse also decided that it was time for her to leave, so they both hurried towards the door, leaving our hero alone with the girl. This situation made them both feel very awkward. They just turned away from each other and remained silent. Kanji turned to Chris and decided to speak first. The girl smiled at him and immediately told him that she was glad he was okay. Our hero explained that he couldn't hold back because they were alone now. Chris added that while he had probably figured it out by now, she wasn't really hiding anything. She clarified that it was more complicated than she had expected. The girl claimed that she had been thinking about her missing teammates the whole time, and their relationship had turned bleak. Naturally, our hero was stunned that Chris was considering this. Since she had failed and demanded a reprimand, she considered herself as pathetic as a knight. All Kanji did was to take her hands and pat her hands. Chris was shocked because she hadn't felt someone's warmth for so long. She was lonely, our hero was sure. She clarified that it didn't matter that she was lonely because she was okay now. However, our hero realized that wasn't true. She didn't want to be here, Chris clarified. She wanted to go back to her parents' house. He had absolutely no tact. Despite not knowing anything, he acts like someone else and constantly made fun of her like a child. She hated everything about it. Then she screamed at the whole ward, crying. After that, our hero just hugged her, letting the girl cry. He was with her, as evidenced by his hug. Chris just started crying and screaming even louder, begging her not to mess around. He didn't know what he wanted in his arms, and he always acted like this. She started sobbing and screaming. Hearing this, Hanami and the nurse standing outside the door bowed their heads. Hanami was stunned that our hero had just mentioned that he was with her. She had to make him take personal responsibility. When she looked at the nurse, she noticed that she was crying and was shocked. The nurse then remembered what had happened, and she seemed to have failed as a nurse. Hanamiti could not understand her theme. The nurse, after all, had done her best to fulfill her duties. Our hero, somewhat confused, nevertheless heard them and considered them as he emotionally hugged Chris. Chris ended up in a different room the next day, and Honame visited her to see how she was doing and to see if the girl liked her new space. Honame explained that spending time here would be much easier. Chris was told about the children's voices. She then began to look around. Hanami was shocked to learn that Chris was trying to find Kanji. He went home to worry about his fields if she was looking for him. Chris, of course, couldn't understand how the girl saw that. Hanami decided that it was necessary to explain to Chris what would happen after he was discharged, because she thought he was very sweet and a little embarrassed. Chris clarified that she already knew that she would be staying with her at the hotel. Hanami exclaimed that it was the perfect VIP treatment and that they would even have a police escort. Naturally, Chris didn't know what it was, but she was glad that they would be spending time together. Hanami couldn't contain her desire to hug the girl. She told her that she loved her and was beyond excited. Naturally, Chris felt a little ashamed of what she had done. After calming down, Hanami clarified that they wouldn't be together all the time. Since Hanami was already 30 years old and unmarried, Chris decided it would be best for her to find a fiancé. She was already an adult and had her own business. Hanami felt that she really loved her tough side, and it struck her in the heart. Hanami then explained that Chris had several options. She could continue to live in Tokyo and help with her magic studies after they broke up. Besides, she had the choice of living alone or doing something else. Our hero meanwhile worked tirelessly. September was coming to an end. He was reclaiming land and sorting vegetables for processing. He remembered the conversation with Hanami. Why he had not objected to Chris living with him was beyond her comprehension. She had described the infection. After all, she'd claimed she could eradicate the virus from his farm when she'd first arrived. And he should have been afraid, it seemed. Needless to say, our hero was terrified of them. They lived together, so it was hard to believe, but all was well. Our hero was hopeful for Hanami and realized that she would be living with Chris. He clarified that he would not take her with him despite the girl's expectations. He was a 30-year-old farmer and she wasn't supposed to live with him. Hanami tried to figure out why he had mentioned Chris that time. She didn't believe our hero was dishonest. He wasn't, Kanji clarified. He had simply said she could turn to him if she needed him. Hanami wondered if our hero didn't know how many people had suffered in the past because of such delusions. He had no idea what she was talking about, and the whole hospital was staring at them because they were talking so loudly. Our hero was spending his time at home, going about his usual business. He thought he heard Chris's voice asking what to make for breakfast and asking him to always address her by her first name when it was breakfast time. Remembering this, our hero realized that he had never told her. He went back to work in the field doing all the routine tasks. Then he believed he saw Chris. He remembered all the time he spent with her and concluded that he was lonely without his girlfriend because he was constantly thinking about her. When he got home, the phone rang, and Hanami, who was furious, couldn't understand why our hero couldn't answer it since she called him so often. Since he had just gotten into the truck after his work day, Kanji apologized. Although it came as a shock, Hanami will see Yao tomorrow. When our hero asked the girl why she had to do that, she explained that the compensation issue was still open. Plus, she should apologize. Our hero must have heard what happened, and Hanami realized it was true. After he was discharged, he heard Yao's poor health led to his hospitalization. On the 10th day, he fell ill. He apologized to them many times in person and over the phone on the same day. Nevertheless, he made the decision to accompany her. That would be very helpful, Hanami thought. She then made the decision that she could handle the payment. Asking Hanami, our hero hoped that Chris was alright. Hanami was a little stunned by this, but she explained that the girl had completely assimilated into society, and that our hero was happy, hoping she would arrive tomorrow. Hanami then realized that although our hero didn't mean it, it seems that he was willing to take her into his care. Hanami clarified that he wouldn't take her with him because it was just a business trip. Hanami thought he was about to be subjected to Shiki Kanji's extraordinary magic. When our hero noticed that Hanami had just hung up the phone, he assumed she was being her usual self, since it was a normal business trip, and it turned out she'd be staying for her monthly checkups. Kanji knew Chris wouldn't be attending. He knew he could meet her there, but he didn't know what he should do. He was anxious and didn't even know what to do. Our hero made the decision to buy her a Western outfit that shouldn't be too expensive. She always wore a sports uniform and a t-shirt. As a star, he also takes her to Harajuku Beauty Parlor. Then they will eat a curry called Dekaniyama. She recognized Dekaniyama as a mountain similar to Fuji when she heard about it. Our hero saw a girl standing behind him when he heard that voice. He tried to recognize the person. When he looked at the girl who was wearing a beautiful dress and hat, he recognized her as Chris. Our hero was so confused by Chris' beauty that Hanami, who was on the phone with him at the time, stood 3 kilometers away from his house because she had brought Chris to him. The girl returned to our hero's fields looking fantastic and celebrating their long-awaited reunion. Chris was very happy to see our hero and smiled at him. Kanji looked at her and was a little embarrassed but happy to have Chris back. There are as many stories as there are people in the world. So, in the blazing sun, our hero spotted a stunning girl in a suit and hat, who was actually Chris. Eventually she surprised him. Or rather, she surprised him, and Chris apologized for coming at him in such a manner. But if the young man looked at her that way, he thought her possible attire was odd. Feeling a little ashamed, Kanji explained that the outfit was cute and suited her perfectly. Chris was thrilled to see how embarrassed he was. Now our hero knew that it was Hanami's idea. Chris found that, just as he had suspected, Kanji understood right away. Chris explained that she owed Hannes for her care and help. She told her about this world. For example, she said that it wasn't always peaceful here, and she and her generation had to face a lot of problems. In addition, she talks about her home country, the Kingdom of Isekai'd. She didn't understand it, no matter how many times she tried to explain it to her. Regarding the axis of time and the extremely close yet distant parallel worlds, they all laughed when our hero explained that he didn't understand any of this either. He then looked around, trying to find that silly Hanami. Chris was upset to hear her being called stupid. She turned to Kanji and corrected him. She voluntarily came here because she wanted to spend more time with our hero. She came for that very reason. The young man was a bit puzzled after hearing that. After all, he had only been in trouble since they first met. His farm had deteriorated while he was quarantined because he wasn't sure what he should do. Chris was shocked to hear him discussing it at this very moment. Like a knight, she clung to the ground with all her limbs if the guy was expecting an apology. Our hero was probably trying to understand what she was saying when he heard her explain it, and then she fell down in front of him. Chris felt her Panama start to fly away when a strong wind blew at that very moment. However, our hero chased after her, assuring Chris that everything would be okay. She stayed in his arms for a little longer, not realizing how far she would fly. He walked over to Chris and put it on the girl, telling her she wasn't stupid. She didn't need to apologize. Instead, with tears in her eyes, Chris felt that using Kanji was unfair and asked her to help him on the farm and with the cooking some more. Kanji just smirked as he looked at the pretty girl. She realized that he was addressing her that way again, and he hoped they wouldn't get along with Chris-san. Chris also asked me to just call her by her first name. Thinking back to their first meeting, on that particular day, a female knight suddenly appeared at his door. After that, while they were together, a lot of things happened. Among other things, she even asked him to marry him. Those were also unpleasant times. Nevertheless, Chris went back to him, for that was what she really wanted. And the curtain was finally raised on his first act with the female knight. It was certainly an incredible encounter between two random people, and now it has changed a lot of things in their lives. Meanwhile, back in Chris's home world, Gates and MANHWA Castle are separated by a dark forest. Many events were taking place that affected many things. Christine was the target of the night search, and despite the terrible weather, she had to be found as soon as possible. Isekai'd is a knight who is considered a hero in the kingdom. He is a blue-eyed god of war with long white hair who wears scarlet armor and a golden spear. He is a fearless warrior who has destroyed all enemies in his path. A girl named Louise, an imperial magician in the kingdom of Isekai'd, told Sir Bartholomeus that it was getting late, and that the rain was getting heavier, so he would have to stop for the day. The knight offered to return to Louise alone and continued on his way, realizing that she was powerless to stop him. He simply rode away when the girl asked him to wait. Knight hoped that Christina was still alive. He believed she was. The only person who was sure of that was him. She was the most arrogant person he had ever met. In the year 362 of the Isekai'd's calendar, which falls between 3 and 5 AM, she inherited Melvis' blood. She was his favorite little sister, and he couldn't leave her behind. MANHWA Castle. There was a fierce battle going on in the northern part, and another one near the castle. No one could predict how quickly the castle would collapse. The soldiers realized that there were no reinforcements and they would still have to wait 2 days for them, even if one of the 5 messengers made it to the capital. Watching the battles, the captain made a note. Even though the knights were in a terrible position, they refused to give up easily. Directly behind them was the kingdom of Isekai'd. They lived here with family, friends, and dear comrades who could no longer fight. The soldiers could only be prayed for every day. The soldiers knew they would not die here. They were ready to go into battle. They witnessed the explosion that rang out in the center of the wall at that very moment. Everyone was hit by the blast wave and the soldiers were nailed by the scattered rocks. The commander hoped to crawl out from under the rubble using his remaining strength. The huge barbarian punched a hole in the wall, making the commander believe that all was not safe. It was huge, and such an opponent could not be easily defeated. And this savage grabbed the captain at that very moment. The barbarian squeezed the captain very hard, making him scream in pain. All the soldiers stared in bewilderment at what was happening when they saw the commander. There were about 5,000 barbarians living outside the castle walls, and their numbers were growing. At the end of his strength, the captain forgave the Lord God to save them. The knight heard a furious roar as the prayer echoed in his heart. The knight, sitting on his horse, massacred each of his opponents in turn after some unknown force had tossed the barbarians up and massacred them. At this point, the barbarians and all of his enemies fled. At that moment, the knight arrived at the huge barbarian who was clutching the captain. The barbarian turned to face the knight and made the decision to attack him. However, the knight himself lunged at his opponent and dealt him a fatal blow. When the knights turned to face him, they saw the god of war, who was 23 years old, standing before them. Before them was Bartholomeus Melvis, who apologized to the soldiers for not being able to help them for so long. The next day, about 8,000 soldiers came to help. Everyone chanted the name of Bartholomeus and all the barbarians were destroyed. Once again, the tale of his valor became legendary. The commander concluded that Bartholomeus was looking for Christina based on the way he was looking around for someone. Turning to Bartholomeus, he simply bowed and thanked Commander Sandler for saving their lives before explaining that Christina had left with a message and should have been in the capital by now. She never made it to the capital or her family home, and Bartholomeus was glad she was safe. The kingdom had decided to label Chris a deserter. Instead, his parents appreciated his sister's feelings, even though he was clearly opposed to her wanting to follow in his footsteps. Christina then demonstrated that, like her brother, she wanted to become a knight and defend her country despite being a woman. He didn't even realize how he began to respect her choice. But even then he knew that Christina's life could end at any moment for the sake of their country, and he made the decision that he would not accept that. It was late evening in the kingdom of Isekai'd, and Bartholomew was sitting in the tavern when he asked for more ale after finishing another glass. He was saddened by the thought of his sister, and he gave in to his sadness, finishing glass after glass. This is where the girl found him, thinking that he looked extremely exhausted and that they hadn't seen each other in a while. She explained that she had been trying to find him. The child who had called Bartholomew thought he was lost, since she was worried about him, and that's why she was looking for him. The girl was visibly upset when she heard him call her a child and didn't understand how he could say that. But since it was so hard to make her angry, she asked not to be afraid or upset over such a trifle. The girl asked the tavern owner for the same thing as this guy. The tavern owner was shocked upon hearing this. He handed her a glass of ale and watched as she drank it, noting that the volume almost didn't decrease. The sorceress, meanwhile, drank from her glass and recounted what she had heard about Christina. Bartholomew also bothered his royal majesty. He claimed that he had not been at court lately. The girl asked him to wait as she wasn't finished yet, and Bartholomew explained that he was leaving because he didn't want to listen to her orders. The three men then caught up with them. A fight was planned because two of them were holding one by the arms, and the kid believed that children don't belong here after seeing this rascal. Besides, everyone laughed when he asked the kids to stomp home, glaring at the girl sitting next to him. The girl didn't know if they really believed she would be fooled by their lewd advances. She made the decision that they would just ignore these drunk people because she was more mature inside than any of them. She simply stated that emotions could not overpower her because her heart was as big as a lake. After Bartholomew made the decision to leave the hotel, the girl asked him to wait as she had not yet revealed the main thing. All the previously drunken men listened to him, recognizing that she was calling him Bartholomew. And they all knew it was true if you looked closely. It was unbelievable to them that their nation's hero was a regular at the tavern. While many believed this to be true, others explained that this was where they had first seen him. He refused to accept it, and the men, who were keeping up with them in no uncertain terms, told the hero to stop. Since he was too drunk and the hero himself was in front of him, the guys asked him to stop too. The man thought the man was just a cocky 23-year-old guy who took another sip. Naturally, he wanted to understand the relationship with the man, but the other men urged him to break it off. He continued by saying that he was fully aware of what had happened in the castle. The man, calling Bartholomew the lover of the sisterhood, knew that he had left his majesty's guard to save his sister. Meanwhile, his sister had forgotten her warrior duty. The result of allowing a woman to become a knight was that she simply fled to another country. And that's what happens when a woman becomes a knight, by taking someone else's place. The floor shook under their feet as soon as he said that, and they all flew up, confused, and screamed for help, for they were very frightened by such a strange phenomenon. The girl who was previously sitting next to Bartholomew was upset by what the guys were saying at the time. She used her power to cheer them up and explained that Christina was his close friend. The number of women in public school was pretty small. She was laughed at, acting like it was the right way to do things. And it was Christina who offered her help when she had already reached her breaking point. As their hero who had saved this nation many times, the girl would not allow anyone to humiliate her. Christina showed her generosity and true compassion. Bartholomew asked Louis to shut up. How this little thing had so much magical power was beyond the comprehension of the men hanging in the air. Somewhere, one of them had heard the name before. Then they realized that in front of them was Lady Louise, who had the most amazing magic power in the history of the Isekai'd kingdom. In front of them was Louise Strauss, a rank 1 imperial mage and a young spellcaster. The guys recognized that the girl was displeased and that it would be worse for them if she dealt with him right now. They also explained why they were silent. The girl said it was bad and apologized because her magic was out of control, but then it stopped and the men who were hanging from the ceiling fell to the ground. This guy was trying to tackle Bartholomew and was drinking alcohol. Louise told them she was sorry and that it was her fault. With a heavy sigh, Bartholomew turned to leave, but a girl ran up to him and urged him to stop, for Christina was still alive. He turned and cautiously decided to listen to Louise. Isekai'd Kingdom Institute of Magical Research, Southern Quarter, hearing this, as did everyone else in the bar. Louise turned to Bartholomew, who was following the girl, and told him that she had been given His Majesty's permission to keep what he would see in the tower a secret. When they reached the tower, he noticed that there were many lights in front of him. Louise then informed me that spirits and magic came from this place. Stones and scents were used to create lamps here that served as the lights of the spirits. The girl explained that these were the fires of their lives, made from spirit stones as a catalyst for devotion to His Majesty. But Bartholomew did not understand what she meant. She explained that the fire burning in the lamp in front of her was the light of Christina's spirit, and it was still burning brightly. If that was true, then Christina was alive and everything was real. At the same time, Hanami was drinking with Kanji in the sauna at our hero's house, and Christina was sitting there with several bottles. Looking at her, our hero didn't realize that the girl was drinking a lot, and that she looked too drunk. Looking at him, Hanami couldn't make out what she was talking about. Kanji thought that the girl's voice even changed after she laid down on the table. Kanji made the decision to go see if there was enough firewood in the bathroom. Homie tried to correct him at this very moment, hoping Chris would like him. Kanji was a bit taken aback by this question, but quickly replied that he would put a lot of effort into earning Chris' favor and being helpful to her in any difficult situations. Hanami even blushed upon hearing this answer and just watched as our hero slammed the door and left. Then, unable to find her happiness, she started rolling around on the ground. Now this house was occupied by a charming 18-year-old blonde girl, as Hanami herself aspired to be a bride. She made the decision to tell all the single men at their university. He was to feel the wrath of all singles, and his former colleagues were always to report, contact, and ask for advice. Chris was sitting in the bathroom at this time. To add more firewood, our hero asked the girl through the window if she had regular water. According to Chris, she liked it and it was fine. After all, one shower should have been enough for both the hospital and the hotel. Chris explained that she thought the hot baths really were fantastic. You take a dip and all the tiredness goes away. And our hero was thrilled that she liked his expensive potty bath so much. Our hero asked her to wait, addressing her as Chris-san again, and asked her not to go to sleep there like she had the first day. Chris laughed and didn't even realize it. Naturally, this infuriated Chris, who then started arguing with our hero again and demanded that she call her by her name. She decided to talk to Kanji and told him that she thought the infrastructure of the city was fantastic, including buildings higher than mountains, cars that flew through the sky like birds, and stairs that moved on their own. There was something incredible everywhere she turned her gaze. However, what really caught her attention were the lights of the night city that they saw while walking with Hanami. According to Chris, it seemed like she was dreaming and telling our hero about it. Not many people have the ability to use magic. At the same time, the benefits of science are available to everyone. The guy informed her that he remembered Hanami's childhood desire to use magic. Chris was shocked when he heard that. However, our hero explained that it was actually true because magic was not allowed in their world. Chris clarified, however, that she thought that was wrong. Chris asked if he had ever seen a spirit, but our hero didn't understand what she was trying to say. He apologized when he found out about spirits because he thought there were too many ghosts and spirits. Chris then told me that she actually had an older brother who had no magic. However, now he could use the magic that the spirits shared with him. According to her story, our hero reflected on what had happened. He would have the ability to use magic if he encountered a spirit. However, Chris clarified that this was not entirely true. She believed that he couldn't do that. Our hero couldn't understand the logic behind this until he realized that Chris needed to get out of the bathroom immediately to avoid getting sick. Naturally, the girl knew this, but she still wanted to make the most of her vacation. Suddenly there was a noise and no one realized what it was. Our hero ran in the direction of the sound and Chris was unharmed. Chris, who was sitting naked, held Hanami while he explained that she needed help. The girl then hit her head on the floor. As she lay in Chris's arms, Hanami expressed regret and explained that everything had gone horribly wrong. Chris clarified that everything would be fine, and she wouldn't sweat it. Our hero realized that Chris-san was talking weird too. The translation magic came in handy, but the timing wasn't right for such comedy. She dropped Hanami, and the girl lying on the floor, hitting her head again, realized that something had happened. It was then that Chris realized she was naked. Chris blacked out, and our hero came to the same conclusion that she had misinterpreted everything. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't help but stare at her. He was afraid she would start screaming again. He thought a lot had happened, but now that everything was back to normal, he suddenly noticed 86 new messages. His friends recommended death in his messages. They finally asked the police to wait for the 18-year-old blonde girl after hearing all about him from Hanami. Someone thought they were friends, but that turned out to be a lie. Someone said our hero shouldn't have followed him because he was going on a trip and they said goodbye. The young man's only thought as he looked at Hanami was that he hoped she would be okay tomorrow. The weather was beautiful as I looked at the sleeping girl. The young man had made a slightly light simpura omelet that Chris ate while sitting in the house. It was very tasty, but it tasted like making kanji. Our hero looked so strange that the girl couldn't help but notice it, not realizing what was wrong, and looked at Chris in shock. He also thought that Chris had learned how to use chopsticks. Observing her eating habits, Chris explained that this was so because she would be living here. Our hero smirked and realized that she had put a lot of effort into it. Chris thanked him for the compliment as she continued chewing. Our hero immediately thought that their manners were still childish. Then he thought of Hanami and hoped she was already awake. Chris got up from her seat and went to get some honey when she heard that. She informed the girl that it was time to wake up since she knew she was still asleep. As she lay on the futon, Hanami explained that she needed 5 more minutes. Chris heard her. She'd heard it 4 times already, Chris angrily explained, and she demanded that Hanami get up immediately. Hearing everything, our guy realized that she hadn't changed at all. When Hanami finally got to her feet, she felt very dizzy. Her head was just splitting, so even though she knew she had drunk too much alcohol last night, the hangover was worse than usual. The girl concluded that she was probably getting older. Our heroine suggested that Hanami might not remember yesterday's events. When Chris approached her and offered her a glass of alcohol, Hanami was extremely grateful as she suddenly regained her senses. Looking at Hanami, our heroine explained that she hadn't even had breakfast yet, and that she was supposed to meet Yao at 10. Hanami told me not to worry, and our heroine realized that something was wrong. She also combined mixed miso soup and rice with side dishes. He would finish eating everything in one sitting. As our hero watched the girl eat quickly, he came to the conclusion that she hadn't changed at all. The way she ate seemed delightful to Chris. She made the decision that she should try it too. Here, our hero decided to express his gratitude to Hanami. Looking at his face, the girl concluded that he was extremely repulsive. She didn't know what was bothering him. Feeling a little ashamed, Kanji explained that she had taken care of Chris and taught her a lot, so she knew it must have been difficult. She shouldn't have thanked her, she said, laughing. Here she explained that, as she had hoped, she had just gone to bed after getting drunk the night before. However, our hero saw that it was already evening. Hanami then believed that they were alone. That was the situation, as our hero explained. She then walked over to Chris and started hugging her. Chris didn't realize what Hanami was doing and assumed she was still drunk. Our hero made the decision not to interfere. Is it possible that they are now sisters? Hanami asked. Our hero was so embarrassed that he spit out everything he ate. Kanji thought that Hanami needed to stop talking nonsense. She asked Hanami what it meant that they became sisters, and Chris tried to determine if he was okay at the time. Considering it was a brotherly vow, it was exactly the same as before the battle. It wasn't, Hanmi explained, and he offered to help her understand. She shouldn't have dared do that, our hero explained, covering Chris' ears. Hanami instantly frowned as he shouted that nothing had happened, and the girl believed that if it had, it would have been worse. Perhaps Kanji didn't see Chris as a woman, she concluded. Chris had no idea what Hanmi was talking about. Kanji explained that everything was wrong, looking at the girls in horror. He loves Chris very much, but she was from a different world and culture, and although he liked her, he wasn't sure if it was love. After all, these are very complicated matters and one cannot say for sure. Moreover, Chris in her 18 years is still a schoolgirl. According to what our hero told us, Chris just stared at him in shock, and Hanami concluded that he was a pain in one place as usual. He was more like a guardian to her. Don't worry, she said, stepping closer to Chris. In this world, Chris was officially 20 years old, but our hero wasn't sure exactly what that meant. Hanami explained that they had registered her as an adult because certain procedures were forbidden for minors. Kanji asked me to explain things in the usual way. The girl came from Europe, according to Hanami, and our hero figured there would be no diplomatic problems because she looked European. However, the girl was given a special permanent residence visa and asked to underestimate the foreign ministry. Most international relations were handled behind closed doors. They did minor acts behind their backs while making important statements in public. That's real fake citizenship. However, Hanami couldn't say anything more to our hero. He thought it sounded scary and that he didn't want to hear it at all. Hanami then explained that the very existence of magic was a serious matter. Naturally, our hero understood all of this. It was hard for him to keep quiet during his visit to Yao. The world could change if mages understood the basics. Our hero got ready and waited for the girls when we weren't eating breakfast. When our hero answered Hanami's call, asking how long he had been waiting for them, he saw that the girls were dressed appropriately for a sincere apology. He knew they were in no hurry to go anywhere and hoped they would show up. He also thought that women were always late. The 2 girls stood in front of him in suits. They were dressed casually, and our hero was shocked to see Chris in such a suit. The young man hadn't changed his clothes yet, which surprised Hanami. According to Kanji, who was standing behind the girls who handed Yao the gift, a lot of things happened. Our hero stopped not far from Yao's company, and when he stepped out of the door, he saw Siki and the 2 girls in front of him. He had no idea what they were. They shouldn't have dressed like that, Yao said as he escorted them into his office. Our hero figured he had said the same thing he had said as they sat at the table. The girls laughed at that moment and threw a very threatening look at our hero. Yao was shocked to learn that he knew someone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and had to apologize. Our hero then explained that they attended the same university but took different courses, and that they eventually became friends. Looking over the documents our heroes brought, he quickly went over the compensation information. Apparently this will be terribly useful, Yao explained. After Hanami bowed to him, Yao explained that he would find a way to handle it. He also mentioned that he was looking for a bank to borrow money after returning from the hospital. It's absurd to have trouble over something like that. And Hanami clarified that this statement was not true. His vegetable supply business was shut down for 3 weeks, unlike a farmer like Shiki. It wouldn't be shocking if he filed for bankruptcy considering the losses incurred during that period. Mr. Yao laughed and explained that there was no need to rely on him when our hero tried to say that. He would just go to him if he found a better buyer, the young man explained, laughing. Yao had certainly not expected such a response, stating that our hero was incredibly callous. This was undoubtedly true, as our hero worked full-time as he joked. Watching our hero and Yao, Chris remembered his claim that Mr. Yao was his savior when he first started his career as a farmer, and that he helped him in many ways. Without Mr. Yao, our hero would not have been successful. Mr. Yao stopped laughing at this point and looked at Chris. She was, he realized, the knight's woman. Siki told me a lot about her, that the girl was from another world and that she fought. Everything about her, including magic and monsters, seemed to be taken straight from the manga. Chris was confused at first when she found out about the manga. She had given her one when they were at the hotel, Hanami whispered to her. Then Chris realized it all at once. According to Chris, who remembered the name, there was a guy collecting balls and something about a dragon. As our hero listened to their conversation, she tried to understand the text that Hanami had given her. Chris thought she was a really interesting girl, and Yao extended his hand. He wished for their compatibility. Yao wanted to shake the girl's hand and our hero realized that everything was fine. Chris was stunned to see that it was a handshake and was informed that she had gotten it right. He then suggested that we put the incident behind us and start over. She wanted to clarify something, but Yao assured her that everything was fine and that since they were here, he would treat her to some great sushi. Our hero explained that since the business would be closing soon anyway, simple apricots would be more than enough. Realizing that Kanji dared to say such a thing, Yao just laughed. As soon as she got up from the table, Chris turned to face her and said that she had brought some serious problems with her. Naturally, I had never wished for anything like this. Nevertheless, it was a fact. She had disturbed the peaceful lives of many people. While everyone was looking at her, Chris stood up and said that there was no need to forgive her, and that it was also against her beliefs. She bowed to Mr. Yao, who was clearly stunned by the girl's actions, though she knew she was saying it now for her own satisfaction. As our hero watched her, he saw that Chris had done everything right because Hanami had taught her how to lower her head properly. After all, she looked very convincing at that moment. Our hero realized that the girl was probably practicing hard. Chris accepted her apology and saw that she was completely sincere after Yao patted her shoulder and asked her to look up. Furthermore, he bowed to her and said that he had to apologize too. After astonished Kanji and Hanami, Yao explained that they would have to stay there for a certain amount of time because he had fainted. Hanami saw that it had originally been planned for 3 weeks, and Chris explained that it was entirely her fault. However, he was a little upset with her, so he asked to be given the opportunity to apologize anyway. However, a salesperson has to worry about more than just profit and loss. Those who were honest with him, like Siki, demanded sincerity from him. Hearing this, our hero thanked him and told Mr. Yao not to worry too much. Yao turned to Christina, who happily accepted his offer of a sincere handshake. Our hero was also smiling widely, showing that everything was fine. To explain that he had found a good wife and that he was even jealous, Yao sat down at the table and spoke to Sika. When our hero heard this, he explained that Yao was wrong and that she wasn't his wife yet. It wasn't until he learned that she wasn't his wife yet that Yao realized everything would be later. Despite our hero's increased embarrassment, everyone laughed. After bringing our hero and Chris back home, Hanami explained that she had to leave and that they would meet later. Along with Chris and our hero said goodbye, and they watched the car drive away. Kanji explained that the girl had left as soon as the case was over, but he didn't understand. He found it odd. At that moment it was probably a cold attitude. Now that Chris noticed that our hero didn't seem to understand Hanami Dono, they decided to follow him into the house while Hanami went about her business. The girl smirked at our hero. All encounters are accidental. These encounters lead to a connection, and a bond known as a miracle is created. It was very late when our hero woke up, so he asked Chris to prepare dinner. But to the guy's surprise, the girl did not respond to his request. However, when he called for the girl, he couldn't find her and couldn't understand where she disappeared to. When he went out of the house to find her, he noticed an old man standing nearby. Our hero couldn't understand the purpose of Tsujio-san being here. When the old man saw Kang-chan, he was happy to see him. He saw an 85-year-old man named Tsujio standing in front of him. At this age, he was an elderly farmer who was still in service. Despite the distance, he was also our hero's closest neighbor. When our hero saw the man on his doorstep, he could not understand the situation. He went on to say that it was just a message that Miss Blonde Foreigner was having fun with his dog. Our hero didn't realize what he was saying when he heard this, but then he noticed Chris laughing and playing with the dog. Our hero asked Chris not to leave unannounced again. After all, she was giving Ito-san trouble. When Chris saw that Kanji Dono had just gone for a quick walk, he apologized. Watching them, the elderly man just thought that he wished he could be the dog that the girl was playing with. However, he turned to Kin-chan and tried to determine how he was able to marry such a beautiful foreigner. It wasn't his wife, Kanji repeated. Sumi, Tsujio Ito's 72-year-old wife, had come here. She was sorry that their stupid dog was to blame. Upon seeing the woman, our hero decided he needed to apologize. Chris, a friend, started yelling that the dog was climbing up her skirt, which somewhat embarrassed the elderly man. Ito Sumi came to the conclusion that our hero had a decent wife when they got close. It was a good find, by the way. Her children should be healthy and have big hips. They were all wrong, he explained. Our hero decided to divert his attention to the girl when Chris asked to save her. At that moment, the grandfather saw a fantastic angle. After Chris was rescued, our hero asked Sangha to leave him alone because he didn't think the dog was very good. He finally realized that playing with Chris was something he would never forget. The dog at that moment paid no attention to our hero at all. Sangha was the name of this dog. The dog's name comes from being 3 generations old, but our hero thought it had nothing to do with blood. The family raises a generation of dogs. Also, this dog only obeys women for some reason. Then the dog started climbing on Chris again after he let it go. Sangu was putting down a bowl of food when a woman called out to him. Our hero saw that the dog was full of energy as he happily ran over there. However, the dog grabbed the bowl and left at that very moment. As our hero watched him, he had no idea where he was going. Grandma then noticed that he has been walking this way a lot lately. He may have his own quiet place to eat. Maybe this dog keeps his food somewhere, her husband thought. Chris went right after the dog, deciding she needed to go look. Our hero asked her not to go alone, and then went looking for Chris. The girl ended up running away pretty quickly. Our hero was hoping she was okay when Chris called out to him. The same man asked him to come quickly. He also noticed 3 kittens near the bowl when he came to the edge of the woods where the girl was standing. Chris thought the 3 kittens that were eating from the bowl were adorable, and if memory serves, they were called cats. At this point, our hero was watching the stray cats when he noticed Sangha sitting next to them. Although he knew that Sangu was a dog, he still took this action for the good of these kittens. So our hero made the decision to reconsider his position. However, Sangu consistently ignored our hero. He praised him and laughed, saying he didn't understand the dog's reaction. When Chris noticed that these kittens didn't seem to have a mother, our hero explained that the previous owners probably threw them away because they weren't needed. Our hero noticed a kitten in a basket while Chris' friend was trying to determine what was wrong. Chris thought it was their mother, but our hero clarified that it wasn't. They were probably siblings, and this cat was tiny compared to the others. Our hero was displeased and didn't understand why the kittens shouldn't have been left in such a place. The kittens came up to our hero and stroked his feet. He was lying in the basket and was very sick. Chris concluded that they must have arrived too late because the cat wasn't breathing. He said he was sorry and that everything was fine now. At that moment, Sangu barked again, and Chris was very depressed looking at Kanji Dono. Kanji made the decision that this kitten needed to be buried. They needed to take care of these 3 first. They couldn't leave them here. Chris and Kanji realized that the kitten was still alive when they heard someone meowing from the basket. There was no way a dead kitten could make that sound, so they were wrong. Chris rushed to the basket, pushing Kanji away, shocking our hero with her behavior. The girl began to use her healing magic, sitting next to the basket. When Chris tried to heal this kitten, our hero noticed it for the first time. Magic is not as useful in real life as it is in video games. A person can use healing magic for simple purposes. For example, to recover a little from exhaustion or to heal wounds much faster. Chris received a little medical attention after our heroes quickly took the kitten to the veterinary clinic to find out the condition of the little kitten. Our heroes were shocked to see that everything was fine when the vet said that the kitten was on the verge of death, but that the guys had saved it. He also checked the other kittens and found nothing significant. They were all perfectly healthy. All the kittens sat in the basket and our heroes thanked him for his help. At this point, Chris was holding Sanga in her arms and he was barking, apparently also expressing his joy. Then the kittens started jumping around in the basket. As the vet got closer to them, he realized that they must have been thrown out. Then the vet told them that they were a month old. This is a good time to transition from breastfeeding to feeding, and most likely the environmental changes had caused the kitten to become weak and unable to eat. The vet said that this kitten, who was the weakest of the bunch, could now only eat liquid food. Looking at Chris, who was stroking him, our hero thought that this kitten was so confident. Not long ago, he wasn't even breathing, but now he was already on his feet. Chris knew that there was advanced medicine and good drugs in this world. They could save a little life like this one, but if they weren't around, it would die. At this point, the kitten was meowing and sitting on the edge of his diaper. Chris figured he was probably trying to say something, and he was probably trying to say that the guys saved his life. At this point, the kitten started licking Chris' hands. Chris called out to Kanji Dono and looked at the dog while blushing slightly. He also apologized to Sangu, since the dog was helping them too. The guys returned and then went straight to the neighbor's house. When he saw how the boys had rescued the kittens, he thought it was a very good job. After all, the kittens would have died if no one had ever found them in that place, especially Sangu, whom he praised. After all, he was amazing. Sugio couldn't imagine a dog saving a cat. Ichigo and Nago are in heaven, probably proud of him. Grandma asked what they were going to do with the kittens. That's when Sugio explained that it's obvious. They're going to take them in, and they're going to name them Yongo, Gogo, Rokugo, and Nenego. Those names sound like they're from the Shiba Inu generation. Chris, showing the weakest kitten, asked what they would call it, and Grandpa told her it would be called Nenego. Looking at Nenego, Chris noticed that was his name now, and the kitten only meowed in response. Grandpa only laughed, and his wife didn't realize if the man didn't know how old he was. After all, he already had one foot in the other world. The same explained that in order not to worry about it, she plans to stay active until he turns 100 years old. Our hero also asked not to worry Sumi-san, who was watching her troubled husband. At that moment, he remembered that the veterinarian suggested finding them new owners, and he helped them. But he said it would take a week or two, if only they could look after them for that long. The woman explained. Looking at Chris, she asked if the boys wanted to keep one kitten after seeing Chris-san playing with it. The neighbor thought that was a good idea. Our hero was thinking about the one kitten. At that moment, he was looking at Chris, who was playing with it. Our hero asked them to give them some time to think. Then they were offered to eat together. Our heroes, of course, immediately agreed. There were different dishes in front of them, and looking at them, Chris thought it was quite unusual. Our hero said that it was real village food. Sumi-san explained that there was plenty of food left, so she suggested that the guys eat as much as they wanted. After wishing everyone a good appetite, everyone started eating. But before doing so, our hero suggested Chris to wait and put the food on the plate first. She apologized to Kanji and followed suit. At this moment, I was watching them Shanghai along with the kittens who were sleeping next to him, and Chris, a little embarrassed, started eating. Ito-san noticed that the food was very tasty and the harvest this year had gone smoothly. At that moment, he realized that Chris wasn't even listening. She was eating this wonderful food and Sumi-san was watching her closely. At that moment, the girl realized that she had already eaten everything. Sumi-san asked her to give her her plate back because she would put some more on it. Seeing that, Chris got excited. Ito-san explained that Kang-chan really liked Grandma's cooking. Kanji, on the other hand, thought that everything Sumi-san cooked was exquisite. Sumi-san thought that Kachin was just flattering her and he wouldn't gain anything that way. Chris explained that this village food was really very tasty. Then she saw our hero eating fast and was very surprised. She gave him just a second. Our hero laughed and said that he was just being honest. Chris was shocked to see our hero eating so fast at that moment. She then noticed Nenego walking behind her and thought he was probably hungry too, so she offered him some milk from the clinic. When she poured the milk into the kitten's drinker, she found that he couldn't drink it. This was problematic, but our hero assured her that they had also brought it with them, taking the drinker out of the bag. Chris tried to feed the kitten, saying that there was delicious milk here, and that everyone was looking at her as the kitten began to drink. Our heroes decided that they needed to leave after feeding the kitten and sitting for a while longer. Sumi thought it was great when Kanji told the old men that he would be back tomorrow. When Chris realized that he was theirs now, he was talking to Nenego at that very moment. As a result, Shiki's family welcomed the Noya members, and another bond was accidentally formed. And now there was a lot more worry and noise in the house. Our heroes brought home a kitten, and it started meowing all over the house. Chris tried to hide from him somewhere when he meowed in the morning next to her bed. She opened her eyes at that very moment and saw Nenego meowing in front of her. As they sat down to eat breakfast, Chris asked if Kanji was sure he would go to the field by himself. He replied that there was no problem and that he would go there by himself. At this very moment, he was holding Nenego in his arms. Finally, our hero asked the girl to help Sumi-san. She was really looking after the 3 cats, after all. Having said that, our hero left, leaving Chris with the kitten, and she made the decision to help Sumi-san. 3 playful kittens met her when she came to Sumi-san, and they attacked Sumi. Sumi asked the girl for help. It all looked very unusual and funny. At this very moment, she was lying right on the carpet in front of the door. Chris was delighted as they fell asleep playing with the kittens. Sumi then explained that it triggered her memories of her parenting days. Then they noticed that Sangu had run away, and Sumi realized that he always ran away when she was in trouble. She turned to Chris-san and asked about her taste for sweets. Chris decided to try the sweet after hearing about it, even though she had no idea what it was. But she was interested anyway. Chris couldn't believe how delicious what she was making was until she tried it herself. Sumi-san. She asked Sumi-dono to help her while she ate one sweet after another. She couldn't stop laughing because she didn't know what it was. Sumi realized that she had apparently never eaten anything like it, so she didn't know what she was talking about. Chris then explained that she was eating it for the first time. Sumi was then taken aback because there are baked goods in other countries. She didn't know what baked goods were when Chris told her about it. She had never tasted this delicious pastry in the European kingdom, so Chris asked her. It tasted great. She was salivating looking at it. The news about the European kingdom was the only thing that shocked Sumi. She didn't know it existed and had never heard of anything like it. Chris suddenly realized that Kanji had asked her to keep secrets about things like magic and the other world. At this point, Chris gave a very suspicious explanation, stating that she was 20 years old and from Europe. Sumi then threw another curious look at the girl. After that, Ito-san walked in and noticed Deifoku. He decided to help eat them because he was so happy. When Chris saw Tsujio-san, he was excited. As soon as the kittens woke up, Sumi turned to her husband and made the decision to leave them to him. Tsujio, who was stunned, replied that he had just returned from the farm. In their time, this would have been called equality of the sexes. All Tsujio had to do was agree. Sumi decided to go pour tea at this time. Tsujio was horrified because he thought the village women were too strong. She seemed to be a very good cook to Sumi, so Chris didn't understand what he was talking about. She had never seen Kanji Dono devour food like that before. Tsujio was shocked that Kanji was silent upon learning that the girl was discussing it. Even though the younger sister of her grandmother and Kanji's late mother had a lot in common in their cooking. Now Chris knew why Kanji had reacted that way upon hearing that. All the kittens climbed on Tsujio at that very moment, and he proceeded to explain why it was so with Kang-chan. Chris was just stunned. Sumi was making tea at this time, and she turned to Sumi-dono as she approached her. She looked worried and didn't understand what had happened when she heard Chris calling her name. Chris then explained that if it was possible, she understood why he liked his grandmother's cooking. Since his own mother had also been a cook, Chris asked her to teach her how to make food. Sumi explained that she would be very strict from now on after learning this. She wanted to learn how to cook for our hero, so Chris agreed without even thinking about the difficulty of learning. Sangu was now sitting with 4 kittens who were having fun next to him. This is an example of parents being very attached to their children. It's a genuine emotion that doesn't need to be encouraged. However, Chris and Sumi-san were cooking at this time. Chris was learning from Sumi-san how to cook the same food she was cooking and how to properly cut fish. She really liked learning new things, and especially if it was enjoyable. In this world, it was all called affection. She asked only one question, working hard every day without a break. Would he be able to do what his little sister couldn't? At this moment, Tsujio was watching them intently when Sumi noticed him. She explained that women should refrain from peeking because the kitchen was a battlefield. Chris just laughed at them as Tsujio ran off and apologized to his grandmother. The 4 kittens were now watching our heroes intently. Chris tasted and considered the food that Kanji had prepared for him when he returned to her house. The girl then anxiously inquired about the quality of the food for him in hopes of receiving compliments. Kanji decided to compliment the girl by saying that the food was delicious because he liked it so much. She was happy about it. Eventually, the vet visited them, and finally the day came when the 3 kittens were picked up and taken to their new homes. It was a very exciting moment for everyone who had been watching the little kittens. Sangu licked the kittens while they all played together. Our hero even cried when he saw this touching scene, because the dog was much kinder than the people who threw the kittens away. Tsujio turned to the man from the veterinary service, not knowing who they would entrust their children to, and in that moment he realized that he couldn't trust him. What childishness he was showing here was beyond his wife's comprehension. The man sitting on the floor was crying and screaming, explaining that the younger siblings would be separated. The old man was indeed showing incredible emotion, showing concern for the animals. Chris only grinned. Our hero was watching him intently. Sumi exhaled at this moment, and the veterinarian urged her not to worry. They would be reunited because their foster parents reside in this prefecture. Their new owner had a thing for him. He believed these kittens would be happy and was a trustworthy person. "Calm down, Grandpa," Sumi said. She turned to the vet and apologized fervently for not taking care of them. She apologized for her husband and asked permission to pour him a cup of tea. The vet explained that it wasn't worth a thank you and he was just sitting there, extremely annoyed at the circumstances. Our hero agreed with Chris's decision that she would help out a little. Chris heard Sumi crying as he approached her while she was cooking in the kitchen. She recognized the feelings she had been experiencing for the past few weeks. She had no idea what it was like when siblings separated and never saw each other again. Sumi clarified that it had nothing to do with the cat, as she was just remembering her little sister. Sumi went on to say that she just didn't like getting older. She was confused because it had nothing to do with what had just happened. She then turned to Chris, smirked, apologized, and said that she was fine. Chris started to cry when she saw Sumi Dono smiling and crying. Sumi asked her to keep it a secret from Grandpa and Kang-chan. After calming down and going back to say goodbye to the kittens, the guys walked out of the house and watched as the car with the kittens drove away. Our heroes just stood next to an old man who was sobbing while holding his dog. Kanji and Chris then went back to his house. Our hero had finished the bathroom and was now inviting Chris in. There was no way he could find her. Chris is in the house and does not know where she went. At this time, Chris was sitting by the lake looking up at the night sky. One particular incident from when she was 5 years old is one of the memories that is forever imprinted in her mind. Then she injured her leg by tripping while running. She was helped by her brother. She always went behind her brother's back because she admired him. Although she was the only one who knew, her brother's soul suffered the loss of many of his friends and he became a knight and a hero. Chris stated at Melva's house that she didn't understand her brother's resistance to her becoming the same knight who defends this country. She understood her brother's feelings. However, she had a strong desire to become a knight. Her brother then volunteered to act as a knight to defend this country. She just had to always remember her brother. He was always there for me. He would save her even if she was in the depths of hell. When she thought of her brother, she hoped he was doing well. She was his favorite sister Christine, and looking up at the night sky, she hoped that her brother had made an attempt to find her. Meanwhile, Louise from the Magic Research Institute of the Southern Quarter and Uridian Kingdom Territories Magic Research Institute offered a summation, stating that Great Teleportation, as it was called, was a forbidden teleportation magic. She wrote this spell and gave it to Chris, explaining that it was a special paper on which the magic circle from the spell was engraved. It also said that the ancient gods moved with this magic. He must use powerful spells as long as the magic flows out of him, even though he is a simple peasant and not a mage and needs to do everything very precisely. Elder brother Chris asked the sorceress to stop telling him that it was more important now to understand what he needed to do. After all, precious time should not be wasted on nonsense. She expressed regret and explained that first they need to find the place where the spell was used, because it is a very important part of the whole magical process. It's needed to locate Chris. They reached the very forest where Chris had disappeared. Her brother tried to determine if it was really there. After all, he couldn't find it while he was here and he wasn't looking in this forest. It was definitely here, Louise explained. They were in the forest of magical beasts, sometimes called the Black Forest. Animals had stopped getting lost here because of his research. Now this forest could be called quiet. According to Louise, many people living at the edge of the forest claimed to have seen a pillar of light tilted towards the sky. When her brother heard this, he became curious. Louise then explained that she thought it was because of a teleportation spell. They were most likely heading in the right direction because they were between the capital and the fort. Nevertheless, they searched for 2 weeks, but found nothing. They arrived exactly at that rock at that point, and Louise thought it was strange. Her calculations showed that there should have been a trail here with a radius of about 20 meters. Referring to Lady Arcanist, Bartholomeus thought that the girl was a prodigy. This was the second time she had said that. She would resist provocation from children. At that moment, Shorty started calling her a wizard again. The girl became angry. However, he clarified that he had to trust her. The girl was obviously apologizing to him. She noticed that they had already looked over the map several times. The sound of the wind column pushing and pulling into the sky seemed too fantastic. According to Louise, it only got as far as the clouds. When she finally realized what she recognized, Bartholomeus asked her. Louise turned to the young man and asked him to take her somewhere, explaining that she had probably miscalculated. It was abrupt, but it was necessary, and the girl began to use the energy for sorcery. Louise thanked Bartholomeus-san, realizing that her assumption was wrong after observing everything from above. He asked her to explain herself because he didn't understand anything. Louise explained that the error in her work was a simple miscalculation using initial figures. The result was a serious error. Now they were looking at the ground, which was covered with circles. And the sorceress decided that this would make it easier for her to identify the right place. Louise explained that they still needed to change the trail exactly and restore the magic in the center, if that was to be expected from the so-called breath magic used by the ancient gods. Theoretically, they should be able to pinpoint Christina's location if they added enough magic to their spirit light. When Bartholomeus shouted that Louise had earlier claimed it was possible, the girl replied that the word impossible was not in her vocabulary, realizing how impatient he was. She also explained that it would take a long time to develop new magical tools. He didn't understand why she hadn't told him earlier when they were in the tower, but then I looked at Louise and realized that Christina was still alive. How does she know he's been looking for her for the past few months? Then, because Christina's spiritual light was so bright, Louise explained that using forbidden magic was a serious offense to its creator. Louise was confident that she was safe. She believed that she could return on her own and that she was in no danger. She was naive even after a month, but later she told His Eminence the truth. Bartholomew couldn't believe the girl when he heard it, so Louise explained that she had actually been punished by being imprisoned until evening. He sighed, wondering why she was looking so hard for his sister. Since Christine was Louise's only friend, she wasn't sure if he really wanted her to say that. He stroked the girl's head, looking at her now, and remembered how they had been in the tower. Why he had done that was beyond her comprehension. Bartholomeus then explained that he was also her friend, so she wasn't alone. Louis then explained that she was a girl, and he must have known what it meant for a girl to touch a man's hair. Talking to the short man, he urged Louise not to worry too much. The same thought he was just a heroine sister lover and shook off his hands and touch. Chris was shocked to learn that her brother and best friend might still be looking for her after all these years. After all, time marches on and nothing can stop it or turn it back. November had come. Although the sun was still shining, the temperature had dropped. An adult cat wandered around the house. Our hero was on the phone at that very moment. The cat wasn't bothered at all though. He was talking to Hanami. He hadn't heard of Chris-chan, which surprised her. According to her, a woman's husband is the only man allowed to touch her hair in the Iridian Kingdom or Melvis home. It is considered an act of courtship. The moment our hero was drying Chris's hair, he remembered. That time he realized that he was courting her. While she painted her nails, Hanami explained that platonic love wasn't popular in their time. She was aware of his concerns about Chris-chan. However, no matter what he said, the emotional connection is deeper than the physical one. Although our hero explained that he already knew everything, Hanami wanted to add something more. Hanami almost forgot at this very moment. She had to report on the guys on a regular basis. Our hero wanted to share something with her after hearing about it. However, Hanami explained that she knew Chris used healing magic, so she would naturally refrain from writing about the kitten. She was sure that Chris knew that Hanami had warned her not to use it. However, there was no other option this time. Chris entered the room at that very moment and noticed that our phone was ringing. He was referring to the hospital, which is a regular customer of Chris's. She then called Kanji, who saw the dejected expression on the girl's face. The girl was wrong. It wouldn't take much time. Our hero clarified, not like last time. The trip will only last for 1 day. But there was more to the dejected expression on the girl's face. When he got to the kitchen, he found that all the appliances were broken. Chris apologized, but he was confused about what had happened. After all, he had never seen such a nightmare before. Chris clarified that it was boring because magical instruments in this world are so easy to use. She decided to use magic to get what she wanted by pushing buttons. Our hero posted a sign saying that magic was forbidden. Chris immediately realized this. Thus, our hero has a good reason to order the drum-type washing machine he has long wanted. Chris at this time sat on the doorstep, feeling depressed because she was the only one to blame. Moreover, our hero had no idea how long she would sulk. In any case, the rice cooker and washing machine were obsolete. "Don't feel bad," he said. Chris asked him to refrain from trying to comfort her. She sat with her back to him and tears in her eyes because she knew how expensive magical tools could be. She decided to go out into the yard after the girl had moved away a bit, and noticed Nenego playing with vegetables and stealing a cat. She advised him to stop, When she realized that the beans were growing in front of her, she turned to Kanji, who acknowledged her right. At this time, he was staring intently at Chris. He thought that this translation was fine for beans, but not quite right for eggplants and tomatoes. Our hero thought it happened in different ways, but she also knew that if the beans fell out when the pod was shaken, they saw the light, as Chris realized. She believed that they could also be canned in this world. Chris asked. When the time comes, they soak the beans overnight and then boil them, according to Chris, who said that in her home country they dry them in the sun. After learning about these methods, our hero realized that they could also be effective. In his case, he would get them and dry them in the sun until they changed color. While our hero noticed that each farmer has a different method, Chris thought that there are many ways to dry beans here. Kanji pondered if the girl was going to take the opportunity to dry them in the sun. She wanted it, of course, and our heroes granted her wish. Apparently, it was meant for the next 2 or 3 days, which would only be sunny when they would lay out the beans. They would bring them into the house in the evening, letting them dry during the day. Our hero explained that this season there was a lot of dew at night and Chris thought the birds might eat the beans, so they only had to dry them during the day. As long as the pods are open and they decide to use what he's holding, it's doable. Chris couldn't make out what the strange thing was, but our hero explained that it was mosquito netting. Older houses use it. He hoped the girl would help him. Our heroes installed the net while the kitten slept peacefully. Chris was pleased with the job done and hoped she could help in another way, because after all the trouble she had caused, she had to do something at least useful. Our hero looked at Chris and told her not to worry. The girl was only puzzled and didn't know why he wasn't upset. He hadn't changed since they got back from the hospital. She had no idea how long she would be considered a guest. Our hero just laughed when he heard that from Chris. She was confused and couldn't understand why he was making fun of her. The young man stroked her head again. Naturally, his actions puzzled the girl. She was being silly, he said. Try to stop being angry and have fun. You can wait forever. Chris was only embarrassed before our hero realized he had touched her hair again and apologized. He didn't like that attitude anymore. Our hero saw that it was raining at this very moment, and the weather forecast informed him again. The girl decided to take a towel, and our hero decided to look after the women. Meanwhile, the cat woke up and found that it was raining. While our heroes were thrashing back and forth, and Cat gently stretched out on the porch. Miyama Village is a secluded rural community on the verge of becoming a marginalized settlement. Cars and other people aren't usually seen much in this area, but lately they had been seen a lot. Everyone was watching the girl closely when she walked into their house and saw Chris, thinking that she might be a Paris Fashion Week model or that she was going to sign up for a TV show. This time the girls' conversation stopped because Chris herself couldn't understand a word of what they were saying. Since they were from the village and she needed to understand, they asked permission to take a picture with the girl after hearing her speak and thought it was very cute. Naturally, Chris couldn't give up his smartphones when he saw them talking to her. While our hero was watching this, he noticed that Chris's people had been visiting him from time to time lately, wanting to catch up. It was true that Chris was like that, and it was a waste of time for her to live out here in the middle of nowhere. He looked deep into the forest and saw that there was even someone there, unable to figure out what was going on. Perhaps Hanami had returned to the mountains, or maybe she was spreading rumors. They had no choice but to wait. The men who were Chris's biggest fans were all chatting about Shiki Kanji and how he had a beautiful foreign woman. Sujio, the second fan, mentioned a blonde girl with a fantastic figure. Dog Sanagi, fan number 3, also expressed her love for Chris to everyone. Chris turned to Kanji Dono and apologized, of course, but she asked him to take a picture of them. Sighing heavily, our hero asked the girls to stand next to Chris and say cheese as was the custom. Naturally, this annoyed him greatly. After they were done, Chris accepted our hero's offer to drive downstream to the field and got into his car. The village is dotted with our hero's fields. Agriculture used to be the main source of prosperity in this village. However, now there were only 10 farms in the area, including Idasen, and farming was simply not profitable. During the trip, our hero remembered the compensation discussion. And Hanami saw that our hero was making a lot of money, but that wasn't true. He wouldn't have much left if she took into account all the necessary expenses. A radish farmer would need about 3 hectares, or 30,000 m2, of land if he hoped to earn 5 million yen a year. Of course, he didn't have that much land. For this reason, our hero grew expensive kinds of vegetables, peppers and tallow with Yao's help, and he was somehow managing at the moment. They drove in silence and with the drawbacks at the time, and our hero looked at Chris, assuming something was wrong because the girl was acting so serious. Chris assured Kanji Dono that she would make every effort to avoid using magic in public. Chris was determined to give her all of herself. Our heroes kept on driving. She never grumbled about working on the farm, and there was no sleep in the early morning. When they got to the field, Chris thought they were still perfectly lined up, not paying attention to the type of plants in front of her. Our hero was trying to determine if she was really confused. They often used it in their cooking. He pulled out a bundle and offered to examine it, but it was still a bit small. Chris covered her face with her hand, realizing it was the devil's vegetable. And when our hero saw this response, he didn't understand what she was talking about. He was already a bit used to this world, but it was still too much. The onions from their world could probably use magic, our hero joked. However, Chris clarified that this was not her intention, as her world had something similar to this onion. They were also plants that consumed meat. Our hero realized after learning about these plants that the girl was apparently trying to convey that they consumed humans. However, Chris saw that it wasn't that dangerous because they weren't that big. However, she couldn't say the same about the tiny creatures. Our protagonist believed that he still had a lot to learn about the other world. The onion he held was known as a calso, and he went on to explain that it was not their typical onion. These Spanish onions grow just like green onions. There is even a local calso festival held there. He is well known for discussing the festival in Spain. Chris was shocked and listened to him intently. According to our hero, a similar celebration is held in Fukai, Saitama Prefecture, Japan. Chris just froze upon hearing this. The girl explained that she didn't even know what a regular bow was, so it was necessary to start with it. Our hero apologized because it looked like he was trying to brag and blabber about it a lot. And our hero explained that Japan is home to a large number of onions. Both green and white onions are present. They also have another one in the Kanta and Kansai areas. Chris decided she needed to learn more about vegetables on her way home. There was no need to hurry, so our hero advised her to take her time. However, Chris was unable to do so. Listening to her, our hero just happily looked ahead. They then traveled to the next place by car. Then they arrived at some plants and Chris couldn't identify them after examining them, since it was actually topinamber. Our hero explained that they were sun crayons. He thought half of them were gone, but our hero was pleased to notice, examining his plants, that they were ripe. Our hero volunteered to take the pruning shears after Chris finally realized how they were picking them. Our heroes went home after picking everything. They cooked a meal and it was already evening. Afterward, they sat down to discuss. A farmer can't take weekends off, as Kanji repeatedly stated. He was barely making a living at his job, which was difficult. After praying, our heroes agreed to eat after Chris realized he had colored the kelp strips in soy sauce. Regardless, he was grateful to have been born on a farm and expressed gratitude for the food on their table. After all, it was still wonderful to live away from the noise and dust of the city. Adachi's grocery store. Visit the supermarket. When Chris and Sumi-san were returning home, the girl was helping an elderly woman and carrying bags. Sumi expressed regret for bothering Chris all the time. After that, Chris went to work with our hero in the field and eventually offered to take a short break. At that moment, Chris was just walking and not responding to anything, and there was no way Sumi could reach her. Chris took a deep breath and looked up at the sky while our hero watched her and tried to figure out what was going on with the girl. At that moment, Chris realized that the time she was spending immersed in herself and occasionally looking at the sky was getting longer and longer. Then, after listening to Kanji Dono and deciding that a break was needed, Chris apologized to him. They walked to the car, and she realized she still wanted to go back to her world when Chris got in. At that moment, she looked sadly out the car window, playing with the dogs, spending time with our hero and thinking that she had already made a decision about living in this world. The girl thought that this feeling would pass with time. When she started training him, Kanji became interested in Chris, who was sitting and playing with the dog, and noticed that he was giving him a paw. At this point, the girl asked Sang for a paw and he gave it to her. She then asked for a second paw, and finally two. Sujio was clearly beyond thrilled, and Grandma just took a deep breath as she watched him celebrate the fact that the girl had trained his dog. Meanwhile, the house was open, and at one point the kitten ran right at Chris, who wasn't expecting it. She realized it was risky when she saw it jumping at her naked. There was a reason it hadn't been raised by a dog in a long time. In that moment, Chris thought that she wasn't at all happy with her life. Her world is far less comfortable than this one. Her life is not threatened and everything is peaceful here. She also reflected on her feelings for Kanji Dono while watching our hero, who was playing with a cat at the time. But those emotions, those feelings made her think that maybe it was a lie. Then she lay down in her bed. She couldn't sleep, staring at the ceiling for a while. Maybe it wasn't true, but that's what she really felt, even though she believed that Kanji loved her. It wasn't a lie. She thought back to her time with Hanami-chan at that time. The girl had turned to Chris when he told her she was awake, and Hanami thought that maybe something had happened. Chris didn't recognize Hanami at first, noticing that she had changed her hair. She shouldn't put too much pressure on herself, Hanami advised. She should still be with her, and she was free to accept a pull if she wanted to. Chris knew that. Leaving the hospital, the two of them came here. The girl told Chris that she would be back at Kanji Dono's house soon and would be able to sleep normally, so Chris decided that she didn't need any more medication. Looking at the medicine that was currently on the table, Hanami decided that the girl could do whatever she wanted and came here to her, inviting her into her arms. She then found herself in bed with her, cuddling her. Naturally, Chris found this extremely uncomfortable. Since she was extremely uncomfortable sleeping in Hanami's arms, Chris explained that she was no longer a child and could sleep on her own. Hanami comforted, asking her to keep quiet because everything was fine. Chris was so uncomfortable that all she could do was fall asleep in that position, feeling warm. In her dream, she imagined that this was how she would probably feel if she had an older sister. She called Hanami Dono. The girl and the kitten woke up next to each other. Chris realized that she should have stopped worrying. She would focus on the present, on working hard today and getting on with her life. She would work with our hero on the farm right now and then relax and laugh. As they sat and ate, the girl imagined living with Kanji Dono, watching his joyful smile. Kanji decided to walk over to the girl and talk to her, noticing that she was standing in a field, staring dazedly up at the sky. Given her thoughtfulness, our hero realized that Chris probably misses her former home. Since she clearly can't lie, the girl turned to look at Kanji and realized it was obvious. She then noticed if Kanji Dono wanted her to come back. Naturally, our hero immediately informed her that he didn't want her to. Since he didn't mean it, Kanji expressed regret to her. The girl didn't talk to Kanji Dono at all that day. Yes, considering she was a child. She was annoyed by the noise in the kitchen when she woke up early the next morning. When the girl entered the kitchen, there was a table in front of her with many of her favorite dishes. Our hero was a little puzzled and offered to start eating. Our hero had to apologize to the kitten when he noticed Nenego holding his bowl, because as far as he could tell, Nenego was already hungry. The happy girls waved goodbye to Chris and left. The girl saw off her acquaintances with a smile. Candy assumed that these girls wanted to see her again. They were really very nice. The girl had been thinking about something for a long time. She decided to ask Candy about it. She assumed that they rode bicycles as she often saw them in the city. They were something like mechanical horses. The guy thought it was funny that she called bicycles that and told her that they were used mostly on paved roads. With a mountain bike, you didn't have to worry about terrain, and there are even bikes that you could fold up and take with you. Chris was delighted with the variety of bikes and suggested that this might have been handy for him. It seemed to Candy that the girl wanted one for herself. At noon the next day, the protagonists went shopping. Chris wasn't sure about it, but the hero replied to her that it was fine. Chris was uncomfortable that Candy finished work so early, and the guy laughed. He understood what she was so worried about. After a while, they arrived at the store. Chris had never seen this before and her eyes lit up with happiness. There were a lot of them outside, but there turned out to be even more inside. The girl's eyes were running wild from such a wide selection. She was sure that they were all Japanese bicycles that must be from this place, but the guy replied that it was impossible. Nevertheless, Candy was also in this store for the first time. He assumed that this store opened around the end of last year. While the girl was marveling, Candy called out to her. He offered to pick out something she would like, and Chris couldn't believe her ears. Candy figured that even an expensive bicycle would cost about 50,000 yen. The first bicycle had a simple and elegant armor, and the second one looked very gallant. From all these, it was hard for the girl to choose, but she soon made a decision. She chose the one hanging on the wall. Candy saw a mountain bike on the wall and praised the girl for her good choice. But after seeing its price of 369,000 yen, Candy had a change of heart. After a while, the protagonists went back home, and Chris puffed up her cheeks in embarrassment. The hero apologized for not being able to buy her an expensive bicycle, because his budget was about 50,000. Though the girl puffed her cheeks, but she knew it, so she chose another mountain bike for herself and thought that everything would be fine. It was still a very joyous moment for her. She ended up buying herself a bike that cost 39,000 yen. The hero suggested that they start training and warned her that he would push her from behind. Meanwhile, she had to remember to grasp the handlebars firmly. Chris suggested that she needed to turn it in the direction she wanted to ride. Candy warned that he was pushing her, but the girl wasn't ready for that and just fell over on the spot. The guy felt embarrassed, but he reminded her that it was her first time. Chris quickly got to her feet with her bike in her hands and blushed again. The girl yelled at the candy for touching her unexpectedly at that place, but the candy apologized and expressed his sincere regrets. An embarrassed Chris asked to touch at least her shoulders, but Candy quickly realized that it was dangerous. In that case, he offered to push her from the back. Chris offered to try the ride again, but with subsequent attempts, she fell to the ground again. On the other hand, the hero realized that he shouldn't have pushed her, but Chris asked not to talk about it now. Chris noticed Candy's intense gaze on her, but she didn't understand the reason. Candy replied that there was dirt on the tip of her nose, but the girl asked not to touch it so carelessly. 20 minutes later, she somehow managed to do so. She learned not only how to ride well, but also how to perform various tricks on one wheel. The hero exclaimed that this bicycle was definitely for her, for she had rather crazy reflexes, and it seemed incredible to him. The girl smiled and said that bicycles were more like sleighs, unlike horses. The boy didn't understand what she was talking about, for they were completely different. Indeed, she had to keep her balance on 2 pieces of board and then on a snowy mountain. But the hero assumed that she was talking about skiing at all. The hero thought it might have been an inconsistency with the magic of translation, and he could understand it. He explained that there was a speedway down there too, and Chris clarified about that. The hero explained that the downhill was the steep mountain she was riding her bike down. Candy was somehow sure that he would regret his words in just a few seconds. Chris was quite interested and she immediately wanted to try it. A moment later, Candy lost sight of her. He ran up to the mountain slope and asked Chris to wait for a while, but it was too late. The girl was not wearing any protective gear, so the candy was worried about her. Chris felt her bike start to shake and pick up speed, but somehow she instantly changed the direction of the bike, avoiding the oncoming trees. The hero was impressed and thought it was just amazing. The girl turned to him for a moment and exclaimed that it was a lot of fun. Candy fearfully asked Chris to watch the road. Before Chris could turn her head, she noticed a fallen tree right in front of her. Candy only saw the bike that went up in the air, and a shiver ran through him. He shouted to Chris and hurried downstairs. Chris landed softly on the ground and her whole body was bathed in light. She apologized for using magic, although she had previously promised not to do so. The hero realized that Chris used her magic to strengthen her body, but Candy reassured her and told her that everything was fine. She didn't have to worry about it and he was glad she was safe. But more importantly, the girl wanted to show him something and pointed her finger in his direction. Her bike broke down and the heroes had to take it back to the store and get a new one. This time they took a simpler bike and Chris decided to head to Sumidono for a while. The hero asked to take care of himself and thought this bike was barely within his budget. They ended up picking up a mountain bike for 39,000, but they also gave up the disposal fee. They ended up picking up a used granny bike that cost almost 9,000. The hero ended up spending just about his entire budget. Chris was thrilled to see such a large building. She exclaimed that it was amazing and thought it was a real castle. But Candy smiled awkwardly and said it was a home goods store. She was even more excited even than when they went to the bike store. Chris noticed various potted plants on sale and asked Candy about them. Candy was surprised by what she said and asked her to repeat what she had just said. Chris wanted to try growing crops from seeds. It would help her understand the difficulties of farm work. Of course, it might have been selfish of her, but any leftover land could do. Hero suggested that in that case she could use his vegetable garden. They grew their own vegetables there, but she was thinking of something more. Candy understood what she meant and thought about it. After a short time of thinking, a wonderful thought occurred to him. He suggested growing her plants in cashew pots. Looking around at the various plants, Chris began to realize that this was just incredible. Candy noticed that these plants were even being wiped down, so he was surprised. Chris didn't understand what he was surprised about since this was the place where he bought everything unnecessary for farming. But the guy replied that he didn't buy anything but usually ordered directly from the supplier. He told the girl about growing plants in this way. She could have something like a small vegetable garden where she could grow vegetables in a limited space. One could enjoy growing vegetables from the time the seeds were planted until the harvest. All these things could be bought from a home improvement store. When Chris saw how many things she had packed, Candy suggested that she use the shopping cart. But the girl smiled and said that it was alright as she could handle it. When they reached home, the happy girl sorted out all her shopping and suggested that they start. Still, Candy wasn't completely sure about her growing it. But Chris didn't see it as a problem, especially since there was nothing wrong with it. Chris smiled as she thought about her first vegetable she would grow. She picked up a packet of Hatsuki daikon seeds. This vegetable had a really bright color, but the best thing about it was different. The girl clarified with the candy that this plant only takes 20 days to grow. She took this vegetable even though she had only seen it in a picture book. Candy laughed and said it was quite cheap, but he liked her choice. By the way, Chris admitted that she liked daikon dishes. The character was worried that the flavor and texture of her typical daikon was different from theirs, and this one was a little firmer. The girl's tears came to tears and she began to worry that it would be unpalatable. But that wasn't the case at all. Basically, it was good for a salad. It had a refreshing flavor that Candy personally liked. His words reassured Chris a little, but Candy didn't bother to mention that many people still couldn't tolerate its flavor. They actually took more than 20 days to grow and were usually grown in the spring or fall. It was too cold in the winter to grow, and because of its sharp flavor, it was a little hard to eat in the summer. The girl remembered that it was November now, so winter was just beginning. She was worried about getting it right, but the guy explained that if she would leave it outside during the day and bring it inside at night, there shouldn't be any problem with it. Candy offered to do the work and asked her to start by putting pebbles on the bottom. When everything was ready, the hero smiled and praised the girl for her excellent work. They also had to make sure Chris didn't pour too much water, but the girl puffed up her cheeks and said she knew it. And once they sprouted, they needed to try and thin them out a bit. It was a little sad for her, and Candy knew what she meant. But it wasn't worth worrying about, because they would eat that part too. While Chris was watering her plants and humming a song under her breath, she heard a meow nearby. Chris was excited to see their kitty named Nanego and picked him up. She promised that she would feed him once these plants grew. Daikon was usually not harmful to cats, but only in small amounts. After Chris watered everything, she froze for a while and looked back. She turned to the stranger and asked him not to hide, for she had spotted him long ago anyway. But the mysterious figure was all hiding nearby as well, and the girl slowly got to her feet. She was going to scare the stranger, who ignored her request. Chris was going to use her magic power, assuming it could have been a goblin or a demon. But she had been told that there were no demons in this world. There was a rustling sound and a frightened, short-statured girl peeked out from around the corner. She was wearing a sweater and had cute cat ears sewn on her hood. The scared little girl took the hood off her head and said she was sorry. But Chris smiled and admitted that it was her fault, for she had made a mistake. She suggested that the girl should come to her and not be afraid. Chris assumed that the girl wanted to take a picture with her, but that was not the case. In that case, the girl did not understand why she kept staring at her and hiding. The girl noticed a kitten nearby and called out to it. She obviously liked it very much and picked it up in her arms. The kitten was very affectionate, so it licked the girl's cheek a couple times and she laughed. The girl introduced herself as Christina, but suggested that she just call her Chris. The girl was embarrassed, but introduced herself with the name Natsumi. Chris laughed and thought the girl was grateful to her parents for such a beautiful name. The embarrassed Natsumi averted her gaze again and hesitantly agreed. The girl looked around and asked Chris what she was doing. Chris proudly replied that she was doing agricultural work with those cashepots. But it was evident that the girl understood absolutely nothing about agriculture. This was surprising to Chris, so she decided to explain everything to her. She ended up telling her that she was growing a vegetable called Hatsuka daikon. Natsumi bent down to the ground once more with interest and asked if they would really become Hatsuka daikon. But then, she still as embarrassed, she looked away and confessed that she hated that vegetable. Natsumi said that she liked daikon, but not Hatsuka daikon. Chris got a shiver because she thought Hatsuka was a tasty vegetable. Natsumi's words hurt her heart badly when the girl said they were too salty, bitter, and sour. Earlier, the hero had warned her that the flavor and texture of the daikon she was used to was different. It had a refreshing flavor that he personally liked. Chris fell to the ground in despair and thought in tears that the candy had lied to her. Natsumi was only 10 years old. 3 months ago, she had gone to live with her grandparents in the countryside. They told her that here she could forget about school for a while. Even though there was hardly any TV, internet, or games here, she felt something warm and tender enveloping her. Natsumi genuinely loved this village. While the girl played with the kitten in the backyard, Chris brought them tea and sat down next to them. Together they took a sip of tea and Chris decided to clarify about the rumors that Natsumi may have heard. It was said that Seki-san had a beautiful blonde wife. The girl laughed and said that she was not his wife. Moreover, calling her beautiful was a bit too much. She decided to treat Natsumi to something delicious. The girl apologized for waiting and served the girl a treat. There was a whole iken here, but it wasn't cut into pieces and Natsumi didn't understand how to eat it. Chris didn't see it as a problem and stuffed the whole iken into her mouth and started chewing. Natsumi was surprised that it could be eaten whole. The girl laughed as she looked at the amused Chris. This girl seemed quite funny to her. When Chris had completely eaten everything, Natsumi couldn't hold back her loud laughter anymore. She told Chris that she was too funny. The girl smiled back and offered her a taste. Natsumi agreed and took her eken in her hands. It turned out to be much tastier than she thought it would be. It was even hard to believe at first. Chris replied that it was an expensive brand of eken she got from Hanami Dono. It had a slightly sweet flavor and a non-sticky texture. Also, fortunately for them, these adzuki beans still had skin which added a nice flavor that melted in the mouth. Chris assumed that Natsumi was the daughter of a nobleman, but the girl laughed, not knowing what she was talking about. The girl also asked Chris if she had practiced kendo. At first Chris didn't understand her, but then she realized that Natsumi was talking about a wooden sword. She took the stick in her hands and replied that it was her sword for fencing. Chris decided to demonstrate her skills to the surprised Natsumi. Her movements were fast and precise. She deftly handled her sword and moved her feet. When she stopped, the shocked Natsumi exclaimed that it was simply amazing. She thought Chris was incredible, but the girl was embarrassed by her words. Chris thought the girl was exaggerating since she was still weak, so she practiced swinging whenever she could, repeating it a couple hundred or 1,000 times. Her body came to memorize it. Only while practicing could she clear her mind of different thoughts. That way, at the critical moment, she herself would be able to swing her sword on the battlefield without even thinking. To be honest, Natsumi had absolutely no idea what Chris was talking about. But even so, her eyes glistened with delight at the sight of Chris. In the end, Natsumi said that she too wanted to become like Chris, although her parents were far away from here. But the girl was sure that they would be happy about the idea. When Candy returned home, the girl greeted him. A guy had not seen this girl here earlier and asked who she was. Chris replied that she would be training with Natsumi tomorrow afternoon, but the hero still didn't understand anything. In response, Chris smiled enigmatically. She replied that it was her student, or perhaps she should have called her her little friend. Since then, Natsumi started to train with Chris every day, and the hero watched their training. The girl was trying hard, so Chris praised her for her good results. After class, they watered Hatsuki together, and their kitten watched them with interest. The kitten perked up her ears when Chris pounced on the girl and started tickling her. Unable to withstand the intense tickling, the Natsuki laughed loudly. One day when Chris was drinking tea, Candy approached her. He smiled and said that this girl was really crazy about her and came here every day. Chris agreed and replied that she was really very nice indeed. But meanwhile, whenever the hero tried to talk to her, she ran away. Chris blushed and looked away with a smile. Candy stared at the girl questioningly, not understanding what was wrong. It was probably because he looked too imposing for the Japanese. Chris apologized and decided to put it in a softer way. He had chiseled features that were unattractive to girls. He was also a middle-aged man. The hero was offended by all this and asked her to stop. The girl got to her feet with a smile and said she would go to bed. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening on the clock and it was quite late. She took the kitten in her arms and went to the door. Before she left, Candy reminded about their plans for the day after tomorrow. Chris calmed him down and told him that she would warn Natsumi tomorrow. When the girl fell asleep, the hero cautiously opened the door to her room and looked at the sleeping Chris. He quietly closed the doors and headed to the kitchen where he got himself a cold drink. After the guy left, the pretend Chris sat down on the bed and thought about it. Candy wanted to go outside and admire the clear night sky. He looked up at the stars and lit a cigarette. He remembered the words of Chris, who no longer wanted to be here. She wanted to go back to her old home. Thinking about it, the smile on Candy's face disappeared. Meanwhile, Chris was lying in her bed and staring coldly at the ceiling. The next day, a happy Natsumi said goodbye to the guys and reminded Chris of her promise. The hero didn't understand why Chris had such a sad face. After all, she had told her that she wouldn't be here tomorrow. The girl asked the kanji if the children of this world could put a curse on anyone. Candy was surprised at such an unexpected question. Terrified, Chris replied that if she did not return, she would have to swallow 1,000 needles. They had a promise on their little finger, and whoever broke it had to swallow 1,000 needles. Hearing this, the kanji laughed out loud. The hero picked up the kitten in his arms and said that tomorrow he would have to stay in the house of Sumi-san. It was night, but someone rang the doorbell. Candy was taken aback when he opened the door and saw a young girl in a formal suit in front of him. Anami winked at him and offered him a guess as to who had come to see him. Candy was about to close the doors, but the girl asked him not to. He asked to behave appropriately, especially she needed to realize how old she was. But the girl was well aware that she was already 32 years old and was required to have grandchildren. The guest teased the Candy and said that he must have seen her panties. If he wanted to badly, she could show him much more. Also, compared to how she used to be, she was more down to earth now and didn't call herself his mommy. The hero asked her to shut up and go inside immediately. Hiro escorted her inside and said it would be a good idea to give her a heads up about his arrival. Hanami looked around and searched for Chris-chan with her gaze. It seemed like she wasn't listening to Candy at all. She must have been in the kitchen as the smell of dashi wafted to them. Candy smiled and replied that it was the smell of hogo duck. There was some duck meat in the refrigerator that an acquaintance from the hunting club had brought them. The hero didn't expect to have to buy onions at the supermarket. He could have grown them himself this year, but he was busy growing a special variety. This variety was called kalso. Hanami walked to the kitchen where she was greeted by Chris. She still had time before dinner, so Chris asked the girl to make herself comfortable. She was glad she had stopped overindulging in food. Chris tasted the broth and decided that she should have added a little more mirin. Candy thought her cooking might have shocked the Hanami. Chris was taught by his aunt who lived nearby, and now she mostly cooks on her own. Candy thought it was odd that the girl wasn't happy for Chris, but Hanami admitted that it made her a little jealous. Hanami doubted that the hero still hadn't laid a finger on the girl. The guy in shock hesitated to answer because it was a bit unexpected. Literally a couple minutes later, Chris finished cooking and told the guys that everything was ready. Candy admitted that in the cold winter, hot meals were beckoning. Chris was in complete agreement with him and suggested dinner. Hanami turned her back to them and asked them to wait a bit. She brought them something lovely and started looking for her gift in her bag. She pulled out a bottle and exclaimed that there was clearly no way around it without hogo. Chris was thrilled at the sight of sake, but the hero was adamantly against it. Besides, Chris was still underage. But Hanami calmed him down and told him that it was okay since she was officially 20 years old in this world. Chris also confirmed that there were no age restrictions in her country. Candy still didn't think it was a good idea, but they left him no choice. As a result, Hanami, along with Candy, was anxiously watching Chris, who was finishing another shot of sake after dinner. The girl loudly placed the empty shot glass on the table and said that indeed, the sake was perfect for hot hogo. She thought she would drink another mug and Candy wondered if Chris drank in her world. She clearly drank a lot, but Chris replied that she didn't drink much there. Taverns were essentially a gathering place for men, and she herself had never been there. She drank fruit wine during home celebrations, but she wasn't too fond of it. On the other hand, it was the first time she drank such delicious alcohol. The hero understood this feeling, as if he could swallow the whole drink like water. Nevertheless, the sake was strong, so Hanami thought they should slow down a bit. Chris agreed with her and admitted that she had never heard of this brand of Goku Shunsai. Hanami told her that she had found it while driving a foreigner's VIP around the Nara. It was their gorgeous foreign ministry for them. Chris thought it was time for them to get out, but Hanami and Candy stopped her. Candy replied that it was still early. They needed to eat one last meal first. Chris didn't know what they were talking about since they had only broth left. Hanami and Candy laughed. Candy asked the girls not to worry and asked them to give him a few minutes. Hanami smiled and admitted that she couldn't wait for that. They had to turn on the stove first. Then they had to throw the rice into the broth and add some onions and cabbage. Chris assumed that the hero was making rice porridge, but the Candy asked her to wait a bit. She would soon find out everything herself. The hero suggested leaving the egg on the Hanami, and the girl understood him immediately. Chris didn't understand at all what was going on. When Hanami stirred the egg, she added it to the rice that the hero was cooking. Now it was necessary to cover it all with a lid and turn off the stove. Hanami and Candy sat back down at the table with peace of mind and drank the rest of their sake. Chris only gave them a questioning look. Later, the hero told the girls that it was time. He opened the lid and the boys smelled the pleasant aroma of the dish. Chris had never seen such a dish before, but Hanami asked her not to look with surprise. She handed her a bowl of rice and asked her to eat before everything got cold. The girl happily ate her portion and didn't understand why she couldn't stop. She was constantly hungry. Hanami and Candy looked at the happy Chris with a smile, but probably Candy guessed what was the matter. Hanami also saw what the problem was. The guys asked Chris to eat slower, plus she had time to drink sake with it all. But it was useless for her to say that, since Chris just couldn't stop anymore. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Chris was completely intoxicated, but she looked quite satisfied. She could barely pronounce that it was awesome. That was exactly what Candy was talking about. He warned her not to drink so much at once. He suggested that Chris take a bath tomorrow morning, but now she had to go to bed. Candy looked at her as if he were talking to a child. He sighed tiredly when the girl came out of the kitchen and left him alone with the cones. The hero felt very sorry and apologized to the girl for wasting such a good drink. But Hanami didn't mind at all. Besides, she originally brought it for Christian. The hero didn't understand what that meant. Hanami looked at the hero in surprise and thought that her theory about Candy being stupid was confirmed again. The hero didn't understand her words and thought she was just drunk. Hanami got to her feet and started cleaning up. She immediately muttered that she would do it herself. While Chris slept peacefully under the blanket with her cat, the heroes washed the dishes in silence. An awkward silence loomed between the cons and Candy. Eventually, the hero couldn't stand it and asked her to explain what was going on. She could have just told him, but the girl replied that everything was fine. Earlier, Hanami had a conversation with Chris who asked her not to tell Candy something. Chris thought it was far from something to be proud of. The guy interrupted Hanami's memories and thanked her for coming to see them today. It was past time for Chris to get her regular checkup. Candy hinted at her return to her place, but Hanami interrupted him and said she didn't need his kindness. As a result, an argument and shouting played out between them again. In the midst of the argument, the girl asked him not to touch her, at which point a plate fell out of her hands and shattered on the floor. Candy was concerned about her condition and wanted to make sure that Hanami wasn't hurt. But a sly smirk appeared on the girl's face when she noticed his concerned face. Hanami assumed that all of this was his goal all along, but the hero didn't understand what she was talking about. Hanami reminded him of that time when they were in college. He had done something similar that time. The guys poked their fingers at each other at the same time and remembered how they used to wash the dishes after a hot hogo. As soon as they said it together, Hanami and Candy laughed. The hero did not understand for what reason they quarreled at that time, but Hanami herself could not remember it. Yet this situation brought back memories of the past for them. Even after so much time, they remained as they were before. Hanami stepped out of the hot, relaxing bath and thanked the Candy for their hospitality. Candy, with a cigarette in his mouth, admitted that this was his precious boiler bath. Now Hanami felt quite cozy and warm. The hero warned the girl that she would freeze if she stayed outside. She had to go back to her room since it was already December. But Hanami only sat down next to him and replied that she would be fine. She could just lean on him and put her head on his shoulder. At this suddenness, the Kanji flinched a bit and almost dropped the cigarette from his mouth. The guy came to his senses and moved aside, asking not to molest him. But Hanami didn't see what the problem was, because it was warmer this way. Hanami wanted to have a serious and honest talk with Candy. The hero looked at Hanami seriously, not understanding what she wanted to talk about. The girl decided not to be ceremonious and asked the guy when was the last time he had an intimate relationship. Candy dropped his cigarette out of shock and called the girl a round fool. Hanami laughed with his reaction and told him not to worry so much because she was just joking. A smug smile shone on her face, but the hero was not at all interested in jokes. Hanami asked him for a cigarette, and the Candy gave her a cigarette. After a couple minutes, the hero came to his senses and stared at Hanami in surprise. He thought she had already quit, but apparently that wasn't quite true. Hanami put out her cigarette on the ashtray and decided to confess something to Candy. She looked up at the stars and admitted that she was thinking about getting married. Candy looked at her friend with a dose of sympathy and surprise and sighed heavily. One village girl from Fukuoka tried to bite off more than she could chew and out of sheer desire decided to go to university in Tokyo. In the middle of a crowded street, she set her suitcases on the ground and screamed loudly. The girl thought that if it was her, there was nothing she could do about it. It was the easiest thing for her to do. As a result, the young Hanami sat down on a bench and sadly lowered her head. There were many people walking around her who did not pay attention to her in any way. Hanami didn't understand what this feeling was. There was a strange atmosphere here, a distance. She didn't understand what it was, but it was at that time that she met him. Hanami met a cheerful Candy who then found out she was from Fukuoka. They laughed together all the time, but they also fought all the time. They washed dishes together, and then Hanami thought he was wrong. She couldn't remember what attracted her to him back then. However, she had slept with him many times then, as if she was trying to tell him something, and they eventually broke up with him before graduation. The hero checked with her about the marriage, and admitted that it was quite unexpected. Hanami's aunt told her about conducting the omiai. Her fiancé was a very good man, and Candy was happy for her. The girl thought that if they had not ended their relationship then, Candy would have been in his husband's place. Hanami did not know if she would have been able to become a farmer's wife at present. But after all, she was already 32 years old. But the hero tried to calm her down and told her that it was all nonsense, because at his age many men were still unmarried. Besides, he himself was resentful. But Hanami disagreed with him. The thing is that the years of men and women were very different in their 30s, and the guy asked Hanami for forgiveness. Hanami herself, however, refused to give up her thoughts. It seemed to her that perhaps Candy would have proposed to her before they parted, but she was sure she would have turned him down. But if it had been the real her, things might have been different. Suddenly, Hanami felt something and screamed. She grabbed her head, not realizing what was wrong with her. At this moment, she was flirting and potentially agreeing with her ex-boyfriend. She couldn't take it anymore and decided it was the worst thing in the world. The character had absolutely no idea what was going on with her, and the point was that she only noticed it now. Hanami was in front of the candy in her baby pajamas. Even though she had been drinking, she felt awful. She really would have liked to erase it from her memory, but Candy decided to be supportive of Hanami and put his hand on her shoulder. The girl abruptly turned around and slapped his face. She asked him to remove her hand before she beat him to a pulp. The frustrated Candy looked after the embittered Hanami, who went to sleep. Hanami went into Chris' room and looked at the sleeping girl. She stroked her hair and apologized to her. Looking at the cat beside her, Hanami asked him to keep her company tonight. The next morning, Hanami woke up to footsteps nearby. Opening her eyes, she saw Chris and the kitten. Chris noticed that Hanami was already awake. The sleepy girl assumed that Chris had gone to take a bath, but Chris smiled and replied that she had just taken a quick shower. Nevertheless, taking a bath in the morning was certainly wonderful. Hanami suddenly rose to her feet and hugged Chris, who didn't understand what was wrong. Hanami had reminded her many times that she shouldn't have forced herself when they were alone. Besides, Chris shouldn't have worried since she hadn't said anything to Candy-kun about her. Chris told Hanami that she was now indebted to her and the girl smiled. Besides, Hanami had something else she wanted to ask her. On the same day, Chris met the elderly people's cute dog. Hanami bowed to the grandmother that she had come to visit them with her grandfather. The elderly people noticed that there were now two gorgeous ladies here, and since they were on their way to town, they might as well treat themselves to something tasty. Chris stretched out her hand like she was sitting at a school desk and asked Tsujio Dono about his wishes. She wanted to get him something, but Grandpa wasn't so sure about it. He broached the subject of Eken as of late, but Chris asked Tsujio to hold his horses and not say anything else. Grandpa got upset, but Grandma smiled at Chris and asked him not to worry about it. Besides, she asked them to come back as soon as possible after they were done with their business. Earlier, Candy had told her about these very nice people, especially the grandmother who had fallen in love with Chris without knowing about her past. Chris was glad that she had another place to consider home. While they were talking in the background, her grandfather, who had an earache caused by her grandmother, wailed. Suddenly, the kitten that was sitting in the grandmother's arms started acting strangely and screaming. His behavior alerted Chris. She didn't understand what had gotten into him, because before he had always stayed home alone during the day until noon. Despite this, the cat was still screaming, and the guy assumed he was hungry. They hadn't fed him in the morning, and that was obviously a bad thing. Hanami got angry at the hero while the others tried to calm the kitten down. Chris stroked the cat's head and said with a smile as she refused to take 1,000 needles. The cat looked at the girl questioningly, but quieted down. Chris promised to be sure to pick him up even if they arrived late at night. Hanami's mood lifted as she looked at Chris. While the characters were riding in the car, Hanami thought that yesterday she didn't have a crop for Chris. While they were staying at the hotel after being discharged from the hospital, she told her many times. The girl warmly remembered about this morning and covered her eyes. Chris noticed Hanami's hesitation and put her hands on hers. Hanami looked out the window and thought with certainty that Chris was not cursed at all. Chris's inner voice suspected that she was having a lot of fun, and she was clearly having a good time. Her inner voice didn't know what alcohol was or what it tasted like. Opening her eyes, the girl saw that she found herself in an unfamiliar dark place with a bottle of sake in her hands. She looked around trying to pick up where she was and called out to her friends, but she was only answered by the same voice that offered her a drink with them. For a moment, the girl saw 1,000 half-dead soldiers who kept saying that they were comrades in arms. There was no way they could get rid of their unquenchable thirst and were stretching their bloody hands towards the Chris. She saw an old castle where the soldiers were waiting for reinforcements. Someone was about to have a son and everyone was waiting for answers from Christina. Chris opened her eyes and jumped up from the futon. Hanami was also sleeping in the dark unlit room, but she didn't hear Chris. Chris looked at the alarm clock that showed only 5 in the morning and clutched her blanket tightly in her hands. She couldn't count how many times she had had this dream before. With these gloomy thoughts, she walked down the hallway toward the shower. Under the strong jet of water, she was again pierced by that feeling like a flash. She thought in horror that all her comrades were dead, but even without looking at it, she still considered herself cursed. These thoughts gave Chris no rest. By morning, when the sun had time to rise from the mountains, the girl reached her room. She noticed that Hanami was already awake. Hanami thought that Chris had already had time to take a bath so early. It was only 7 in the morning on the clock. Still, for them to take a bath in the morning was certainly wonderful. Chris had already made up her mind, but she didn't understand why she was scared. Still, she thought she was still just as weak. Hanami surprised Chris when she got up from the futon and hugged the girl. Chris froze in place in surprise, not realizing what Hanami was doing. She reminded her time after time that she shouldn't have forced you when they were alone. Chris closed her eyes and hugged Hanami with a frowned, saddened face. Chris was grateful to her friend for always hearing her voice and assumed that she also used magic. Cursed magic did exist, however it was not as unusual as teleportation magic. One person could curse another. Whether it was this world or another, the general idea remained the same. Chris was a deserter who abandoned her duty and escaped to this world. But Hanami kept saying that she was not cursed. If she was tormented by the wrongs of her comrades, she had no right to complain. The girl could only tolerate them, but until now she could not be in this place. This was the only place where she could most often hear the voices of her comrades. Chris remembered her recent events, about how she offered her grandfather to bring him a souvenir, and about that conversation with the cons. Chris sincerely didn't want to show Candy her weaknesses. She glanced at the laughing boy who was watching the bickering old men. The hero sincerely thought it was all amazing and he respected Chris. He asked her not to tell him that she felt dead. Thinking about his words, Chris didn't want to let him down again. Chris thought about all this while they were riding in the car. All the way Hanami held her hands with a slight smile, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the place. They straightened out their business in no time and it took only 2 hours, which surprised Chris. But earlier Hanami had told her that she would not be hospitalized. It was a routine checkup and the next one was due in mid-January. Chris breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this wasn't the end. Hanami had forgotten to tell her something, and flashed a glance and pulled Chris to the side, away from the candy. Chris didn't understand what the matter was, but Hanami stated with a smile that there was a method to remove curses in this world. Chris immediately caught on and thought it was the power of science, but it was something else. The girl told Chris in her ear that they had fairy tales called Sleeping Beauty and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Candy was curious about where the girls had run off to and asked them about what they were doing there. Seeing the flushed, shocked face of Chris, Candy became even more curious to know what had happened. The girl stepped forward and said that everything was all right. She suggested them to set off on their journey and Hanami laughed. At parting, the hero thanked Hanami for everything. He didn't even know how to thank her and the girl smiled. She said goodbye to the candy, cryptically calling him Prince. In parting, she also asked Chris to do as she taught her, but Chris asked her to stop. Chris blushed before her eyes and the hero seemed to get the gist of their little conversation. Candy and Chris only had a few hours left before they would be home and they hit the road. Chris thought with a smile that after this, they could go back to normal life again. Candy kept thinking about something and decided to ask Chris something. The guy cautiously asked about her returning to her world. He wondered if she would really leave if she had the chance. The protagonist knew that Chris had feelings for him, but to reciprocate those feelings, he had to check something out first. He wanted to know if she would return to her world if she had the chance. Candy clarified that it was only a guess, but to be honest, Chris wasn't sure about it. Her current lifestyle was surprisingly pleasant. It was completely different from the way she lived before. She had forgotten about her duties, such as her noble duty and as a knight. She no longer needed to carry that burden. But in fact, she didn't feel real. Ever since she graduated from night school, she admired her brother the hero and spent her life on the battlefield. She looked rather lost and the hero decided to make sure she was okay. The girl apologized and said that she just forgot about her conversation, and it was the candy who laughed. In fact, he was the one who wanted to apologize to her. Chris remembered what she had said about her days as a knight. Even though she was in a different world, she was still a knight. She had to act like a knight and she wanted to live her life protecting what she held dear. Chris frowned, thinking that she might have been wrong. This was clearly not the answer to his question. The current her was just a remnant of a broken army, but the hero supported her and replied that she was strong. Chris didn't understand what he was saying and the guy asked him to listen. They drove past the controlled barrier and moved off again. Candy wanted to tell her about the words his benefactor once said to him when he first became a farmer. No matter how hard he tried, nothing seemed to work. Then he was on the verge of breaking down and giving up because someone kept eating his vegetables. To this the man told him that no one could beat the natural course of things. But even in those days he had to press the gas pedal. No matter how many times he tried, he had to keep swimming against the current to get ahead. To begin with, he should have lifted his head. That very person was a man named Yao San. The guy smiled and remembered that his late old man had also told him something along those lines. Thinking back, Chris also thought that her brother had said something similar. Candy became serious again and called out to Chris. The girl looked at Candy with surprise. While they were standing at the red traffic light, Candy leaned towards Chris and touched her cheek with a smile. He moved closer to the embarrassed girl and filled about his promise. He had to take responsibility. Chris could not answer him anything and only covered her eyes waiting for his further actions. Candy leaned over Chris even closer, but at that moment the girl noticed the burning traffic light and told Candy about it. Eventually, their car touched the road again. But now this time, Candy and Chris were as embarrassed as possible. The blushing girl was looking out the window and the guy was looking at the road. He dared to break their awkward silence and said that he believed in her power anyway. It might have taken a while, but still, she had to believe in herself. Chris only smiled and replied that she believed in the sky too. Still, the hero admitted that he wished Chris would show her tender side. The girl looked at the hero questioningly, not understanding what he was talking about. All was said and done, but she was still a girl. Candy reminded her that no one would blame her and if she cried. Chris got angry and suggested that the hero still thought she was a little girl. She asked not to look at her that way, and the guy tried to explain that she had gotten it all wrong. Eventually, after they left, Chris let out everything she had been hiding. It was like her dam finally burst and she let all her emotions out. Chris stunned the protagonist and slapped him just like Hanami did last night. But luckily, they soon reached home. The girl screamed and asked him not to mess with her head, for Candy knew absolutely nothing about her. While Candy was moaning from the painful blow, Chris could not hold back her tears. His cheek was swollen and Candy suggested that they calm down a bit. After Chris came to her senses, she saw what she had done. The hero tried to keep himself positive, but most likely the girl knocked his tooth out. Chris felt even more embarrassed and didn't know how to justify herself. She repeated what she didn't want to do and soon collapsed on the armrest. Chris gave a big scare to the Candy who didn't understand what had happened to her. But looking at her tear-swollen but contented face, the guy realized that she had fallen asleep. Apparently, she was severely overworked and the hero was once again convinced that she was still just a little girl. The hero picked Chris up in his arms to carry her to her bedroom and noticed that she had lost weight. Earlier, Hanami had expressed her thoughts about him. To her, Candy was a fool with no sense of sophistication and unable to notice anything. But despite her words, the hero himself was aware of all this. He knew that Chris was constantly blaming herself and couldn't sleep at night because of it. He also noticed that she was fooling around like a child so that he wouldn't worry. He could have consoled her directly, but it was wrong and they had to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Chris woke up in her room with the first rays of the sun. When she opened her eyes, she saw Candy across from her with a kitten in her arms. He wanted to make sure she slept well and she didn't have her nightmares again. Chris got up from the futon and noticed that she was already wearing different clothes. She was shocked and called out to Candy. She wanted to shame him for touching a defenseless woman with his finger. But the hero only smiled back and thought that he loved her too. One sunny afternoon, Candy called the cons on the phone. From what he told him, Chris had stopped talking about her curse. Candy smiled slightly and admitted that a lot had happened in the meantime. To be more clear, he got slapped for the second time in 2 days thanks to it. Hanami chuckled merrily and suggested to put this conversation aside. But the hero asked not to play dumb, for she understood everything perfectly. As for the curse, Hanami thought that it was a problem with her mental state that Chris had to solve in time. At least, that's what Hanami hoped for. Candy was in complete agreement with her and expressed the same opinion. But on the other hand, they still didn't fully understand what there was to know about the parallel world. But the hero suggested that they had the same things as here if you don't count magic. But Hanami thought that if they had everything exactly the same, then they could use magic too. She said that the other day there was an experiment at the university based on Chris's stuff. They were testing if people of this world could use magic, which made Candy shocked. But the girl smiled and said that in the end no one could do it. This news made Candy relieved and Hanami agreed with him. Anyway, Hanami should not have forgotten that Chris-chan was attracting a lot of attention. But the girl herself was well aware of it and asked not to be reminded of it. By the way, the hero asked Hanami to call him if she planned a wedding. He wanted to attend her wedding along with Chris. Hanami hesitated to answer and recalled her fiancé named Omiyai. The girl happily stated that she refused him. Candy was so shocked at the thought that he jumped up on the spot and scared the cat with his screams. In parting, Hanami said that they would see each other soon, but the hero asked her to wait and not to hang up. Meanwhile, Hanami looked at the sun with a smile. Now that she thought about it, she was sure that she would find her Prince Charming on her own. Soon December came and it began to get colder. Chris still had no way to open her eyes and looked at her alarm clock. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning on the clock. The girl jerked up from her seat and exclaimed in horror that she had fallen asleep again. Chris clutched her head and thought that there was a limit to how weak she could become. She still considered herself a knight and had to remember that. Chris regretted that the candy hadn't woken her up. Well, here she remembered what she had done yesterday and she felt sick again. Getting to her feet, the girl said that she definitely went too far and had to apologize to the candy immediately. She was rushing through the house with such speed that she did not notice the threshold and tripped. To make matters worse, she inadvertently stepped on a Nanego, who jumped up screaming. At the moment of falling, Chris exclaimed that it was dangerous. Chris was lucky that a candy was just in the backyard and was able to catch the girl. It was close to her fall, so the hero would want to know what she was doing here. Chris didn't expect to meet the candy so abruptly and was confused. While she was thinking what to answer him, the candy held her in his arms. He laughed and admitted that she had a very warm body. His words further embarrassed Chris, who cried out that she was embarrassed. At that moment, a grandmother walked in on them, who smiled at them and noticed that the couple was very animated today. Candy blushed just as Chris did. He tried to explain that it was totally different from what Sumi-san thought. Chris supported him and Sumi-san laughed. Still looking away from embarrassment, the hero wanted to know what brought Sumi-san here. Grandma went a little overboard with the food and brought them a treat. She hoped that Chris-chan was doing well since she hadn't seen her since yesterday. Candy and Chris were pleased to get a present from Grandma, and they thanked her for the treats. The protagonists returned to the house and Candy said with a smile that it was time for them to have some breakfast. But there was no need for this slightly belated part. They arranged the food on plates and put it on the table. Chris quickly took the chopsticks and tasted the new dish. It was turnips dressed with tuna and mayonnaise. It was necessary to peel the skin lightly, cut them vertically in half, and then cut them into slices. Then it was necessary to hold the slices firmly and rinse the salt with water. Then the hero squeezed out the water with both hands, adding the tuna. First it was necessary to remove the oil, and then the mayonnaise. Then the whole thing had to be doused with temari sauce. While Chris was thinking about it, the hero decided to take the initiative and eat it. Chris was saddened that she couldn't get the same flavor and it was very difficult. But the hero replied that it all came down to the difference in experience. After breakfast, Candy put on his shoes and warned Chris that he was going to go take a look at the neighborhood, so he left her in the house in charge. The girl did not want to sit alone and said that in that case she would go with him. The hero asked her to calm down because everything was fine. Besides, Natsumi was supposed to come in the afternoon. The girl agreed with him and stayed home. When the girl was hanging clean laundry outside, she heard a noise and turned around. She heard a car drive up to their yard and someone ring their doorbell. On the doorstep, she saw a man wearing glasses and a strict suit. She assumed that he had some business to attend to. The seemingly stern-looking man said hello to the girl and said it was nice to meet him. Chris assumed that this was a possible guest of the candy and apologized for the rudeness on her part. Chris also introduced herself to the guest. Another person came out to meet them. A female voice suggested that her conversation still needed to be finalized. Chris looked back at the woman with short hair, who smiled slightly at her. A man with glasses decided to make sure that Chris is not actually Candy-kun's wife. The girl hesitated a bit to answer and replied that she was his employee. She still thought that it was really Candy's guest. But Chris didn't understand why she felt uneasy. She obviously didn't trust these people. Chris was surprised when she noticed Natsumi. The girl walked up to the woman and hid behind her back guiltily. Chris still didn't realize who these people were and laughed. She expressed her regret and the man thought something was wrong. The fact was that Candy Dono was working in the field, but he was due back soon. The man asked in that case to wait for him inside the house. The man's name was Isekai'd, who was 40 years old. He was the general manager of the Tokyo branch of a large construction company. His wife's name was Yashai Tomo and she was 38 years old. She didn't look very happy, but Chris motioned for them to go inside. She tried to look friendly even though she didn't understand what was going on. Chris brought them tea and told Natsumi that she had scared her. The girl didn't expect Natsumi to arrive with her parents like a thunderbolt. The disgruntled woman asked her to refrain from talking to her daughter in such a manner. Chris became embarrassed and apologized for it. She wondered where she learned Japanese, because it was unbelievable to say the least. They were probably guests of Candy Dono, so Chris held on as best she could and endured. Still with a strained smile, she apologized, for she was still learning. With excitement, the girl started to talk about the weather, but she saw the man reach out his hand to her. With a hand gesture, he asked her to be quiet for a while until the Candy-kun returned and they discussed everything. The girl only nodded her head and mentally asked the Candy to hurry home. An hour later, the protagonist did make it back. The girl notified that the landlord was already here and asked him to wait for another minute. Candy noticed someone's car in his yard and heard quick footsteps in his direction. The hero didn't understand why the girl was barefoot and also running so fast. Chris admitted that she had already mentally chopped off their heads 100 times, but Candy still did not understand anything. He asked the girl what was wrong, and Chris suggested he just go inside. The guy took another look at the black car and started to guess. He wanted to know whose car it was, and Chris explained that they had a visit from Isekai'd and his gang. More precisely, she meant that Natsumi's parents had come to visit them. Candy asked her to calm down and explain more clearly, but the girl exclaimed that she was perfectly calm. Candy hurried into the house, not understanding why Koichi-san was here. Besides, it had been many years since their last meeting. The family of Eshi and Siki had separated after the post-war incident. But it didn't matter. Kaidi was still like an older brother to him and always took care of Candy. The boy glanced around the room and asked Kaichai what was going on, since it had been quite some time. He had no idea that Natsumi would turn out to be his daughter and assumed he was already 40. Rumors also reached Candy that he was climbing the career ladder at lightning speed. But the man apologized and said he had no time for that. Candy sighed heavily and took a seat at the table next to Chris. The hero apologized and admitted his guilt. Compared to his older brother, he was really busy. Candy noticed that Kaichai-sen had changed and wanted to know the purpose of his visit. The man revealed that his father had called him about his daughter. Natsumi had been coming here a lot lately. In a way, the older brother thought he owed it to Candy, but he assumed that it was Christina after all. He asked for an explanation as to what the girl was doing with their daughter. Chris looked at the woman's displeased face and asked for a second thought. She remembered that after they came back from the field, they had lunch and watered down the Daikon Hatsu. Then they practiced fighting with a wooden sword in the courtyard. At that moment, the girl's mother loudly slammed her hand on the table. Candy and Chris looked at the table in surprise, not understanding her behavior. The woman couldn't understand how they allowed their child to do something like that. Chris replied that Natsumi herself wished to become stronger. Candy excitedly looked at the woman's ring, but she rudely asked him to shut his mouth and stay out of it. But Chris believed that for the good of the girl, she only wanted to strengthen her mind. The angry mother asked for it to stop and grabbed the hands of her resisting daughter. She asked to see what they had done. The girl's hands were completely dotted with calluses and abrasions, which surprised Chris and Candy. Chris asked to calm down a bit and explained that she would never have let her practice so much that it caused blisters. Her mother probably misunderstood everything, but the woman lost her temper. She asked her to shut up, as Chris' words and thoughts were disgusting to her. Candy began to guess what it might have been and looked at the worried Chris. From the fact that they went to the hospital yesterday, she probably practiced with the sword herself and overdid it. In that case, Chris could admit that it was her fault. The woman disengaged even more and reminded her that she had talked about it from the beginning. Natsumi was about to take her high school entrance exam, but Chris was teaching her something barbaric. Natsumi felt sorry for dragging Chris into this and apologized to her. The girl's mother could not allow her daughter to hurt her face. Besides, they still had a job interview waiting for them. Chris could only apologize, but this was not a problem that could be solved by apologizing. The mother was sure that a young lady like her daughter didn't know how society worked and wouldn't understand it. The woman thought that there was no point in explaining how big the world was to them. People who lived a carefree life secluded in the middle of nowhere. Chris felt sorry that she knew so little about Japan. The girl sadly hung her head, but then she noticed that Candy took a deep breath and clenched his fists. The girl's mother also noticed this and decided to find out what was wrong. The guy couldn't stand it and yelled to the whole house that she was the most worthless mother. His yelling was so loud that it scared the cat outside. Everyone froze in surprise, staring at the Candy. The shocked woman covered her mouth with her hands and the Natsumi covered her ears so she couldn't hear their screams. The hero couldn't stand everything they said and asked them not to look down on the farmers. The hero was not going to complain about the way they raised their child, and it was their own business. However, here they were already crossing the line. They came uninvited to someone's house and made a dent in his desk. And they were clearly people who knew how big the world was. Besides, Candy asked them to look at themselves. Surely her husband had never told her this, and the woman looked questioningly at her man. Candy really didn't want to talk about it initially. He was a key employee in a publicly traded company and also graduated from Tokyo National University. Therefore, she should have thought about who she was talking to before saying anything. The hero had something to say to that effect in Koichi Sanu. He asked not to ridicule farmers if he himself was a farmer's son. Koichi said that compared to Candy he was busy, though he was the one who did not want to succeed in the farm and ran away. The hero didn't think his older brother had ever grown vegetables, and it's unlikely he ever had trouble sleeping for fear that the cold weather might ruin their crops. He probably never went to the field during a typhoon without thinking about the danger because the expected damage was scarier. The hero asked not to pretend if he didn't know anything about it. Besides, he himself had said it earlier that agriculture had to change. The change was needed for more young people to start getting interested in it. He always talked about such a great dream, but it was only a lie to convince his father. The woman looked at her husband questioningly. The hero suggested that his older brother might have just gotten conceited. Nevertheless, mentally the Candy asked for his forgiveness, for he already knew that his words were the worst thing he could have said. Even now, the hero remembered how much it had bothered Koichi when he was a student. But the current him had become a completely different person and had changed. Candy decided that he was very wrong about him, and his older brother turned out to be a simple fool who talked a lot and brought trouble to his family. The astonished man did not know what to reply to this, but his wife suddenly confirmed Candy's words. Candy did not expect that his elder brother's wife would turn against her husband. She was well aware that all this was only because he was constantly busy with work, and all he was doing was dumping Natsumi on her, like the time the teacher approached them because she was being bullied. Chris and Candy were surprised at such news. Natsumi never told them that she was bullied. At that moment, the girl felt embarrassed and looked away from them. The man tried to justify himself and recalled her words. Earlier, she herself had said that a mother was best suited to raise a child. The woman decided that he was joking with her and thus making her look guilty. The husband shouted even louder and said that even on weekends all she did was play golf and entertain her clients. But the woman replied that it was part of her job and she was not doing it of her own volition. Her husband eventually replied that it was always the same story with her when things went wrong. Looking at their whole argument, the hero became embarrassed. He realized that he should not have interfered in the marital quarrels, but he still had to do it. The woman lost her temper and said that she had had enough, and if it wasn't for Natsumi, she would have made her decision long ago. Before she could finish her sentence, Chris rudely asked them to shut up. The parents didn't even notice as their daughter walked up to Chris and hugged her out of fear. Chris got angry and said that as a friend of Natsumi she will not keep quiet if they talk about it further. Unable to stand it, Chris thumped the table loudly and said that a parent's job didn't end with earning money for food, clothing, and shelter. They had to stay close to their child, support them, and watch over them as they grew up. Chris knew that she might have come across as a rude woman who knew nothing about this country. However, the parents who raised her would never argue in front of her. Therefore, she would like to ask them. Tears welled up in Chris' eyes and she asked not to put her friend through this. Candy looked at the girl with a smile and asked if she really loved her parents. The mother and father stared at Natsumi with all their attention and everyone was silent for a moment. Chris also smiled at the girl and asked for her opinion. Time passed, but Natsumi couldn't answer them anything. Chris stroked the girl's head and asked her to take her time to answer. The parents breathed a sigh of relief when Natsumi exclaimed that of course she loved them, but she hated their arguments. For a while longer, Natsumi sat on Chris's lap and sobbed. Later, Natsumi's parents apologized to Candy and Chris. Moreover, they also apologized for the things they had said earlier. Thus they spent the rest of the time peacefully as if the heavy atmosphere had never happened. Naturally, they continued their conversation regarding Natsumi. When Natsumi went out to the backyard to water the vegetables, a smile finally returned to her face. The older brother called out to Candy-kun and wanted to say something to him. As it turned out, even Candy could get angry. Koichi knew Candy, but only from the old days. The man scratched the back of his head and admitted that he really shocked him. He promised that he would find time to visit them again in the near future. The hero didn't mind and agreed with him. In the end, Natsumi was able to say goodbye to the boys in peace with a smile on her face. Before leaving, she also said goodbye to the kitty, who meowed back at her. Toward the end of the day, as it was getting dark, the main characters walked the family to their car. From the outside, they looked like quite a happy and ordinary family. Some people said that the child was a bond between the husband and wife. When the hero thought of this, he heard a loud cat meow. Chris looked in surprise at Nanego, who was pulling his paws toward the candy. The heroes realized that it was quite late and they needed to feed the kitten. They poured food on it and watched with a smile as the kitten pounced on the food. The following story told of a time when Candy and Chris went to town for a regular checkup. This story took place at the Idu house. Grandpa abruptly jumped up from the futon, not realizing what had happened. He noticed the Nanego kitten trying to ask for something and tugging at his sleeve. Grandpa remembered that they had to watch him all night. Grandma sighed heavily and realized why their children had offered them a nursing home. Grandpa grumbled and admitted that he didn't care what those fools said. Granny smiled and asked him to calm down. She pulled out a flask and asked to go for a walk and take their woolly friends with them. As Grandpa headed down the path to the forest, he thought that it was Granny who really made him work too hard. But in the old days, she was a real beauty. Together with Kanchan's mother, these sisters were called the most beautiful women in the village. Grandpa decided to take a break and drink some water. The sun was at its highest elevation and it was baking his head well. During his rest, Grandpa noticed that the animals were too lively. Then he noticed a Natsumi who came out to meet him. The girl was happy to meet the Nenego and the cute dog here. The girl looked at the kitten with happy eyes and asked him not to tell anyone, but she was going to practice her swinging. The grandfather mistook her for a boy who lived at Yoshi-san. He came closer to her and said that his grandmother was talking about him. The girl glumly let go of the kitten on the ground and ran away from the old man. The old man noticed that his dog glared gloomily at his master, but his grandfather shouted to him that he had done nothing. Following the cat, the dog also jumped into the field and was lost among the dense thickets. The old man ordered them not to run in other people's fields, even though it was now just an abandoned piece of land. But he changed his mind and praised the dog who decided to just bring the kitten back. Long ago, this village prospered because of agriculture, and there were many people here. The old man recalled that all his children were also in the temple. He was still feeling lonely, and he surely thought that the dog would understand him. The old man heard footsteps behind him and turned around. He clutched his heart with shock when he saw an enraged wild boar in front of him. The old man fell to the ground and tried to catch his breath a little. Grandpa pulled away from the wild boar, even though he thought it was already dead. Now that he thought about it, the boys from the hunting club had told them to be careful in this warm winter. He looked at the happy playing animals and thought it must be nice to feel so carefree. The old man rose to his feet and noticed a cemetery in front of him. He finally reached the grave of the Idu family. The old man approached the grave and apologized to his ancestors. Although he lived nearby, he didn't visit them often. The old man put flowers on the grave and bowed to it. While praying, he noticed that a kitten had climbed onto the grave of the Seki family. It must have been here before. The kitten must have been taken here to visit the grave of the Kanchan family. The old man thought that he must have come here often and was still very jealous. After all, his son had managed to adopt his business. Before the old man's eyes stood a happy couple in the form of Chris and Candy. Grandfather raised his head to the sun and thought that he was a damn serious and difficult man. When he and Kanchan's father were young, they used to yell at each other after only a few drinks. As soon as he remembered this, he would inadvertently start to get angry again. But despite this, his father was an excellent farmer, so with all his patience, his grandfather helped him. Yet things were a little different. Grandpa told the dog and cat that they were both fools. Hana's father was a year younger than him. Remembering that they were already 85 years old each, it became painful for them. The old man was in pain and didn't want to watch anyone leave. The old man turned to the animals with a smile and asked the boys to stick to their turn. But to his surprise, the animals disappeared somewhere. He quickly looked around trying to find someone. At that moment he heard strange sounds behind him and noticed the wild boar again. A few hours later, a sullen Tsujio returned home, crying while holding a small bottle of sake in his hand. Grandma was surprised when the animals returned without their master and asked them where Grandpa had gone. It was already mid-December and it was only 3 degrees outside. It seemed as if someone had said they would have a mild winter this year, but it was not to be. The main character was waiting for the next stage in his life. He lit a cigarette and looked at the girl with a smile. It was time for Chris's first harvest. Chris prepared for it and dressed warmly. It was more correct to say that this harvest belonged not only to her, but also to Natsumi. The girl had also come to help her. Finally, it was time for the Daiko to harvest the Daiko on the Hatsuka. The girl didn't expect that she would be the first to harvest them and got embarrassed. She gathered her thoughts and hesitantly pulled out her first vegetable. Chris was thrilled and they did their victory dance together with Natsumi. The guy looked at the vegetable with a smile and said that they were in great shape and had grown well. In that case, he offered his help and they harvested the crop together. As they were soaking the plants in water, Natsumi called out to the hero. She handed him the washed vegetables and asked him to eat it. But the boy told the laughing girls that they should be first. But Chris and Natsumi wished that he should be first. Candy was already beginning to suspect what was wrong. He already realized that the girls had tasted them and asked about their taste. Chris and Natsumi laughed mysteriously and said it was a secret. Candy decided to still agree and accept their offer. He reminded them that he was still a professional farmer and he should not expect flattery. The girls fell silent and agreed with him. The Candy then took a bite of the vegetable and chewed it thoroughly. The girls were worried about their efforts and held hands waiting for his response. The boy's eyes glistened and he exclaimed that it was quite delicious. He suggested that they hurry up and try them. He also told Chris that there was mayonnaise in the refrigerator. Later, they dressed the vegetables with mayonnaise and made a salad. It was quite tasty and the girls ate it by both cheeks. Chris replied that the first time they tasted the vegetables, they didn't have so many red spots on them. Even though they were a little spicy, there was a perfect balance between sourness and mayonnaise that would have made them addictive. The heroes didn't even expect Natsumi to describe it all in such detail and were surprised. Candy was happy that their harvest was a success and asked the girls' opinion. Chris smiled and replied that she treated them with love every day. Vegetables were plants, and in a way they were also living beings. And if a parent loved their child, they reacted accordingly. Natsumi grabbed Chris' hand and said that they both used a spell to make those vegetables taste good every day. The hero thought about the spells and asked Chris to step back with him for just a second. Chris didn't understand what was going on, and the girl also gave them a questioning look. He wanted to make sure that Chris wasn't using any magic, but the girl assured him that she was. She conceded that she might have used it in part, but only unconsciously. After all, they had eaten quite a lot already. The hero wasn't sure if household appliances and plants were the same thing, but it was necessary to call Hanami just in case. Natsumi was curious what they were talking about and asked to tell her too. The hero warned Chris that he was going to go to the field for a while. Candy crouched over the beds and tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Behind him he heard a woman's voice asking him what he had been doing. The hero didn't expect to see Chris here, who came to see him on her bicycle. Natsumi had already managed to leave, so she thought she could help him. The forecast said that there was a chance of a cold snap hitting them, so the hero covered his bow with the appropriate sheets. The crops needed to be protected if they got snow, and Chris understood that. Candy explained that these are called polytunnels. Compared to a plastic greenhouse, using these greenhouses was much cheaper, which surprised Chris. She had probably already seen encased rows with material covering the surface without support. Chris recalled something similar. It was as if she knew it. When it came to putting love into vegetables, she was no match for Candy. Candy smiled and looked at the frowning sky. He hoped he could let many people enjoy them. He also asked Chris not to worry, for he knew that she could also put her love in. He suggested to go and make up with Natsumi-chan immediately. At that moment, Chris's look changed immediately. She didn't understand how the hero knew about it. The guy laughed and said that it was all written on her face. Natsumi probably thought that Chris was going to get rid of her, but that wasn't the case. Plus, her family might have been worried about her. He meant that Natsumi was being selfish. Candy noticed something falling from the sky and raised his head. Suddenly, a light snow sprinkled down, which smoothly turned into a blizzard. Eventually, a harsh winter came to the countryside. A few days later, the boys were visited by guests. Koichi Nissen apologized for the sudden visit. He had taken a leave of absence from work and decided to drop by. During the phone conversation, he really shocked Kanji. The guy thought it was strange that he took a couple of days off even though he was so busy. The man blurted out his apology. Chris emphasized her dislike for this side of Kanji Dono. Koichi reported that he had a long conversation with his wife about Natsumi afterward, and it helped him understand. They thought they were doing it for Natsumi and their family, but it was only their own selfishness. A man is ashamed to admit that he is over 40. With not much time left until the end of the year, he decided to spend some time with Natsumi. The girl happily announced that they would be going to Nezumilan the day after tomorrow. Now this is the Koichi-sen that Kanji remembers. The Seki and Yashai families were related more than 70 years ago. Land ownership problems arose from the post-war mess made by their grandfathers. Making verbal promises without signing contracts is a common problem in rural areas. Koichi almost forgot that he had something from his wife for Chris-san. It was kendo gloves. Natsumi thinks she can safely practice swinging while using them. Both decided to start practicing. Watching them, Koichi said that his wife shows her kindness in this way. She wanted to come with him today and apologize, but she had a job that she couldn't put off. She deeply regretted hurting the two of them. Kanji turned to Nai-san. Her reaction was normal. Natsumi was bullied and came to this village. They didn't know anything about it. As a mother, this reaction was quite natural. He laughed at the fact that Nai-san had completely screwed up in that family quarrel. Koichi suddenly inquired about their relationship with Chris-san, which embarrassed the latter. She mentioned that she works for him, but they talk about a man and a woman living together. Aren't they bound to make a mistake? Kanji stated that they would not. Koichi laughed, for it was his stubbornness that hadn't changed a bit. He thinks she's a nice girl, which the guy couldn't disagree with. Kanji feels that it hasn't been long since they started living together and there are different circumstances, so he can't tell him. So he takes his time. Koichi realized that Kanji was in love with her, and the feeling insecure guy didn't deny it. This attracted the attention of the others. The Isen advised him to hurry up and settle down already, addressing him simply by his first name. He informed Natsumi that they were leaving. Chris gave her a stern look and reminded her that they had already discussed it. The girl grudgingly replied that she knew. Kanji learned that Nai-san would stay at her parents' house until the day after tomorrow. Then he suggested that the two of them spend the night here. Koichi awkwardly accepted the offer, which amused the others. Natsumi asked Kanji to come over. Unexpectedly, she kissed him on the cheek. The girl was grateful to him. It was her first time. The angry Koichi turned to the boy and took back his words. He blurted out that Kanji would remain a bachelor for the rest of his life. He won't give him his little girl. The guy was shocked by such a statement. The man decided that this marked the beginning of a second confrontation between their families. The girls took a bath together. Kanji thought about his family. He and Chris would no longer be able to see their families. They are left alone, but they become a family themselves. Isekai'd Institute for Magical Studies, South Neighborhood. The hero recognized that it was his fault and asked Louise to do it again. Where is Christina and what is she doing? The girl's spiritual light assures her that she is healthy and leading a peaceful life. Ever since she entered school, she has been an irreplaceable friend to Louise. However, something happened today that changed their relationship. Louise decided to give him a simpler explanation. They assumed that she used the magical teleportation scroll in the Black Forest. During their reinvestigation the other day, they gathered stronger evidence to support this theory. The girl offered to look at this vial. The properties of the contents in it visibly changed. Bartholomeus could not understand what he should see. Louise stated that it was a magical reaction with a kindred coincidence. In other words, it is proof of the connection between this magical pattern and Christina's family and close relatives. He sees she plans to search for Christina's magic using it. Louise replied that this is incorrect. In fact, she excluded his magic sample, since he is an exception even for exceptions. Bartholomeus agreed with her. This power is not his after all. At first Louise experimented by mixing the two together, but there is some historically rare ability, compared to which the amount of magical power she possesses pales. The prevailing magic of the spirit. The girl knew that her skills and knowledge in magic were superior anyway. He thinks the reunion with Christina is still far from over. Ironic, isn't it? Louise declared that he was wrong. If only she had realized it sooner. But now they can embark on the next phase in the production of magical instruments. So Louise asked to just leave it all to the genius himself. Bartholomeus replied that if the girl asked him, she was more like a child Louise. She did not pay much attention to this as she is a very tolerant and friendly person. The girl remembered that she had changed the subject, but it would be unpleasant for her if he did not take responsibility. The first thing that came to his mind was money. Indeed, she must be spending a lot on all this. Louise declared that was not what she was talking about. The boy still couldn't understand what she was talking about then. The girl was indignant that he had forgotten. Bartholomeus only remembered how he had once stroked her head. She did not like his non-seriousness. She had already even told her parents that she would become a hero's wife. Louise knew it. It made no difference to him. But to her, for 3 months they worked together. She fell in love with him. He received marriage proposals from countless ladies. Even the third princess, Lady Amelia, adores him, and the king plans to welcome him into the royal family. And yet this man is obsessed with his sister and shows no interest in other women. The guy stated that he understood. If Louise can wait for Christina to come back, he will do it. The girl was over the moon and emphasized that she was talking about marriage. Bartholomeus asked not to worry as he will take responsibility. Besides, he did not mind if it was her. Louise exulted, taking this as a promise. There was no turning back now. She'll drink milk every day until Christina comes back. She'll grow up and bear him a bunch of children. The girl knows the guy is a siskin, but he can love a lowly with gentleness and care, right? Bartholomeus asked her to calm down. Then she offered to brush her hair. Blushing, he agreed. Louise made a strange sound, and he asked her not to. She is sure it will shock Christina, but today she has become her sister. The girl found that the moon looked even more beautiful today than usual. Chris finds herself in a world of agonizing nightmares. The light in the kitchen turned on, and Kanji found the girl sitting there alone. A calm smile played on his face. She hadn't expected to see him. Chris apologized for being so late. She was doing well these days, but it happened again. He dressed the girl so she wouldn't catch cold. The guy offered her some hot milk, and she didn't refuse. She went to bed contentedly, expressing her gratitude to Kanji Dono. There was dead silence in the house, but something made the girl get up. For the first time since arriving in this world, she hadn't felt it in a long time. It couldn't be a spirit. Chris assumed that it was Kanji Dono's ancestor. The girl wondered why her and not him. She realized that he wanted her to follow him. Taking something under her arms, she decided to honor his request. As time went on, Chris began to realize that it was too far. She sensed the goblin. No, it was undoubtedly an orc. For the upcoming battle, she strengthened her body. The girl was serious and turned to face her opponent. What was her disappointment when she found pigs instead? Noticing her, the opponents began to head toward her. Chris decided that she didn't need to use her magic, as she would finish it off with a single blow. How dare he try to destroy Kanji Dono's field? She clearly sees her target. The girl's attack is thwarted by another pig entering the fray. She realized that it was careless. She can't dodge. Chris strengthened her body again, but it was useless. Suddenly, they ran away. The girl thought she had made a mistake. But only this part was broken. After all, she had managed to come here early. But nothing could change her mind that she was late. Desperate, she sank to the ground in front of the site of the damaged field. A lot has happened since last night. Kanji didn't expect to see such a cutie. Natsumi thinks Chris One-chan looks really cute. Nana thought that size sat on her just perfectly. The pets appreciated Chris One-chan's jumpsuit with cute sounds. The old man was happy to see the adorable Chris wearing the jumpsuit with an apron. The girl thanked Sumi Dono happily. What would Kanji Dono say about the cutest jumpsuit? The hero smiled and replied that the outfit really suited her. The guy would never have thought what had happened to them a few hours ago. Everyone was acting so calm now, while a couple hours ago there was such a confrontational situation. No sooner had the sun risen than Chris snuck into the sleeping Kanji's room and woke him up. He sunk deep into a sweet dream, flew up in surprise and wondered what had happened. The following events Kanji definitely didn't expect to see. The hero asked why Chris was all messy and what the hell happened. Chris, trying to calm down, talks about Kanji's precious field. The girl was too careless and she screwed up. Kanji wants a pissed off Chris to calm down for starters, which she wasn't good at doing. The heroine regretted that she was no better than a pig and even Kanji's ancestor was channeling her. Kanji thought she wouldn't calm down, so he made a quick plan in his head on how to calm down the emotional heroine. First, he made her take a bath. Then when she warmed up, he gave her some juicy sake. And after getting the long-awaited calm, he sent her to bed. The operation to put Chris to sleep was a success. Kanji went to the field to check the damage and then told the hunting club. The heroes want to get rid of all the wild boars in the world. Da Basin told the villain's partner, inadequately eager to do so. Kanji's phone rang and he answered it, saying that everything was fine. Kanji heard some suspicious sound. An angry Chris thought it was the villainous pigs coming back to attack them. The guy asked Chris to be quiet for a while. Chris opened the door abruptly, expecting to see some unpleasant persons, but a frightened little Natsumi rushed to her. Natsumi was worried about Chris and asked if the long-haired beauty was injured by the wild boars. One thing that confused Chris was why Natsumi was shoeless. It turns out the little girl was without shoes because she was scared for Chris and ran to check the situation without thinking about shoes. Kanji listens to the girl's conversation with interest. Natsumi starts crying and Chris calms her down with words. And in the end it turns out like this. Everyone is laughing. The atmosphere in the house is calm and comfortable. To dispel thoughts a bit, Kanji and Grandpa Tsujio go out for some fresh air. Kanji apologizes for disturbing them. Grandpa rearranges the young boy's words and advises him to worry better about himself. He thought his heart would stop, for not long ago he too had been attacked by a wild boar. Kanji was definitely shocked by the old man's words. The gray-haired Tsujio speculated that this might happen since it was a mild winter again this year. This is also part of nature, the fate of the farmer. Tsujio shared his opinion. Kanji fully agreed with the old man's words. Tsujio brought the previous night back into the dialogue. He recalled that Chris-chan had spotted wild boars in the middle of the night. The sage suspected the girl's sixth sense. Kanji replied with a laugh that it was indeed true. He can't tell about magic or mysterious powers. A truck pulled up, from which a trucker with a heavy box got out. The uncle asked if Siki-kun was okay. Kanji was greeted by Yao-san. The guy didn't think he would stop by to see them. Chris, hearing a familiar name, looked out of the room. Yao was happy to see Chris unharmed and safe. Chris agreed with him. Siki warns Yao that none of the special variety vegetables were harmed. Siki thinks that's what Uncle was most worried about. Yao accidentally blabbed about Chris' magic. Tsujio, overhearing their dialogue, had interjected about magic, which was faintly believable. Siki was angry at Yao's inattention, since it was supposed to be a secret. Uncle realized he had blabbed, confused, and apologized. Natsumi curiously asked her grandmother who the intruder was. According to her grandmother, it was Kang-chan's vegetable wholesaler. In an attempt to make amends, Yao began to show the gift he had come with. It was a strange gift. Kanji was mildly amazed at what was in the box. The old man had brought the boys a wild boar as a gift, but the girl wasn't sure if its meat was edible. Granny and Tsujio were surprised at Yao's gift. He offered to eat their worries away. In the kitchen, Nana set about making Botan Nabe's dish, and Natsumi would happily assist her in this exciting endeavor. Natsumi excitedly told Chris about wild boar meat, which is called Botan, just like horse meat is called Sakura. Chris was impressed with the little girl's knowledge. Granny with a smile suggested to start cooking. She asked Natsumi to wash the vegetables. Before Nana could finish her sentence, Natsumi started chopping the vegetables. Surprisingly, Natsumi was very fast at this difficult task for her age. The aroma coming from the pot was too tantalizing. Nana was the first to taste the broth. It was finally ready. Natsumi couldn't wait to taste it. They poured the soup onto plates for lunch. At the table sat hungry Tsujio, Kanji, and Yao. They were grateful that they hadn't started lunch without them. Chris and Natsumi were nicely carrying a gourmet dish on a tray to the table. The broth and meat looked amazingly delicious. The dog smelled the aroma with his nose and began to cheekily hint to share it with him as well. Kanji attacked his portion with great appetite. Tsujio appreciated such an unusual meal. Natsumi took her time savoring the flavor, and Nana was quite pleased with the result and the satisfied faces around the table. Chris shared her opinion. She thought the wild boar meat was just great. Yao knew they would appreciate his delicious gift. This dish won Chris's heart so much that she had a crazy idea that she thought was brilliant. She suggested using the vegetables as bait for wild boars, and then Kanji was a little surprised why after what happened she was talking like that. It was so funny that everyone laughed. Chris looks at Kanji with a question, not realizing where he's going. Kanji is going to go damage control. Chris offers to go with him. Kanji says no because he's worried about Chris' health. She'd better rest. The guy has a general idea of the damage, so he'll be gone for a while. Besides, Chris needs to visit the vet for Nenego's 7-month checkup. Chris remembered the vet's words. He said Nenego had a near-death experience, so it's worth visiting him more often, at least once a month. Kanji agrees, because it's true. Kanji, noticing Chris' upset look, decided to cheer her up. Abruptly turning around, he told her that tomorrow he would need all her strength. The girl did not expect such a sharp turn of the guy. They need to put up new fences to prevent further damage from animals. They have quite a lot of work to do, so Kanji asks Chris to just rest until then. Chris's eyes light up and she tells Kanji to leave it to her. Kanji agreed, and without wasting any time he went for his intended business. Kanji was driving while thinking. It had been about 4 years since Kanji had become a farmer. He hadn't seen this much damage since the sweet potato fields had been destroyed 2 years ago. He thought he'd planned everything with the electric fences, but he probably should have been more careful. Kanji had finally arrived and he had to distract himself from his musings. Kanji looked at the onion fields with a smile. He never thought they would hit the onion fields so hard. He knew it was dark and everything when he came in this morning, but he hadn't realized all the damage. You'd think the boars wouldn't eat them. Kanji looks at the damaged onion beds. The wild boars even dug up all the beds, but trouble doesn't come alone. He also found earthworms there, who apparently thought yams were growing here. The guy can't believe it, because it's an onion field. Kanji became interested in the case. Kanji tried to remember the information sheets. When the old man was still alive, the onion rings had never been hit like this. If the guy remembered correctly, the old man had left a bunch of information in the farmer's diary. Kanji strained his head to the point of sweat to try to remember about the onion field. Kanji succeeded. Something had happened to this onion field earlier. The following event startled Kanji out of surprise. Suguro-san suddenly appeared behind the boy's back. Suguro realized that Kanji was thinking about the landslide that happened 20 years ago. Kanji couldn't believe his eyes. Standing in front of him is a person he definitely didn't expect to meet. Kanji didn't realize when Suguro had gotten here. Suguro told him that he was a little worried about the young guy, that's why he came. With those words, the guy remembered something from his childhood. He remembered that something happened that made him turn to Saki-san. Suguro closes his eyes, saying that Kanji's father drank a lot because he was having a hard time. Because of this landslide, they were in financial straits. Life was hard for farmers at that time, at least compared to today. Kanji remembered those hard days of his life and lowered his head and agreed with the old man. Suguro asked to just remember that the experiences of the past are just as important as the one you have today. The boy listened carefully to the words of the sage with vast experience. The old man explains that nature naturally changes every day, and they cannot sit idly by while the world changes. They must actively change with it. Suguro had a cloth in his hands. The old man would say they were halfway there by the looks of it. But it's too late. They should cover the remaining unprotected crops with cloth before the sun goes down. It's going to get very cold tonight. Kanji was in full agreement and said that was a good idea. The old man gave the young man a friendly smile. The old man continued to share words of wisdom. Suguro says if your nerves give out, you will never be able to farm again. Kanji always agreed with the old man's words. It was already getting dark outside. Suguro and Kanji finished their work. Kanji thanked Suguro once again. Kanji wondered if giant agricultural corporations had to deal with things like this. The old man didn't understand what the young farmer was talking about. It started to snow lightly outside. The old man is glad they covered the crops. It was very difficult. That's where he suggests they call it a day and get home. But Kanji is going to stay a little longer. The old man warns him not to stay here too long. He might catch a cold. Kanji went to check the field with a flashlight. He noticed something not so good. It was a broken wire. Kanji guesses that's probably how the boars got into the onion fields. The farmer regularly checked the field every 2 days, but this time it was on the 3rd. The boy is very upset and thinks the gods are mocking him. Chris went to the vet clinic with her furry one. The vet said he heard they were badly hurt and asked if they were okay. Chris remembered the boars. Chris realized that the vet was referring to the boar infestation. Now he was worried about them too. The vet asked Chris if she had learned the Japanese zodiacs. Chris didn't understand what he was talking about. The vet started to tell her. It is believed that it is derived from the Chinese zodiac. However, it has undergone changes as it has been passed down from generation to generation countless times. There are only 12 animal signs in this zodiac. It even has a boar sign within it. Chris questioned whether boars are different from pigs. The veterinarian answered that is correct. We originally domesticated wild boars, and over time they evolved into the pigs we know today. Unsurprisingly, Chris thinks they are very similar. The veterinarian believes that wild boars are very intelligent substances, but on the other hand they are ferocious and temperamental creatures. Chris realized that you have to be on guard and use magic as a last resort. The vet says that's why they need to be extremely careful if they ever encounter it. Nanego realized who she was talking about and started meowing alarmingly. This made the vet and Chris laugh. A heroine with glasses walked into the office, and in her arms was a cat named Roku. The cats recognized each other and started meowing to each other in a friendly manner. They hadn't seen each other in a while and must be excited. It looked funny, so everyone laughed. The cats were petting each other and purring. It looked really cute. Chris intervened in their cat business and moved them closer to each other. The vet said the other cat siblings are doing fine, especially considering how Nanego used to be. It's a miracle he's still alive. Chris got worried and asked if Nanego was okay. Taking the information sheet, the vet admitted that Nanego scared the hell out of him. But now he is the biggest of his 4 siblings, agreed the vet. Chris thinks that's wonderful news. The doctor was worried about the implications, but looking at the tests he was absolutely fine. The doctor turned to Chris and asked with a smile if she had used any magic. Chris remembered the earlier actions. The cats were purring cutely and playing with each other. Chris was walking with a bicycle that had Nanego in a cat carrier. The girl began to look at her hand. Chris's hand possessed strong magic, but Chris doesn't believe that she would be able to do something like that. Chris knows that she has magical abilities that are out of this world. But are her healing abilities really that strong? Hanaki isn't quite sure how Chris' healing magic works. The magical girl wondered about her powers, but Nanego interrupted her. He was cold. The girl apologized to Nanego and hurried home. Outside, snow was falling in flakes. Chris in her hands with a fluffy one stuck out the window at the heavy snowfall. Kanji is usually home at this time, but now he was running late. The roar of a car could be heard from the street. Chris immediately thought that Kanji had finally arrived home. It was a wintry atmosphere outside. It was snowing and there was a biting frost. Poor Kanji froze as he made his way home. Kanji looked tired. You could tell by his face that he was freezing like hell. Kanji was glad to finally cross the warm threshold of the house where Chris was waiting for him. The girl was waiting. Kanji had come back too late. She looked at the guy with widened eyes wanting to say something, but she didn't have time. Kanji bent down in front of the one he made her wait so long. He apologized. Chris felt embarrassed. The house was warm, which helped Kanji warm up quickly. Chris handed him a glass of water, which he blew out too quickly. Apparently he was so busy that he didn't even have time to drink the water. Kanji told Chris what his situation was. Turns out a wire had snapped at the electric fence. Kanji blamed himself for the situation. He was careless. Chris tried to distract the sad guy from his bad thoughts. She asked him to focus on his dinner. Kanji Dono was so tired that he didn't even have the energy to eat. He decided to lie down to sleep after a hard day. Chris supported him, since he looked wrinkled and loaded. Chris was a little worried about Kanji, so she decided not to torture him by talking. The guy remembered that she wanted to say something. Chris wanted him to take care of himself first. That was more important than talking. Kanji was counting on Chris. He had another hard day ahead of him tomorrow. He could always count on her. It was important to her. Fluffy thought for a moment. In the morning, Kanji looked just as tired as he had yesterday. He was on his way to the store to get the resources he needed, then to the place in which to fix the problem. Together with Chris's help, they set to work. Kanji was extremely exhausted and was breathing with a heavy puff of breath. Chris was worried about him. She offered to take a short break. Kanji stubbornly refused, continuing his work, of which there was plenty. Next, they still had to cover the rest of the crops. They needed to be protected from the cold. There was indeed a lot of work to do, so now they can't afford to take even a short break. Chris realizes that it's wrong, but there's no way to stop him. Besides, Kanji needs to make sure they catch the wild boar. He needs to kill it tonight. Kanji says that now they need to hurry back to the store to buy more steel plates. Chris agrees with the guy and they set off for the mall. The sun was shining brightly outside. It was already lunchtime. The guys were hard at work. They were hauling the heavy steel plates into the truck. Kanji was unbearably heavy. He took a little breath and they drove on. After a couple hours, the sun was already going away. They had done a lot of work. The workers had finally finished their work. Chris was very happy to finish the job, but Kanji was happy about the nice weather today, remembering the previous day. Kanji Dono is glad that they are on the Pacific side of Japan where it rarely snows. Kanji seems to be coughing. Chris suspects that something is wrong with him. Chris touched Kanji's forehead to check the temperature. Chris became very angry. He had a fever and he didn't tell her anything about it. It was already late evening outside. Chris took the whole situation into her own hands. First, she wiped the sweat off her sick boyfriend, then ordered him to change into his home clothes and get into bed right away. Chris couldn't hold back her anger, despite the fact that he felt bad. She asked why he hadn't let her know how he felt. He realizes that he was wrong, so he apologizes for being so remiss. Chris turned off the lights, told Kanji to go to bed and feel free to call her if he needed anything. The sick man felt funny with fussy Chris, acting like a grumpy mother taking care of a sick child. Chris kept acting like a grumpy mother. The girl ordered Nanego to behave while she went to Sumi Dono's place to ask for something. It was very dark outside as night was falling. While Chris was out, Kanji's throat got dry. He went to get some water that Chris had prepared just in case. She even prepared new pillows for him. The landlady came home. Chris opened the door a bit and peeked into Kanji's room to see if he was asleep. The boy was sitting on the bed. Caring Chris brought some food, thinking of Kanji's hunger. Chris was creating a very cozy and comfortable environment for him. Chris got right to the point. Kanji was hungry. He hadn't expected such a pleasant event. There was porridge and umeboshi on the tray. This food was from Sumi-sama. Chris turned on the light to make it more comfortable to eat. Apparently Kanji was very hungry. He quickly piled on the bowl of porridge. Chris told Kanji to eat slower. With such a rush he looked no better than those boars. The girl enjoyed watching the guy eat appetizingly. The cups quickly became empty. Chris was pleased to see that she hadn't tried in vain and Kanji had indeed eaten everything. He couldn't resist such delicious food. He was grateful to the girl. Chris asked Kanji if that's how his mom used to cook for him when he was sick. The boy replied that she did. However, when Kanji thought back to his mom's porridge, he thought it was more watery than Chris's. High up on the cabinet is a medicine cabinet with medicines. The sickly Kanji looked at Chris and saw the other girl. Kanji's eyes widened, showing consternation. Kanji rustled and turned away from Chris. He asked her to go to bed and thanked her again for the treats. Chris didn't understand this behavior of the guy. Chris calmly left the room and said that she hoped he would sleep well and said good night. The agitated guy did not respond to Chris' words in any way. The house was quiet. Nanego was asleep. Chris peeked into the sick man's room to make sure he was asleep and okay. Chris walked into the room thinking of something. She decided to use her gift and heal her friend. Kanji has the same dream again. 10 years ago, his father passed away suddenly. He was a stubborn, old-fashioned man who always had to have the last word. and his mother, who always humbly supported him without a single complaint. In Kanji's dream, the sun burns his eyes with its bright rays. That jerk would never see his grandchildren now. It was so quiet that Kanji could barely hear his mom, but he thinks it was the first time he heard his mom say something like that. Kanji says he'll take over the farm, but he's going back to Tokyo tomorrow. He has a lot of work to do on his dissertation, so Kanji thinks to himself, why is he saying this now? He's such a tactless idiot. Chris appears in the dream. The girl understands Kanji Dono. The guy shouldn't have met her in the dream. She took his hand and a magic portal opened. The whole night had passed. It was already light outside. Kanji opened his eyes. The feelings he got from the dream had not let go of him yet. Next to him sat Nanego, who was staring at him, licking the sleepy man's face. Kanji got up to leave the room. Kanji said good morning to Chris. Chris is annoyed because he should be in bed. But Kanji thinks he is completely healthy and don't underestimate a farmer, also a young one. Chris pretends that she didn't use any magic. Kanji, to be sure, offers to test it. A joyful Kanji came very close to the girl to touch her forehead with his forehead. The girl didn't expect this course of action. Kanji's forehead was indeed cool. Kanji informed Chris with a very wide smile that his temperature had gone down. Chris was surprised. The temperature had indeed gone down. The girl switched to the guy's sharp proximity and started stomping and making cute noises. Kanji laughed and apologized for it. Chris quickly headed off to make breakfast since the guy was feeling better. Kanji was grateful that she was taking such good care of him, since he had recovered thanks to Chris' efforts. Chris panicked and asked the guy what he meant, but the guy just gave a wide smile to the girl. Chris thought suddenly he woke up while she was healing him and got really excited. But Kanji meant porridge, a cooling pillow and a change of towel. She had done a lot for him. Chris said to him with relief, "Ah, that's what you meant." Kanji wondered, had he missed something? Chris admitted that if it wasn't for Sumi Dono, she wouldn't have made it. There were dishes on the table that smelled fragrant. Kanji started to eat breakfast, and Chris just sat and looked at the healthy-looking guy with amusement, humming a tune. Chris was also happy to see the healthy complexion on the guy. Kanji, with a thoughtful expression, wants to say about the sweet pickled Hatsuka daikon. Chris got them yesterday from Sumi. She asked the guy if he liked them. Kanji liked them a lot, but he thought the ones she grew were even tastier. Kanji was confused and asked to forget what he had just said. Chris didn't understand why Kanji was acting so confused. Chris examined her hand. While she was examining it, Kanji Dono had already contemplated going to the field, but Chris caught him. Chris's face puffed up with anger, and she thinks the field is fine since they worked on it together all day yesterday. Kanji said the onion field is more likely to be okay if they leave it alone for now. But they did replant the half that was destroyed yesterday. The thing is, about half of them won't grow properly anyway, so he's expecting about 70% of that crop. Chris was upset because they put in so much effort and only half will grow. They are just like Hatsuda daikon. Kanji thinks that some of them will sprout late or wilt from some disease. They need to throw those plants out. Chris realizes this. Kanji checks it quite often. That's why Kanji now wants to go and make sure the unused south field gets reclaimed as soon as possible. That's where they recently harvested topinamber. Chris realizes where that is and grudgingly lets the farmer go, who only yesterday was out with a fever. Chris swears that Kanji is some kind of workaholic. Kanji doesn't understand what's wrong with loving the work he does. Chris said, nothing at all. She admires the guy on the contrary. Chris said it's great to have a job that you can dedicate yourself to. With such a hardworking head of the house, the whole family can rest easy. Kanji thought that Chris meant that she would become part of his family. His eyes were pleasantly surprised. Chris stared at the guy with her mouth ajar. Chris continued to stand silently, so the guy looking at her decided to approach her. Chris, touching her head from behind, asked for an apology, but she didn't quite hear what he said correctly. Guy thought that she really didn't hear him because she is not good at lying. Then Guy went into the field. Rattling, Chris is standing and her legs are shaking. Nanego is worried about her mistress. It only came to Chris after such a long time. She blushed at such a surprise. Who would have thought that a small mistake in translation magic could make her realize what he meant only after such a delay? The sun was shining brightly over the fields, with Kanji standing near the fields. From behind the farmer crept Tsujio-san, who thinks the lad is indeed very much like his father, as stubborn as a donkey. The old man asked if the laborer was better. Kanji was pleasantly surprised to see Tsujio here, but what brings him here? Tsujio sees the guy is here to tend the soil after the topinamber harvest. He was quite right. Kanji has a lot of work to do and he hopes the soil in the field will recover by next fall. Kanji is carrying a work bag. When Kanji thinks about it, it seems that something similar was also written in his farmer father's farm diary, Now he realizes. Kanji thinks he still has a lot to learn before he becomes like Sugio-san. Sugio has been farming for 80 years. Here's another piece of advice from the vet the old man wants to tell. Kanji was shocked at what the old man was talking about. The old man gave out very true words with a smile and cunning. Kanji has to marry Chris-chan. Kanji is already on his way home humming a cheerful tune. He's been kind all day today since this morning. Kanji energetically skipped home. Maybe he was just misguided. He wanted to tell the girl, but Chris wasn't there. Alone, Nanego was sitting on the doorstep. Kanji greeted Nanego and wondered where Chris had gone. Kanji figured she had gone out for a walk. Being the tactless idiot that he is, he could never have realized what emotions Chris was feeling that day. In the end, they decided to spend Christmas with the Idu family. Natsumi and Chris had delight on their faces as they looked at the table of Christmas delicacies. There, Chris was treated to delicacies and exquisite desserts, some of which she had never seen before, and then, the joyful grandparents had something to tell Natsumi-chan and Chris-chan. The girls wondered what they wanted to tell them. Natsumi and Chris were presented with huge gift boxes that had something that made them crazy happy. Grandma and Grandpa hit it right on the mark with the gifts. Chris couldn't imagine that it was really for her. She was truly grateful. Though Kanji was a little embarrassed that all he did was get gifts. Even the pets were given huge gifts that they eagerly unwrapped. Chris and Kanji were walking through the crisp snow on a late Christmas evening, which would soon change to night. Truth be told, it's a little early for Christmas. Chris can't believe how incredibly kind all the people she's met in this world have been to her. But Natsumi will be spending this wonderful time with her parents, so she thinks, even though she was only getting in their way and causing them so much trouble. Chris looked at the guy with adorable eyes. From behind her, Chris heard something that sent her into a panic. It was the horrible demons that had seen her having fun. For someone who had left them all to die. She was getting pretty good at this. Chris froze at what she heard. Chris burrowed her face into her warm jacket out of fear. Kanji noticed her left standing behind and walked back to her, taking her hand. Kanji took Chris somewhere. Chris didn't realize what was going on. The wary guy asked if everything was alright, looking into the girl's eyes. To break the guy's suspicions, the girl abruptly remembered that they had left Nanego with the Idu family. The guy laughed and fell for it, thinking she had stopped because of that. Chris thought that Kanji Dono was doing something for her all the time. They came for Nanego, but now at last, Kanji was laughing with a hurt Nanego who was telling them off for this situation. And Chris was in the back examining her hand. She had finally found something she could do to repay them all. Kanji called out to Chris, which distracted her from her thoughts. Kanji asked Chris if she would be the first one to go to the bathroom today. Chris was surprised at the guy's suggestion, since the head of the house should be the first to take a bath by rule. Kanji said he could do it later. A shy Kanji shared his excitement. He thinks he's old and he must be starting to smell like an old man, so he thought she might want to use fresh water for once. Chris disagrees with him. She doesn't mind the way Kanji Dono smells. The girl noticed the blushing guy. This caught Kanji off guard. Chris inquired what was wrong with the guy. A very red Kanji dared to suggest Chris to take a bath together. Chris was dumbfounded by Kanji's suggestion. How did he even think of such a thing? The next morning, Kanji had some business to take care of with Mr. Yao, so he would be home late. Chris listened to Kanji, so she agreed with him. The guy went, and the crafty Chris stood behind him with one thought in her head. She thought she might as well go check out the onion field too. Chris set about cleaning the house. First she vacuumed, shook off the dust with a special mask. Then she wiped down the table and washed the dishes. When Chris had cleaned the house, she sat down at the home altar and prayed. In the car at Kanji's place, the radio announced the news. Dear ancestors of the Seki clan, please watch over Kanji Dono. Heavy snow is expected in the mountainous areas this morning as a result of the impending cold cycle. Yao and Kanji looked at the fields with a gloomy gaze. What is going on with this world? Outside, it's snowing heavily just like they said on the radio. A car pulled up to the house. A happy Chris who missed Kanji was genuinely happy to see him. A frozen Kanji was shaking snowflakes off of himself. Chris charged that Kanji Dono had returned late. The farmer's look was sad. Chris remembered the weather and began to think that it was the heavy snowfall that had slowed the guy down so much. Chris wanted to know how Kanji had done, but he apologized and went to take a bath first. Chris entered the room with a tray, finding a pensive Kanji with the old man's journal. She didn't know what was going on. Chris inquired what the boy was looking at. It was the agricultural journal his father kept. Chris, putting out a cooling soda from the tray on the table, remembered that she saw Kanji Dono writing in it every night too. The thing is, he covered the field they recently replanted with gauze and went to check it out today. Chris interrupted Kanji, guessing that something was wrong with the onion field. Kanji was impressed. They had grown so huge, it was unbelievable. And it had only been a few days. It scared the hell out of him. It's unthinkable for this season and this weather, continued the guy. Chris thought this news was very good. Kanji would have a bountiful harvest this year. But the boy knew that this news is not really good. It's a disaster, thinks a thoughtful Kanji. Chris is startled by this. Kanji says they will be deformed because they suddenly grew too big in the middle of a cold winter. He also tasted them and they turned out to be pretty tasteless. That would definitely make them a lot harder to sell. And the strangest thing was that the only ones that suddenly grew so big were the ones they had recently replanted. Yao-san said that he would do his best to find a place they could send them to, but Kanji didn't hope for the best. Guy fell silent after such unpleasant thoughts. Guy apologized for such bad news, but Chris said no big deal. Guy nervously drank a glass of water, and Chris headed for the exit with the tray. If it was okay with Kanji, Chris would only be back for dinner preparations. Poor Kanji was at a loss as to what to do next. Chris clenched her fists in anger at herself and thought to herself that she was a fool. Chris was very angry with herself because she wanted to help, but she had failed. She started chopping onions for the Yujuju while Nanego was sweetly sleeping. Kanji was so uncomfortable with what was happening that he even got a hiccup from a glass of water. Chris, slicing the onions, felt an unpleasant shiver run through her body and looked at her magic hand. Neither fish nor fowl, Chris is just a young maiden knight. Kanji Dono has given her more in the time she's been here than she could ever ask for in her life. Chris shines, but it seems all Chris has done in response to Kanji's kindness is do something incredibly stupid. Chris being sent to the Self-Defense Force Hospital was an unpleasant enough event, but she couldn't even imagine the losses Kanji would suffer as a result of what Chris had done this time. Chris laughed nervously as she thought about what she could even do to lessen the problem at this point. Dinner came on the clock. Chris walked into Kanji's room with dinner. The unfortunate red Kanji had fallen asleep right at his desk. It was no surprise to Chris. She started to wake the guy up. Chris remembered Kanji's words, "You mean you're going to be part of my family?" From behind Chris, the familiar voice reappeared, suggesting to her that she had no chance to live a happy life. He called her a despicable woman, after she'd left all of her own to die. What she had done. Chris was afraid of this monster. Chris was wrapped in strong chains. The villain screamed that this was unforgivable. A strong, freezing wind blew outside. Chris realized with a realization that she was a fool for agreeing with the monster. She smiled with a smile that you could feel the pain through. Behind the sleeping guy stood Chris, thanking him for everything. Chris cast a magic spell of translation magic dispel, and with tears in her eyes wished him to take care of himself. A portal opened in front of her. It was snowing outside, blown by a strong wind. It was as if the wind sensed the black power. After an hour, the cat realized that Chris wasn't home. He anxiously tried to wake up his master with meows. Kanji abruptly jerked up with a shriek. The room was empty, with only Nanego around. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a long time since Kanji had dreamed of being scolded by an old man. Nanego kept informing Kanji about the missing Chris, but Kanji didn't notice anything. All Nanego had to do was bite his master, which he did. Nanego bit the sleepy guy's finger very painfully. Nanego's efforts were in vain. Kanji's phone rang. It was Hanami. She was very angry and rather than talking, she growled into the receiver. She was reporting something very important. Hanami apologized for her tone. She just wanted to blow off steam. Kanji didn't see it as a big deal. Hanaki inquired if Cry-chan was around Kanji. The guy inquired if anything was wrong. Hanaki works on a tight deadline. Nanego didn't give up and hooked back into the Hojian. Kanji doesn't understand what's wrong with the shaggy guy at all and asks to be unhooked. Hanaki gets a voice message from Chris, but she can't understand what Chris said in the message. Hanaki yawns thinking she didn't use her translation magic or something. The guy finally seems to get the point of Nanego's efforts. Kanji will call Hanaki back tomorrow. The girl thinks they're having a lover's quarrel. Kanji gets angry because it's not that at all and just asks her to hold on a second. Kanji yells throughout the house to inform Chris of Hanaka's call. The kitchen is lonely. Chris isn't there. But there's a note on the table that says Chris is grateful to the guy, but she's decided to return to her homeland. Kanji is gripped by panic. Chris found herself in the middle of a snowy field, wearing knight's armor. Chris thought, not a problem at all, neither this cold weather nor so much snow. She walked with one hand covering her face from the snow. Kanji ran to check if Chris was definitely not somewhere else in the house. But Chris' note was the truth, which made the guy feel fear and pain. Hanaki lost contact with Kanji-kun. She tried to call the guy away, but it was useless. The guy sighed heavily. He knew it. The onion field was really Chris doing. The guy's thoughts deepened and it came to him that it was probably Chris who had cured his cold. Hanaka's voice came from the phone. Could her healing magic do something like that? Nenego meowed loudly. The boy picked up the cat and realized that Nenego did too. Hanaki became considerably angry and shouted to Kanji while waiting for some words, accelerating the natural recovery processes. Hanaki said correctly, both animals and plants naturally have the ability to heal regenerate. However, they had noticed something strange when they analyzed the daikon they had been sent some time ago. Apparently, it made the compounds responsible for the flavor more intense by about 50%. Kanji thought that the animal tests at the Self-Defense Force Hospital showed no real results. Hanaki says, except that the young specimens reached maturity faster and all their injuries began to heal quickly. It's just that the tests were done on mice, and they don't get much bigger even after they become adults. Now Kanji understood why the plants grew so quickly. Kanji realized something else. The girl asked what the guy realized. Kanji wondered then why it was able to cure his cold, since he was already a little old. The girl thought about it and the thought came to her that it was because of the power of Chris' love for Kanji. Guy expected to hear that from Hanaki. Guy told Hanaki that it was a heavy snowstorm right now anyway, so he would call her back. Hanaki said goodbye to Kanji. The guy himself wondered where his Chris might be. He hoped she hadn't gone anywhere in a blizzard like this. The door creaked open. The boy's sweat ran with fear. The creak was coming from his parents' room. Kanji thought of his mom and dad. There were mixed emotions on his face. Realizing Chris what was in store for her goes to the offended creature. The hurricane almost blowing the girl who was already close to trouble off her feet. A horrifying smile and a crazed look appeared on the monster's face. Everything was rumbling all around. While Chris's friends met up with the royal army, Chris fought the horrible monster. Chris fell into the snow, but she was determined to defeat this monster. She aspiringly got up and set herself to win. The girl knight had a dream. It was about cheerful Natsumi, fluffy Nenego, and kind grandparents. Chris went further. She remembered Hanaki. She realized that this place was not where she was. Chris remembered her beloved Kanji. She stopped remembering her love for him and it gave her anger with which she could defeat the monster. The girl was so cold that she was tantalized. Chris' desire to defeat the monster and get back to Kanji possessed her. She was very angry with the monster. She gritted her teeth and went to him. Anger surged through her body, and she screamed as hard as she had ever screamed. She took out her sword and began to deftly draw a hieroglyph on the snow with it. She wants to use a very strong power that is definitely stronger than that pesky monster. Chris's hands glow with magic. Louise is reading a book. Chris asks Louise to lend her power. Chris spends a lot of power on that teleport, but it's worth it. The girl says the words world teleport. Great teleport. She succeeds in opening the teleport. Chris is down. She has no strength left for anything, but she's glad she was able to open the great teleport. From the teleporter come shining beams and everything goes bang. The monster's got the girl. The monster is glad that finally the girl can't get away. Chris has lost all hope. She lies completely powerless. She knew that nothing would work. The monster's eyes express shock. Chris gives up, for this curse is deadly. Still, she will see her comrades in the future after death. Someone abruptly called out to Chris. Chris had hope again. The next event was a huge surprise. It was Kanji. He looked panting. How did he even find Chris in another world? Kanji is very happy that he finally found Chris. Chris realizes that the monster could hurt the guy. Kanji remembers. This is the same place she went to when she first came to this world. Kanji pulls Chris' hand to help her stand up. He suggests we talk about this later. First we need to get home. The guy noticed how cold Chris' body was. Chris didn't understand why the guy was here and not at home. She screams, asking him to just leave her alone. The guy thinks that Chris really doesn't use translation magic. Chris thought the guy wanted to get back at her for the field. The girl is fierce. She doesn't look like her old self. Chris is stubborn about going back to her homeland. She asks the guy to forget about her. The guy asks her to just listen to him. The girl believes that she doesn't belong in this world. The guy is stubborn. Just like the father, he keeps asking the girl to just believe him. But the girl still also believes that all she is doing is burdening everyone here. Guy tells the girl to listen to him. He's been thinking a lot since she got here, about her and what it's like to be in her shoes. Chris asks not to talk to her. Kanji continues to speak his thoughts. He's realized something. No doubt it will make him seem like a tactless dumbass, but Chris won't let the guy near her because she's cursed. The guy thinks Chris is an incredibly weird girl. Chris warns the guy that if he stays around, so will he, but Chris doesn't get a chance to finish her sentence. The guy says he loves her and touches her lips with his. Chris didn't think she deserved this because she's cursed. Chris looks straight at the guy with her eyes closed. Chris didn't want Kanji to do that. The guy is confused and asks to just go home. But to no avail, Chris refuses to go with him. Chris tries to get through to the guy and repeats that she is cursed. The guy doesn't give up hope and asks her if she's tried to stop and think about it, who she was cursed by and who put this curse on her. Chris looked at the guy questioningly, answering nothing. Chris wasn't listening to the guy. What is he talking about? It should be obvious. These are all her comrades who died on the battlefield. If Kanji remembered correctly, Chris held a rather high position. Despite being the youngest and the only female among them, Chris said that she was the deputy commander of the Western Corps of Knights. Kanji was admiring the girl. If Kanji had been in the shoes of her comrades, he would have done everything in his power just to make sure she survived. He asked if there were any evil people in her squad. Chris said no way. Kanji had gotten to the truth. Doesn't that say she cursed herself? Chris hesitated for a moment. Driven by her own conscience, she blamed herself for a sin she didn't commit. Kanji shouted at her why she always tries to take everything on herself. Chris listens intently to the guy and looks at him. He pleads for not let him carry her burden. After all, he loves the hell out of her. Chris didn't expect to hear such a confession from the guy. Kanji loves her. He's crazy about her. Sleeping or awake, he always thinks only of her. Kanji decided to say something to Chris to prove to her for sure. He proposed to the girl. He proposes to spend the rest of their lives together and share everything. All the joys and all the sorrows at the same time. Chris stood red-faced at the guy's sweet words. The girl's chains are breaking. The guy waits for the girl's answer. She clenched her fist and lowered her head. The girl raised her head to the guy and cried. The guy kissed Chris. They stood in the middle of a snowy field where it was snowing heavily. The couple held hands and walked home. The sun was shining outside, and in the snow lay the helmet of the knight's girlfriend. The lovers fell asleep holding hands. The action in our chapter begins at the Everdy Institute of Magical Research, which stands proudly alone among the impregnable mountains. It is a huge, monumental structure resembling the trunk of an ancient, ginormous tree. At the very top of the building, a flare whipped around. It caused the building to partially collapse. At that moment, Louise and Lord Bartholomeus were on the floor, opening his eyes after the explosion. The Lord tried to find Louise among the debris and clouds of dust. The ceiling of the structure gradually began to crumble, and every falling shard of stone, every crunch of the collapsing building made his heart beat even faster. He began to worry even more about the girl, calling her name, but she did not answer. Bartholomeus managed to accept that she couldn't survive and snickered. Suddenly, behind his back he heard a strange cracking sound. It was Louise, trying with all her might, holding the rubble of the building above her. The Lord exhaled and calmed down. She was fine. Continuing to hold the rubble, with her eyes full of sincerity and remorse, she looked at the Lord and apologized for failing her assignment. They arrived at the auditorium. Louise sat at her desk and the Lord walked in front of her. He explained to her that one should never give up, for one can always start over. She listened to her mentor attentively. He continued his speech, telling her that Christina was almost guaranteed safety, that they could learn a lot from her spiritual light. He wanted her to come back soon. Suddenly he was interrupted by Louise, saying that she had distinctly heard her voice. The Lord was surprised at her words. Tears began to well up in the girl's eyes as Christina called out to her with all the power of her lungs, though she realized that there was no way she could actually hear her. Remembering the cheerful and bright Christina, Louise said with sadness in her voice that she must be in a place where it would be hard to come back from. But when she heard Chris, it seemed like she was incredibly close. With this, she wanted to say that this situation was the reason for her failure. But Lord Bartholomeus was overwhelmed with rage. An unimaginable force poured out in a blow with his strong fist on the table. The girl was greatly frightened by his aggression. He began to yell at her why she didn't call her brother, that it was all outrageous. Louise tried to calm the enraged Lord. She even began to lie that she must have just heard him. In her thoughts, she wondered if marrying a sycophantic hero was a good idea. Standing up in front of him, her cheeks poured a blush in a second and she quietly said that she had to apologize for a number of things anyway. She began to explain to him that she had wanted to solve everything in one fell swoop, but she had miscalculated her strength. So that was why it had come to this. But despite her request from the king that he be allowed to enter here, she continued. Louise said with burning eyes that she was a genius and a human at the same time, and this was a special summoning magic. Taking a step forward, she opened a book and began to tell him that ancient folios held records of success in using such magic. But to achieve such success would require a magical power equivalent to that of 10,000 magicians. And in the entire kingdom of Everdy, the maximum number of mages is about 1,000. So she came up with the idea to spend the last few days accumulating energy. She hoped that she could double its output with the tool she had invented. But it didn't work out. The accumulated energy was too much, and she simply couldn't handle it alone. With worry in her voice, she said that the best thing to do now was to pinpoint Christina's exact location and get her back as soon as possible. She started to finish her thought, but the Lord with a menacing face placed his heavy hand on her fragile shoulder. The girl trembled and looked up at him from behind her shoulder. Bartholomew smiled slightly and asked Louise if she remembered what day it was. The bells were ringing throughout the night, and all the people, adults and children alike, were out on the street. Each of them held a church candle in their hands. Silence engulfed the town. The whole crowd moved through the streets. The residents came out to perform the rite of showers. It is only held once a year in the whole country to honor the memory of the souls of all the deceased people. Lord and Louise also went out to the townspeople to perform the rite. During the rite, Bartholomeus said that his sister will not give up so easily, especially there are all his fallen comrades and Louise's brother Michael, and all her comrades who fought side by side with Christina. Letting the candle float down the current of the wide and silent river, he began to talk about them with a longing stuck in his voice. He was sure they were all looking out for his little sister. All the candles that the residents had let float down the stream seemed to light up the town in the night. Kanji and Chris came to the cemetery. The girl had a small bouquet of flowers in her hands. They approached the Idu family grave. Kanji took out a lighter from his jacket pocket and lit a bunch of incense. After inserting the incense into the censer, the boys bowed, folded their hands, and began to pray for the Idu family. The chapter begins as while painting her plump lips with red lipstick, the girl cursed the night girl who would be saved by a simple middle-aged farmer businessman through the power of magic known as love. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. She suddenly started enthusiastically jumping on the spot and dancing with a wide smile on her face. She shouted that love really is above all else. On the phone lying on the nightstand came messages from an unknown person. The girl with hearts in her eyes was excited that she was going on her last date of the year. She really wanted to get her chance at love. Realizing this, she was glowing with happiness. Arriving at the viewing plaza, Kanji and Chris decided to have a heart-to-heart talk. Looking at the view from the plaza, Kanji told her that they had been through a lot in the past year. She agreed with him. Chris smiled complacently and said that she never thought she would be his wife. The guy listened to her thoughtfully. She went on to say that where she came from, it would be strange for a noble lady like her to marry a peasant. And if her brother heard that, he would be very angry. Chris laughed out loud with that, and Kanji was embarrassed, and asked her with a pathetic look, asking her if he wasn't good enough for her. Without answering anything, she lowered her gaze to the ground and hugged his arm. Everyone around took notice. The guy got embarrassed and asked what she was doing. Chris only told him not to be so rude and puffed up her cheeks. The guys were driving back. They were driving along a highway that was bedecked amongst beautiful views of majestic mountains and hills. In the car, Kanji remembered that Chris was supposed to go to Sama-san tonight to make the traditional New Year's meal of oshchai ryori, and told her so. She, with sincerity in her voice, suggested that he go with her and keep her wonderful company. He refused her offer because he didn't really like going to crowded places. There were a lot of them at the end of the year, and it was always hectic. Chris thought that maybe she didn't need to go. He replied that she should go because she was invited and everything would go well. The guy added that they had been together yesterday, and the day before, they had come with a gift to visit Chris's parents. Smiles were flashing on them, and they were dressed in strict suits. In a trembling voice, they informed the parents that they visited them because they wanted to announce their upcoming wedding to them. The parents made a puzzled look. Thinking back to yesterday, Chris realized he was talking about their wedding announcement and asked why he was so nervous. The question made the guy blush again and he started to get nervous. She asked him again, did he really think her parents would be against their wedding? He confusedly started to say that he didn't know how to describe his feelings. He only seriously said that for men, this is exactly the kind of situation that makes one nervous. After the scheduled meeting, the girl came home late. As soon as she opened the door, their cat named Nenego came running to her and immediately started begging for food from her mistress. Kanji greeted his wife in a sleepy voice. Noticing his sleepy voice, Chris asked if he was asleep. He stretched out a yawn and replied that he dozed off after dinner. Getting in a good state of mind, Kanji said it was time to make tashikoshi soba, but Chris replied that everything was ready. The guy was puzzled. She told him that Sumai's grandmother knew in advance that he would be idle, so she had already prepared everything for this dish. The boy was embarrassed that his grandmother knew him so well, and Grandpa Tsujiodono is already eagerly waiting for Kanji to drink sake. While waiting, he was tapping the cutlery on the glass bottles. His blood pressure was high though. The guy exhaled embarrassedly and said that there was nothing to do in this wilderness at all. The girl called out to him. With burning eyes, she said that she really adored this village. She began to describe the charms of this village, the majestic mountains, the purest air, the caressing breeze in the evenings, the streams running from the depths of the forest. All this she liked very much in the village. Chris added that this land was inhabited by many spirits, and the soil that the spirits loved was sure to bring great and bountiful blessings to the people. The boy only replied that it all sounded like nonsense to him, and the girl just accepted that her husband did not understand such subtle things. But he said that there is something that makes him really happy. It's listening to her talk about the place where he was born and raised, he said with a smile. Gathered around the big cozy table to eat a delicious dinner, both Chris, Kanji, and Grandma Sumai and Grandpa Tsujiodono were very happy to end such a good day. It was a new day of a new year, a bright sunny dawn coming out from behind the great mountains to start the day. Chris and Kanji walked to the doorstep and began to talk, admiring the first dawn of the year. They talked again about the many things they had experienced in the past year. Kanji thanked Chris sincerely for always being there for them, for making sure they met the year in one piece. The guys arrived at the home-decorated altar. It was peaceful. The boy and girl kneeled down and made a deep bow, folded their hands and began their prayer. The thread of smoke running upward through the air from the incense staggered, so Kanji thought Chris had said something. But as it turned out, the girl said with a smile on her face that she hadn't said anything. She was only wondering what the ancestors of the Seki family thought of her. The guy tensed up and replied that it was probably easy to predict what those thought of her. Chris stood puzzled by his words. She didn't understand him at all. After a while, Kanji asked the girl to come over to him. She didn't know what he decided to call her for. He asked his beloved to sit down in the room and made a bow in front of her, congratulating her on the new year. He wished her a happy year. And with a hopeful, quiet voice he said that he hoped they would still have a good relationship this year. The girl looked at him with her beautiful and round eyes of surprise. She didn't understand him and was confused by his words. The guy told her that this is what a typical Japanese New Year's greeting sounds like. He suggested she try making one. She reverently apologized and said that the magic of translation got it all wrong and asked him to repeat his words. He explained to her that the wording itself was a bit strange, but after a while he would be able to understand it. The girl decided to talk about the music from Japan that they listened to at Idu's house. It seemed strange enough to her. Chris ran through her head the memories of that music and the sound of it. She tried to explain her feelings for such music slowly, thinking out every word, but nothing came to mind. The guy interrupted her and embarrassedly put his hand to the back of her head and said that he understood her. The music sounded messy because it was a mixture of enka, pop music, and rock at the same time. The girl realized that she didn't know much about this area yet and had a lot to learn. At their talk, their cat Nanego came running in. The girl wished her a happy new year. The boy stood up, took a filled teapot from the nightstand, and poured some toso into a miniature bowl. The girl watching him asked with interest what was in that teapot. She thought the guy had poured sake, but Kanji replied that it was toso. It was like sake, but this drink had more medicinal spices in it. The guy held out the bowl to the girl. She looked at the toso in surprise as she didn't know about this kind of sake before. The boy explained to her that it was customary for the youngest person in the house to drink it first. She took a sip, wrinkled at the taste, and said with embarrassment that it was quite a peculiar drink. The boy agreed with her. He wasn't a fan of toso either. Kanji added that until he drank at least a little, he wouldn't feel the New Year's spirit. Afterward, he suggested starting with an oschai. They dismantled the black wasp box on the table, and their table was filled with appetizing food. They marveled at such beauty in front of them. Chris and Kanji were admiring the table with wide smiles. They wanted to get to their meal soon. Looking at the beautiful table, the guy said with kind indignation that he couldn't believe that this was all Chris was doing for the first time. She was shy and whispered that it was Sumidono's grandmother who helped her with most of it. Since it was about food, she decided to tell the guy about the one she made without her grandmother's help. She was shy, but still really wanted to share it. She was able to make date maki and kirikantan by herself, the girl said in an unsure voice. The guy said that was good enough. She was doing great, since she was still helping with everything else. Then he added that now the god could rest for 3 days. The girl asked him in surprise what he was talking about. He began to tell her that this custom had only spread among the common people in the second half of the Edo period. Although the essence of the custom was eating pre-cooked food, the symbolic meaning was to give the god of the hearth a rest for the first 3 days of the new year. Kanji went on and on about interesting Japanese peculiarities and told her that the Japanese like to rhyme little superstitious puns with the word oschai. To make her understand, he gave her a couple of examples, like herring roe means lots of children, pointing with chopsticks to soybeans, He said they mean diligent work. And lastly, he talked about seaweed rolls, which he remembered meant jubilation. Amazed at this information, Chris said passionately that Japanese culture was incredibly interesting. The guy was pleased that she liked it. Since he knew everything, she decided to ask him about the meaning of datemaki. Guy wasn't prepared to get such a question. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead from excitement. He paused for a long time. Thinking about the answer, she started to vaguely say that datemaki means something related to style, fashion, and so on. In his answer there were a lot of words meaning insecurity. He interrupted and apologized that he didn't know the meaning of datemaki. The guy made a promise that he would find out and tell her. Finally, they decided to move on to their meal, each wishing the other a pleasant appetite. They devoured the food with great pleasure. They were happy to be living in this moment. The guy even said that this was probably the greatest joy he had ever experienced in his life. After filling their bellies, Chris and Kanji dozed off to a serene halt. The boy only wished that time could stop and let these moments go on forever. "Dad, dinner's ready." Opening the door to the man's office slightly, a small dark-haired girl named Natsumi said. He was sitting at his desk, writing hard. The man answered her that he would be down for dinner soon as he finished. The girl cautiously asked him if they were going to Mitsuyama tomorrow. Hanami's date with Uhara-kun was coming to an end. They walked leisurely on the long bridge. The girl purposely decided to quicken her step, moving away from him. In a sweet voice, Hanami thanked him for a wonderful date. She enjoyed it very much. Suddenly, Uhara grabbed her hand. She turned around to him with a questioning expression on her face. The guy told her with a shudder that they had something to talk about. His voice trembled slightly, but still remained manly. Hanami made an innocent look, and with her puppy dog eyes looked at him, asking what he was talking about. In fact, inside themselves, they were cheering that this moment was happening. Sujio's grandfather had forgotten and asked his grandmother if their grandson Haida was taking the university entrance exam this year. Grandma told him glumly that he was already showing the first signs of marasmus, because their grandson wasn't actually passing anything. The grandfather turned to the grandmother and asked her if their grandson was already looking for a job. The grandmother smiled slyly, chuckled, but said nothing. Still continuing to recall with Chris, Kanji reasoned that without their knowledge, all sorts of things had already started moving in many places. The couple's faithful animals obediently watched their masters lovingly. The coming year promises to be an interesting one for our heroes. Looking at the moon, and it could be seen Lord Bartholomeus with the girl Louise. The animals saw them. And thus the curtain of the new year rises. After welcoming the new year, it is tradition for everyone to clean up the aftermath of the festivities. That's what Kanji and Chris were doing, preparing for a new beginning. Suddenly, the silence in the room was broken by the ringing of the guy's phone. Sumi's grandmother had called them. She heartily suggested to gather at the temple. The guys weren't expecting to get a call from their grandmother, but still decided that there was nothing wrong with meeting at the town temple for the first memorable visit to the place in the new year. The wheels on the guy's car were moving rapidly. They were in a hurry not to be late. When they arrived, they were immediately spotted by Natsumi. She happily ran to meet them. When Chris started to get out of the car, when she saw her out of the corner of her eye, everyone was amazed at her appearance. She was wearing an amazing kimono. Natsumi couldn't contain her admiration for her as she looked incredibly beautiful. Kanji apologized to the others for being a little late. All the invitees were saying that she looked like a real model. Her elegance and beauty drove everyone crazy. After all, a foreign girl in a kimono is rare. Chris walked up to Natsumi and wished her a happy new year. There was a buzz going around. Some people were endlessly admiring the foreign girl in kimono. Others were talking about their own things. All the passers-by were pointing their fingers at the girl, as if seeing a foreigner in such an outfit for the first time. Kanji thought that seeing foreigners in kimonos in places like Asakusa was normal, but as it turned out, it was very unusual in this village. But Natsumi's father replied that it was hard to see such a thing even in Tokyo. People around here thought she was a celebrity or an actress. The grandmother told Kanji that this kimono belonged to his mother. All this time she had left it intact. The boy didn't even know his mother had such a beautiful kimono with exquisite long sleeves. He thanked Sumi for fitting it to Chris's size. Grandmother had said with a sincere smile that there was nothing wrong with it. The boy realized that it probably took more than a little money to improve the kimono, since it looked perfect as new, and wanted to give it back to his grandmother. Like all good grandmothers, she just refused to talk about it. While they were talking, Natsumi called out to the boy. She ran up to him with Chris and in an agitated voice, hopping from foot to foot, she shouted that something had happened between them. At first no one realized what she was talking about. Her father sternly said that he had already told her that they were now officially engaged. At his words, the girl shouted that that was not what she was talking about. With her words, she put them in a very awkward position. She kept saying that something had happened between them. She saw them with her sly eyes, pointing her little finger at them. She provokingly asked if she was right that something had happened. The boys mentally agreed that she was very guessable for her age. The girl was mean and kept pushing them. She kept telling them that something had changed in Chris. Her mom had hinted to her that she was bothering people too much. The mother walked over to her daughter and covered her mouth. She apologized to them that their daughter had put them in such an awkward position. Chris was flustered and couldn't quickly think of the best respectful way to address Tomo, but the woman told her that he shouldn't try to speak to her so formally. Chris felt awkward about it. As they walked through the city temple grounds, the girl told Tomo that she had made mistakes in the past and she was the one who had helped her correct them, so she was very grateful and respected her greatly. All the people the grandmother had gathered were walking in a small, loose column. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves about their own things. Kanji was talking to Natsumi's father Koichi. He was wondering why he had been negotiating with the farmers in their village lately. He assumed he was going to leave the corporate job like Kanji had done. Koichi didn't really want to talk about it, but he suggested that they talk about it later, when they could sit down somewhere and talk in a comfortable, quiet environment. He added that he could even use Kanji's help with whatever he had in mind, but all in good time. Natsumi's mom was walking behind her daughter with Chris. She looked at how happy her daughter was with her, with sadness and a pang of jealousy. She thought about how she couldn't remember the last time her daughter was this happy with her own mom. Noticing the woman's tenseness, Sumi's grandmother, due to her life experience, immediately understood Natsumi's mom. Therefore, she pushed Tomo forward. The woman, not expecting the faint clap from behind, turned around with a question on her face. Her grandmother nodded at her, and Tomo realized it was a hint from her grandmother. She took a couple steps forward, walked to her daughter's other side and took her hand. Everyone was happy now. Chris, Natsumi, and Tomo were walking with the three of them, listening to the girls' childish chatter. A little farther along walked the grandparents. They were happy to be living these family moments. Even farther away were Koichi and Kanji, discussing their business topics. They took a short walk around the temple grounds. Kanji said that this was the end of the temple visit, and asked the others what they would do next. Suddenly, Grandpa Tsujio appeared, who had already managed to find a drink on the grounds. Grandma was angry at the old man for his love of alcohol. Chris was standing with Natsumi nearby. The girl suggested that the girl go and find out her fate. Chris didn't quite understand what the girl meant, but agreed to go with her. When they returned, they were very happy. Chris had fallen into a great blessing. Kanji, hooting, asked his beloved with slight trepidation if she even knew what it meant. The girl asked him with genuine interest what fate he had received. The boy, slightly worried, paused for a moment, and replied that he had received a blessing for the future, which he said was just fine. The girl quickly replied that she understood him and ran off to the others. The guy exhaled with relief, because all this time he had not been saying what he really thought, for to him, the content of his fate rather sounded like misfortune. Suddenly, Grandpa Tsujio shouted that he didn't believe in this nonsense at all. It seemed like everyone in the neighborhood looked around to look at him. Tsujio looked pitifully at his fortune paper that he was holding with trembling hands. He didn't even notice it being snatched from his hands. The others wanted to look at his fate. He begged them not to look. But everyone recognized that he had received a misfortune. On his fortune message sheet it was written that his fate was in great misfortune. Everyone was dumbfounded by this outcome. Kanji didn't even realize that there was more misfortune. He had only heard about ordinary misfortune. But Grandpa Tsujio always liked to drink. He always has high blood pressure and loves spicy food. And what was written in the sheet did not even cause a smile. It was scary for his grandfather. Grandma said in a calm and peaceful voice, with a smile on her face, that it looked like he was going to die at the age of 86. Except for her, no one else was smiling. Everyone was worried about Grandpa. Tsujio was in tears, saying that it wasn't funny at all. Our chapter begins with Kanji's profound reasoning that everyone from time to time finds themselves at an important and crucial juncture in life. When he thinks back to his last year, he realizes that at the time, he never thought he would end up in this place. He was sitting in a diner with Koichi. The man showed him a piece of paper and asked him how he felt about the new job idea, and what he thought about it. The guy thoughtfully looked at the drawing on the sheet. Koichi watched the boy's facial expression carefully to notice any changes in his thoughts. On the sheet, the child's hand drew with regular colored pencils from left to right Koichi, Natsumi's grandfather, Natsumi herself, her grandmother, and Tomo. This meeting happened the day after their visit to the temple. and after they landed at a table, the man riddled him with a riddle, giving him a piece of paper with a drawing on it. The boy was pretty stumped, because he didn't know what to say about a child's drawing, so he figured it was best to just say that Natsumi would become an artist in the future. But Koichi said in a raised tone that wasn't the case at all. Kanji, raising his voice in response, said that he didn't know what the point of the drawing was, or what Koichi wanted from him in the first place. The man apologized to the guy and asked him to just tell him what he saw in the drawing. The guy looked closely at the drawing, and began to explain in detail that he sees in the drawing a happy and cheerful Natsumi surrounded by loving grandparents. He sees the girl's parents standing with them as well, but with stern expressions on their faces, who are only watching their Natsumi. Listening to this, Koichi was overwhelmed with sadness mixed with anger. He said in a callous voice that he was right. That's just the way it is. Kanji, seeing the man's tension, was slightly worried. The man went on to say that Natsumi felt exactly as the boy described. Tomo came to them and added to her husband's words that it all came as a shock to them. The couple told them that it was common psychology. The guy was a bit stunned that such a conversation was even happening to him. Tomo explained to him that drawings are a common way of expressing a call for help for children. She had read a lot of information about it, so she knew everything. She went on to say that in Natsumi's drawing, the grandparents are wearing normal home clothes and with smiles on their faces. How meanwhile Tomo and Koichi are standing in strict suits with a blank expression on their faces. They have no emotion. Since Koichi's profession is closely related to medical reports, stress measurement, and the like, as soon as his father gave him the drawing, he froze in surprise. Koichi and Tomo were very despondent, bowing their heads to the ground. They had nothing to say. Sadness and frustration reeked from them. Kanji tried to support them, telling them that maybe it was a mistake and not to get so deeply lost in it. But they shouted in the same pathetic voice that their daughter hated them, so they wanted to make a once-in-a-lifetime request to him. The boy was perplexed as to what that request could be. Koichi dumped a stack of paper on the table. Guy took it in his hands and read whatever was written on the first page. Vitsuyama Farm Agricultural Company. Kanji ran through the text, which said that Japan was facing a serious problem of rural depopulation and declining birth rates, so the number of agricultural producers was decreasing every year, and because of that, Japan's food self-sufficiency was decreasing. Taking all of this into consideration, the National Assembly passed an amendment to the Arable Land Law on April 1st of the 28th year of the Heisei era, in which the term agricultural production company was changed to a company entitled to own arable land. The guy said in a slow voice that this business plan was written very professionally. He was impressed. Clearly it had been prepared for more than a day or two. He apologized to Koichi for the words he had said in the past. A moment flashed through his mind where he had yelled at the man a lot in the past that he had thought of nothing but his grand plans. But it was all a lie he had made up back then to justify his father. Koichi said in a calm voice that there was no need to apologize, and most likely what he was missing at that moment was a real kick. He was adrift and thinking that it wouldn't be a bad idea to retire at 55. But what happened that day was a real eye-opener for Koichi. He's faced reality and is trying to take the appropriate steps. He added that he got a lot of useful advice from the Idu family. After all, they have a lot of life experience. They are already veterans with a long history. Kanji realized the reason why Koichi often came here. He turned to Tomo to see if she minded talking about the farmer's life, when suddenly the woman, smiling slyly, said that, in truth, their marriage had become completely loveless. It wasn't just Kanji who was in school, but Koichi himself. She went on to talk about their love life, that they had both always driven themselves into a coffin with work, convinced that everything was only for Natsumi, but it had caused them to drift apart, sleeping in separate rooms, not even taking the time to talk face to face much. With annoyance in her voice, she said that it was unlikely they would last long together when Natsumi grew up. Koichi was frantically nervous as he listened to her words, for he hadn't expected to hear them from her right now. But at the end of her speech, Tomo said that everything was different now with the recent events, and gently laid her head on her husband's strong shoulder. The man was shocked and told her not to scare her like that again. The woman continued to embarrass her husband in front of Kanji, talking sweetly about how they were now finding a lot of time to think about each other. Guy was happy for them. Guy brought his thoughts back to the business plan Koichi had shown him and said that thoughts of starting an agricultural company had crossed his mind as well. It had happened back in the past year when he was working to repair the damage caused by wild animals. Koichi knew exactly what Kanji was talking about, how complicated farming could be, yet he had heard many stories from his father. Tomo added that the original plan was for him to work under his father's supervision for a year to learn the skill. But as it turned out, Idu didn't mind joining. The boy was pleasantly surprised that his grandfather agreed. The man had a serious talk with his grandfather and encouraged him. Idu was happy to participate as long as Koichi was at the helm. All of the events happened faster than Kanji ever thought possible. He was driving along the night highway among the mountains and musing about his new job. Farming is essentially based on small-scale, frequently run enterprises, which of course makes it vulnerable. He thought the work is affected by bad weather, making the income unstable. But there are some great advantages to joining an agricultural company, such as a regular monthly salary. These thoughts brought a slight smile to his face. Hanami had called Kanji after hearing about his new job to tell him what a funny guy he was. After all, he would suddenly quit his corporate job to go back to the countryside and work on a farm, and here he would be working for a corporate company again. Coming home, the guy was glowing with happiness. He was incredibly pleased with himself. He kindly bragged to Chris that he was now a corporate farmer who had quit his previous corporate job. Chris was very happy for her lover as she always supports him in everything. Taking Nanego into her arms, she sweetly started telling the cat about her husband's success, that everyone will be farming. The boy said that it was too early to celebrate, but he was happy all the same. At the end of the day, Kanji realized that you never know what the future holds for you, and so now the three neighboring families began to run the family farm. Kanji came to visit Tsujiyasen. Tsujiyasen bought himself a suit. He didn't expect that at the age of 85 he could become an employee. The young man was very surprised at the elderly man's purchase. Tsujiyasen hurriedly explained that he had worked on a farm all his life, and that life was full of surprises. Kanji said that he didn't need a suit to work because their jobs don't change. Tsujiyasen's wife replied that she herself had tried to convey to him that he wouldn't need a suit, so it wasn't worth Kang-chan's trouble. It turned out that Tsujiyasen had specifically gone to a department store to buy himself a suit. They decided to chat over a cup of tea. Kanji announced that the Seki, Idu, and Yashai families were now to work together. The young man added that he was only new to farming, and that was why he was very grateful to Tsujiyasen that he would be working with them. But the older man stopped Kanji and said that he didn't need to bow his head to him. But the young man objected. He insisted that from now on he would rely on Tsujiyasen and Koichi's father's knowledge to help them. Tsujiyasen said he was happy to be part of the plan. His sons had moved to the city a long time ago. They only came back home during the New Year holidays. The last time his sons suggested that he quit farming and move to a nursing home. Tsujiyasen also added that his grandson Haida did not come to visit his grandparents this year. He was determined, and he wasn't going to let his sons execute his plan. He placed the cup on the table with force. Tsujiyasen was determined to devote the rest of his time as a farmer to these two. The young man was very happy. He thanked Tsujiyasen for everything. Kanji left Tsujiyasen's house. He thought about the fact that Idu-san's sons might have been over 50 years old. He wanted to make sure that the situation wouldn't get more complicated as it had already happened to Seki and Yashiai's families. Therefore, he wanted to have a serious conversation. The young man reached Yao's office. He was received by an employee. It turned out that Kanji wanted to start an agricultural company. The employee asked about Yashiai-san who grew orchards. Kaji replied that the employee was right. The employee asked about Kaji already. He wanted to know if it was true that Kanji was going to repurpose 5 hectares of abandoned rice fields around Mitsuyama. But the young man replied that this part caught him off guard. He suggested that it was possible to plant these 5 hectares with rice. From 1/10 of a hectare the yield would come out to 500 kilograms, that is, 8 bags and 1/3. Thus it was possible to get about 25,000 kilograms from 5 hectares. He continued that if we assume that all the raw rice sent to the Japanese agricultural cooperatives from this crop was first-grade Koshihikari rice, the price of 1 bag would be 13,000 yen. Hence, this means that all 5 hectares could have yielded more than 5 million yen from each crop. Natsumi explained that wetland rice yields are estimated as unprocessed rice, or put another way, as the total weight of processed rice together with rice bran. The staff member concluded that if indirect costs and personnel costs were taken into account, the projected revenue of 5 million yen did not really seem that high. The employee added that there was no guarantee that Kanji would be able to achieve these figures. The employee continued that he had been in the wholesale business for a long time. He had seen many young people setting up agricultural companies, but few of these people achieved their goals. Kanji was very surprised, but the employee did not stop. He continued that getting tax breaks from the government was quite tempting. But no matter how many people would be involved, there could come a point where coordinating a large number of personnel would become very, very troublesome. He also added that each farmer had his own unique way of doing things and they could end up not agreeing on values and that could lead to disorder. Kanji was disappointed. Seeing this, the employee added that he would certainly help the young man. The employee laughed loudly and added that Kanji was a valued customer to him and he wished the young man would succeed. He asked the young man if he would be a representative of the company. Kanji was even more confused, but said that he thought Koichi should have been the representative because he was the one who provided most of the capital for the initial investment. The young man also added that Koichi's father was in charge of negotiating for those abandoned rice paddies, but the employee countered that Yoshiai's son has no experience in farming, and that the other two are too old for it. The staff member said he was sure that Kanji should have been the representative. He added that he thought the man would have thought so too. Kanji was surprised. The staffer added that Kanji didn't need to pay attention to that. He grinned and asked the young man when it was supposed to happen. He added that he was talking about getting married to Chris. Kanji didn't expect such a question, but hastily replied that he can't get away from the cliche after I introduce her to my parents. So he added that he's still thinking about it. The staff member said that such a beautiful girl is not often found in this or other worlds. He wished that the young ones would at least register themselves as spouses, otherwise some annoying characters might start hitting on them. He added that if he were younger, he would have gladly challenged the young man to a duel for the opportunity to marry Chris. At the end, the staff member laughed. Kanji became embarrassed and blushed. He added that he hadn't expected such words from the older man. The young man walked out of the office and got into his car. He thought that he could get Yao-san involved, but it was useless. In the car, he found a piece of paper with the events that happened the other day written on it. Chris was walking her dog. Suddenly, she saw a kite in the sky. The dog, named Sango, ran toward the young man who was flying the kite and barked at him. Chris ran after it. The young man said he looked for the dog at his grandfather's house, but didn't find him. He asked the dog that he knew Grandpa had bought himself a suit, and that it was very funny. The dog licked the boy's face. The young man was happy to meet the dog. Suddenly, Chris asked the dog who the young man was. With this, she caught the young man's attention. The young man was mesmerized by Chris' beauty. He introduced himself as Isekai'd and he is 18 years old. He asked Chris out on a date. Isekai'd introduces himself as a high school senior who is currently looking for his dream girl. He should be graduating soon, but he hasn't decided what he wants to do in the future yet. He thought it was all about him not being too smart, but he added that not to say that it is a lie, but it is also not the whole reason in general. Idu added that he was able to get into the prestigious preparatory school due to the fact that it was included in the escalator education program for the elementary and middle school he attended. But because the young man did not place much importance on his studies, he slipped badly and was almost expelled from the school. But who cared if he met with a blonde girl, as if from another world in the village where his grandfather lived? He hurriedly asked her out. They stood in the sumo wrestler's stand. Idu thought it was like they were on television. Sango and Natsumi were cheering them on. Natsumi was yelling for them to give their best. They finished the sumo competition. The young man couldn't believe what was happening here, and Chris was repeating a sumo song in her mind. The song sang about come out to fight me, Dasuka, sumo. Chris was able to grab Idu. Natsumi kept encouraging the participants with the words you're still here. Idu didn't realize who she was or where she came from, but he thought the girl was very cute. The young man finally realized what this was all about. It turns out that Chris liked strong men. She offered Idu a duel, saying that if he defeated her, she could be his girlfriend. Idu said that if that was true, he had no right to lose. Chris yelled that he could do it, but Idu felt Chris' forms resting against his chest. All he kept thinking about was something resting against his chest. Idu became convinced that he was right. Plus, he noticed that she smelled nice. Chris was determined to win. She was able to knock out the young man with one punch and win the fight. Natsumi was overjoyed and shouted that Chris Yama had won. Chris replied that she was grateful to Natsumi. Turning around, she saw that the young man was lying on the ground. Chris asked him if he was okay, but the young man thanked her. He had no regrets whatsoever. Tsujiya-san approached them. He was interested in what had happened. Chris greeted him and called him as Tsujiya Dono. Idu, on the other hand, called him grandfather. With that, he surprised Chris a lot. Chris asked about whether he was Idu's grandson. Tsujiya-san added that Heda was the son of his eldest son. But the young man was not going to give up. He asked who Chris was. She said she was Kan Nishin's wife. Heda was surprised. Heda didn't believe it. He was angry and asked what she could find in this old man. Kanji was 32 years old and Chris was all of 20. The young man remarked that it looked like pedophilia. Someone had hit him. It turned out that it was Kanji who hit the boy. He was unhappy that Heda had called him a pedophile, but the young man objected, demanding his New Year's gift money. But Kanji said that Heda would get nothing from him. Chris tried to defend the boy. She said that he was an interesting kid. Kanji, on the other hand, added that he was a charming boy. Heda headed over to Natsumi. He asked her if she was Yoshiai-san's granddaughter and wanted to know her name. His grandmother's voice was heard, saying that she could complain to Koichi for Heda's behavior. Sumi-san added that she apologized for her grandson's behavior. She thought that Heda looked a lot like his grandfather when he was young. Kanji asked Heda about not wanting to go to university. He asked what the young man wanted to do then, but Heda couldn't give a coherent answer. Sugiosan intervened. He defended his grandson, saying that it was better to leave it for later. The older man added that his grandson should have stayed the night. Kanji apologized. The night came. Heda gave his grandmother a massage. She said that she had enough for the day. The young man replied that his grandmother should tell him if she needed anything. The grandmother remarked that he only came because his father said so, but they appreciated it. Grandpa came out of the bathroom. Heda explained that he had a fight with his father and ran away from home. That's why he couldn't come for New Year's Eve, but he would have to return home because the young man had no money saved up. He blamed himself for that. Grandpa said it was all right. They will always be on Heda's side. He added that the boy had a long life and he should do what he thought was right. Heda was touched. He thanked his grandparents and said that he loved both of them very much. He felt that he couldn't let that happen tomorrow, which offended him. The young man wanted to apologize for molesting Kang Nisheng's wife, but he kept thinking about Chris being sweet and divine. He ran all the way to Kanji's house. He thought about what Chris was doing in this middle of nowhere. He figured that Kanji had some serious dirt on Chris, but he also realized that Kang Nishen wasn't that kind of person. He heard Chris's voice. She was taking a bath. Chris was talking about how the water was just beautiful. Heda got very embarrassed. Kanji asked Chris to serve the soap. Heda couldn't believe what he heard. Heda shouted about them being together in the bathtub like a couple of lovebirds. Chris heard someone's voice and told Kanji to see who is there. Heda realized that he needed to get out of there quickly, but it turned out that his legs were getting stiff. Kanji managed to find the young man and got really mad at him. Heda realized that after this, Kanji would definitely kill him. The next morning at Aido's house, Heda argued with Kang Nishen that he hadn't peeked yesterday. Kanji, on the other hand, added that he wasn't interested and that it was Heda who was acting too suspicious. He gave Heda the gift money. The young man was definitely not expecting that. Heda replied that since that was the case, he would forgive Kanji this time. Kanji added that Heda was just a sneaky kid. Everyone heard Grandpa's voice. He scolded Sango for not eating her food. Kanji asked what was the matter. Sugiosan replied that Sango hadn't been eating her feed since the expensive feed bought during New Year's Eve ran out. Chris turned to Sango with a displeased look. She said it was very disrespectful to be ungrateful despite being fed 3 times a day. Sango muttered and began to eat his meal. Sugiosan called Sango a good boy. Heda said that he thought Sango had never taken Grandpa seriously. Grandma replied that Heda was wrong. She added that Sango knew who his master was. He just liked to fool around. Chris and Natsumi petted and played with the dog. Kanji thought that was the reason why Sugiosan was so irritable. There was the sound of a car stopping. 2 men got out of the car. One of the strangers said that they hadn't seen Kanji in a long time. He also added that they had heard that he was supposed to have a wedding soon. It turned out to be Tsujiosan's sons, the older Aido Kazuhiko, who was 50, the younger Aido Kenji, who was 47. Kanji said he was already 32 and calling him a baby was too ridiculous. He called for his father. He wasn't happy about his son's arrival. Kanji apologized for making them come such a long way. He added that he wanted Koichi to join them, but it turned out the way it did. Chris asked Heda if it was his father. The man simply answered yes. Kazuhiko said it was okay. They had hoped that they could bring Yuki with them, but she was stuck at the border. He added that they were very surprised by Kanji's offer to start an agricultural company. An angry Tsujiosan said they shouldn't talk outside and invited everyone home. Sumi-san told Chris and Natsumi to play outside because the adults need to have a serious talk. Kazuhiko asked that they didn't have to transfer the title to Kanji's landed property. Kanji replied that they would just borrow for their use. Tsujiosan added that he had already explained that many times. Kazuhiko continued that they had thought from the beginning that Kanji was the one who wouldn't ask them for such a thing. Kanji dared to ask his brothers about whether they would be willing to move back here. Heda was supportive of Kanji. He said that he liked this little town and that he wouldn't mind. But he was interrupted by Kazuhiko. He said that Heda should keep quiet. Kenji said that they knew that Kanji seemed like they were putting all the responsibility for his parents leaving on him. Kanji objected, but Kenji continued. He said that they had families and jobs to think about. He also added that his parents were already old. The brothers were worried that one of their parents might try doing something new at their age. Kenji went on to say that they wished their parents would move in with one of them and start living a quiet life. Sugiosen yelled at his son that his son was trying to put them in a nursing home, but the son objected, saying that was not the case. Sugiosen added that still the house and land will be given to his children after they die. Kazuhiko said he wasn't going to share the money from that share of the land and house with Kenji and Yuki. He suggested that his father think about the estate tax. Sugiosen asked his son that he was going to sell the house passed down from generation to generation. Kazuhiko stated that no one had said anything about selling the house. Kenji told them to calm down. Kanji joined him as well. Sugiosen told his son to shut up or he would be cursed. Sugiosen fainted. Everyone was in a stupor. The sons shouted "Daddy." Heda yelled "Grandfather." Heda wouldn't calm down and wanted to help his grandfather sit up. His father stopped him and said it was probably a stroke. Kanji said they needed an ambulance, but realized that the hospital was far away. He remembered Chris's magic. Kanji headed for the exit. As he opened the door, he accidentally pushed Sumi-san. Someone said to call an ambulance, but Kanji headed out to look for Chris. He kept looking for her and calling for her. Chris and Natsumi were practicing fencing. Chris said that was enough for today. She praised Natsumi, saying that she has a real talent. Natsumi got excited and said that now she could become a real master. An ambulance drove by. Natsumi said that she had never seen an ambulance in the village before. A dog barking was heard. Sango came running after them, but Sango didn't stop. He ran after the ambulance. Chris was surprised at that. Kanji's car showed up. Chris looked at him with a questioning look. A crying Heda was sitting next to Kanji. Chris asked what was wrong, but Heda just said "Grandpa." Chris and Natsumi were dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in the ambulance, they were trying to save Sugiosen's life. Sango kept up with them.